Timberborn, a base building game about beavers living in a post-apocalyptic world and weathering all kinds of horrible climate left to them by the now extinct humans. We're gonna start a new game, and I will be playing as Folktales. This is the default faction. There's also Iron Teeth in this game, which is a more advanced, I believe, different faction. I've never played Iron Teeth. The motto of Folktales tells you everything about them: comfort, food, and sturdy wood. Now, fair warning, I am actually re-recording this opening and this entire starting segment after having completed the entire playthrough that will follow. So eventually I will just turn it over to my old self and proceed from there, but I figured I should re-record the opening and explain things a bit better because I was too confused myself and I made some incorrect statements on camera, I think probably confusing the viewer. So we're gonna go with the waterfalls map. As you can see, it's already completed. The main reason I went with waterfalls is because it's, I think, a reasonable size, 128 by 128. These are not randomly generated or procedurally generated. These are predefined maps created by the developers, and yeah, I think 256 by 256 is too large, and the rest is a bit too small, so 128 feels like the perfect size. We're gonna be playing on hard, and mostly that just means the early game is difficult. Then eventually you just break the curve, or whatever you want to call it, and it doesn't matter, but yes, hard. Our settlement is going to be called Lazy Oaks. Which is gonna turn out prophetic in the future, but you'll see. I'm pausing the game immediately because on hard you really need to focus for the first couple of days, and you cannot dilly-dally. Otherwise, you're very likely to just lose. So, Timberborn is centered around, well, obviously, beavers and water. There is a great tutorial to the game, which you definitely should follow if you're playing for yourself. But I have skipped it all, and I am just going to explain things myself, and I intend to jump in from the deep end. So, the main thing, obviously, in the game is beavers. They are our population, and they are not just some magical number that exists in the game. They are actual existing people which have their needs, and they will actually be working and making things. They will be the ones building buildings. They will be actually eating food and gathering food and carrying food around. So they're very much real simulated beavers. And overall, I feel like pointing out immediately that Timberborn is kind of very discreet, in the sense that, well, you can already see that it's very blocky. So there's actually cubes for everything, and you can change all the cubes. And these trees are also, each one of them is an actual proper tree which contains 2 logs when chopped down. And overall, each beaver, as I said, is a beaver, and you don't have things like 12.5% income tax and cents and things like that in this game. You don't have levels of traffic. Everything is very discreet. So yeah, beavers are the first thing that is really important, and the second thing that is really important is water. Kind of makes sense. Beavers will be building dams, and I think it's actually kind of genius how they came up with the mechanics for this game and how much you need to worry about water. Now in this map, which is waterfalls, we only have a single source of water, and it is this. Right now it's just flowing freely, and we have plenty of water. However, you may notice that most of the map, in particular the parts that are not connected to water, that are not near it, are super dry, and super dead. That is an actual mechanic in the game. This water, right here, is a physical simulated water. It is actually physically appearing here at the water sources, and it is actually physically simulated to follow the terrain, and it flows all the way down here and out of the map eventually. Now, what it also does is in some range around the water, it is irrigating the earth. This means that trees can grow and that food can grow and all sorts of good things can happen. Now, the main issue that we're going to be facing very soon is the fact that this water is not going to keep flowing forever. What's going to happen is in a few days, something like 5 or 6 days, the water is just going to stop. We're going to have a drought that will last, well, we'll see, probably something like 4 days. And if we don't do something about it, all this water is going to immediately, very quickly, drain out of the map, and the entire map is going to dry out. What's going to happen is our food is going to be dried out, our trees are going to be drying out. They're not going to die immediately, but eventually, if we don't do anything about it, they will die. We won't be able to grow crops, we won't be able to have any water to drink, and we're going to have all sorts of issues. So immediately, our very first priority for the beginning of the playthrough is we need to build our first dam. I know, right? It's beavers. Beavers are building dams. I'm also immediately gonna place it. Like, I'm gonna prepare. You can pre-plan buildings in this game. So right now, we've got water flowing freely. There's going to be a lot of dams we will want to build eventually, but for now, all we need is we need to block this water from escaping out of the map. Now, obviously, I could try to build dams all the way out here, but that, first of all, wouldn't work. Second, we cannot really reach it. So the most reasonable spot where we can realistically build a dam is over here. Now, what these are dam blocks, as you can see. They are also actually pretty simple and physical things in the game. What they are, they're just blocks that are 0.65 meters tall, essentially. Which means that any amount of water that is higher than 0.65 meters is going to overflow and continue flowing. But all the water below 0.65 meters will just remain in here as a reservoir. So we're kind of creating a very small, shallow, although kind of large in terms of area, lake in here, right? That is our most important goal for the very nearest future. Obviously, these actually need to be built. They will be built by actual builder beavers, and in order to build them, we're going to need resources, which is logs. Each piece of dam costs 20 logs, and we're gonna need to gather logs. So I think we can just start with that. I'm gonna place a couple of lumberjack flags. Right? These are also buildings that will need to be built by builder beavers. And what these are gonna do is they're gonna employ a single beaver. Each one is gonna employ a single beaver, and in this range, that beaver is going to be a lumberjack, and that beaver will be able to chop down trees. In order for the trees to actually be chopped down, I need to mark them for chopping. I'm just going to go nuclear, and I'm going to mark this entire area for chopping. We're going to be taking all of this down and rearranging it to our needs. So yeah, eventually these are going to get built. I'm still not unpausing the game because I'm explaining things. These are going to get built. They will employ lumberjacks, and lumberjacks will be chopping down trees and gathering wood and storing it in the lumberjack flag for now. Now, all buildings in this game need to be connected by paths. You cannot just have a building hanging around. You need it connected. Paths are created immediately. As you can see, this does not require building. This is just kind of, I don't know, logistic layout. So that's the basics for wood. I think I actually want to add more, probably one more here to reach this wood, and maybe even one closer to the dam, so that it's less of a distance to travel to carry the logs, right? We're gonna connect everything with paths. That's already gonna employ 4 beavers. The beavers, however, cannot just work non-stop every day without sleeping or eating or drinking. They have basic needs. The 2 basic needs that really are required to be met in order for a beaver to not die are just food and water. Technically, they don't require shelter. They will just sleep on the ground during the nights. They will not be happy about it. They will be cold, but unfortunately, as we're starting on hard, we cannot afford to immediately build housing. So we're gonna have to take care of water and food as well. For water, we'll need to build a water pump. It's a building that looks like this. Where do I place it? Something like that will work, right? It needs to be built with this intake above water, and what it does is it converts the water into actual drinkable resource. So this physical water, which is simulated, cannot be drank by beavers. Beavers will not go down, they will not drink it. Even when the beaver is swimming in this water, it can go thirsty. So instead, what needs to happen is we need to pump the water. This pump also contains a filter, I believe. Yeah, essentially, it says Badwater contamination. So it removes some contamination from the water and makes it drinkable. Again, this will employ a beaver and will create a resource. In terms of food, for starters, to begin with, we are gifted kind of very much Age of Empires style, I would say, with some blueberry bushes. So we're gonna plop down a gatherer flag, somewhere around there. Actually, I think that's... I'll keep it there. So this is gonna be a gatherer. Again, it's gonna employ a beaver who's gonna go around collecting these berries and create or turn them into an actual edible resource. Unfortunately, these berries are not really sufficient to feed our colony. There's very few of them. So we also pretty much immediately need to start worrying about planting some proper food, which will require a farmhouse. So another building that needs to be built. And we will immediately start by planting some carrots. Right now, again, everything except for paths is me just laying out the work for beavers to do. So at this point, nothing has really changed. Nothing was built. We will first build the farmhouse. It will employ farmer beavers. Farmer beavers will plant the crops and then they will gather the crops. But at this point, yeah, everything is laid out. And we can pretty much unpause, except I want to do one more thing, and that is prioritization. In order for the beavers to know what to do, we can set priorities. There's 5 priorities, and what we need to do first, as soon as possible, is we need to build our lumberjacks, right? As well as our gatherer, so we don't go hungry. After that, once that is done, we're gonna be getting our logs, and our very first logs need to go into pumping water, because we don't want beavers to go thirsty, so this is gonna be a higher priority than everything else. And after that, we're gonna be able to proceed with the farmhouse and everything else. So, yeah, at this point I can unpause. There's, of course... Oh, right. Builder beavers are employed in the district center. And we can actually select how many of them are employed. You can see there's 2 workers right now, but we can increase it all the way up to 4. That will allow us to have more building projects running at the same time. And as you can see, beavers are already starting to work. Already starting to employ some lumberjacks. And the lumberjacks are already starting to do their work. This never stops being adorable. Lumberjack beavers will actually chop down trees with their teeth. They will chew on trees. I think that's also kind of genius. I think this game has a lot of great ideas in terms of style as well as mechanics. So yeah, this game does involve a bit of waiting sometimes, so you can speed up time, and I will be cutting out as time goes on. I will be cutting out longer and longer pieces of gameplay, so you will not actually see everything happening. You don't need to wait for everything happening. I will just provide you with updates. At this point, we've laid down everything. As you can see, the water pump is already starting to be built. Yep, the logs are coming in. Builders are working. We can speed things up. And pretty much we just need to wait for everything to be done. Yeah, for now I'm not gonna... Actually, I am going to make a jump cut. So right now, as you can see, it's nighttime and the beavers are not working. There's working hours in this game, which I never messed with. I do not really see any use for it. Well, never messed with until the very end of the game. You will see eventually what happens later on. But yeah, at night beavers are not working. At night beavers are sleeping and just chilling. Eventually there's going to be entertainment and all sorts of things. Beavers actually have states. They require different kinds of nutrition, social life, aesthetics, and a happy beaver is a better worker than an unhappy beaver. So that will be useful. In the meantime, we're almost done for the farmhouse. Okay, we have no workers available in the district. So right now, I'm gonna need to micromanage things a little bit. So we're gonna reduce the amount of workers, the amount of builders employed in the district center. And we are... Hello? Still no workers available. How come? This is a little confusing. Oh, that's because we don't actually have 12 beavers. We only have 8. Right. So we have 8 adults and 4 children. Means I'm gonna need to reduce this even further. Right, in order to have... I think a single farmer is enough for us for now. And instead, yes, I will want more builders because it is already time. I paused this earlier. It is already time for us to get started on the first dam. Gonna connect it all by paths. And yeah, at this point, this is pretty much just a waiting game. We need to wait for the beavers to build the dam. Hopefully, we can do it in time. And this is where I'm gonna... Oh, there it is! It's coming very soon. Drought approaching. We get a notification. You always get a notification 3 days early. So in 3 days, 3 nights, water is gonna stop flowing. And we really, really need to be prepared. This dam needs to be built by then. Otherwise, there's a very high chance that all our beavers are gonna die from primarily dehydration, probably. Yeah, the lumberjacks are sitting around. We've got too many lumberjacks. So, you know what? I'm going to deprioritize this building. Deprioritize these workers. And instead, we're going to have more builders. And the builders are the actual people that collect logs from lumberjacks and bring them to the construction and then construct buildings. This whole micromanaging thing is mostly an issue for the very first cycle of hard mode. You're just really racing the clock. It will get much easier rather quickly. It does look like we are in trouble. We've only got 1 day to go, and 4 dams still not built. I am going to temporarily increase my beavers' working hours to actually to the most ridiculous extent I can, because they can sleep later. If they don't want to die, they're gonna need to hurry up and build us a dam. 0.6 days for 2 blocks. Come on. Obviously, I'm gonna crank it all the way down immediately. Beavers can get exhausted, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen. I never exhausted my beavers ever. That's not my intention anyways. Yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, see, so working through the night a little bit, going hungry and sad, but at least we will survive. In comes the drought. Yep, immediately all the water stops flowing and the rest just flows down, and mostly it will escape from the map, except for 0.65 meters over in this reservoir where it is dammed. Yeah, the beavers had to pull an all-nighter to actually finish this, but now they're down to 16 hours, which is their normal state. Managing Badwater or Badtide seasons is gonna be quite a bit more complicated than just building a dam. Because if you think about it, when Badwater starts coming in, we could attempt to just block it off. So there's all kinds of blocks here. As you can see, there's all kinds of buildings. I will go over them in the future, or my past version will. But one thing I can bring attention to is levees, as well as probably these floodgates. So right now we don't have them unlocked. We'll need signs, but we'll talk about that later. For now, levees are essentially just full blocks without any spillways. So these are a meter by a meter by a meter. And something we could attempt to do is we could attempt to just block off the Badwater. Obviously, you can't unlock them, but yeah. We can just build a huge wall and hope that Badwater does not come in. Well, that's not gonna work, of course, because water is physical, water is simulated, and all that's gonna happen is it's gonna fill up as tall as our wall is, and then it's gonna overflow over the wall and keep flowing, right? So we cannot just physically block it. We also cannot really block it at the source, at least not for now, not for a very long time. Eventually we will be able to do things about it, but for now we really cannot block off the Badwater. So what we actually need to do is we need to redirect the Badwater. We need to allow it to escape the map in the same way as our water was escaping here, right? Our good water. And that is something of an interesting challenge in itself, because while I could redirect all the water that flows in from here somewhere out of the map, I also need the good water to flow through our dam and irrigate our lands when we get the good water. So what needs to happen is we need to have a way to control where water flows by ourselves manually. And initially for that, we're going to be using these floodgates. Floodgates are essentially, I cannot currently unlock them. I cannot actually properly show it off. But it says it here. A floodgate blocks water up to an adjustable height. So essentially, if we build some floodgates, like this, for example, what you're able to do is you're able to control the height of these floodgates. And you can lower them all the way down to allow all the water through, or you can raise them as high as you want to prevent the water from flowing through, or to accumulate some water in a dam, or control it in all kinds of ways. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a way. We're going to build a not sure what to call it, but we're going to build a structure that will redirect the Badwater when raised and allow good water through when lowered. Now, I actually learned the hard way, and I'm actually going to show this off in developer mode, so I'm going to cheat a little bit. This is kind of like creative mode. I learned the hard way that it is not possible to redirect the Badwater over into this chute. So it seems like a good idea. It seems like it should be possible to build a dam like this over here. Floodgates. Raise them all the way up to 2. Right? And theoretically, what should happen is the Badwater will be coming in. It should raise up, but in order to overflow over these, it will need to go above 2 blocks in height. But there is a spillway here that is 1 block in depth, and the water should instead be able to go down through this river and not touch us. We can even try to help it along the way a little bit. Gonna remove these trees a little bit, and we're going to place, this is something that can be done. We do have time and we do have the resources to actually build these things ourselves without the help of developer mode. So yeah, we can kind of direct the water into this lower portion so it doesn't spill over into here. So yeah, theoretically it should have gone here. However, you're gonna see this rather quickly. This was a catastrophic failure in my very first playthrough. The water is physically simulated. And the more water is coming in through here than is able, or kind of complicated reasons to be honest, but than is able to flow through this river. And oh, this was devastating when this first happened to me. Eventually, it makes its way over into our, good reservoir and contaminates just everything. So building floodgates here is a great way to flood your entire map and put bad water all over the place and just kill everything. You can see trees are just dying immediately. Everything is just dead. The carrots are dying immediately. You can see, yeah. This actually physically happened to me in my first playthrough. I unfortunately don't have the video of that. So we're gonna go back to simpler, better, easier, nicer times. And we're gonna consider other options. The only other option we really have for redirecting bad water to flow with the terrain is to allow it to go this way. And the way it can be done is we can put floodgates, I believe, yes, double floodgates would be enough. Kind of on a diagonal, although it is possible to do a straight line like this here. But I think a diagonal just kind of looks nicer. Something like this. Essentially, I'm gonna make a too high wall here, obviously close that. And that will allow the water to be redirected to go to the right and flow out of the map here in this outlet. And when good water comes in, we can lower these because again, we're going to be building these out of floodgates. And it will allow the water to flow in our direction. Now, this here is natural blockage, which we're not going to be removing because during good season, there's also bad water coming in from this direction and it flows down in this river and it fills this entire reservoir with bad water. So for now, we really do not want these two reservoirs connected. So yeah, we only want overflow to go in there and not the other way around. So I'm going to keep this blockage. At this point, I think I've pretty much explained everything I wanted to explain for an opening, except maybe one thing. I already mentioned that there's no traffic in this game, so beavers will just pass through each other. I don't think I will be able to easily catch it, but yeah, they will just walk through one another when meeting on a path, so that's not an issue. However, kind of a natural byproduct of how things work... Oh, there they are. There they go. Yep. As you can see, they're just walking through each other. Kind of a natural byproduct of how things work with actual beavers having to do actual work, and they have to carry resources around. So for example, when you're building a building, a builder beaver will first walk to the lumberjack, take a log, and bring the log over to the construction area. This means that it does matter how long the paths are. The beavers will not walk off the paths normally. This is just them going to sleep pretty much. But when commuting for actual work, they will stick to paths. They will never take a shortcut. And if you have, for example, a lumberjack over here and you're building some construction over in this corner, this means that a single beaver will be tied up carrying logs here and there, there and back. And it's gonna take forever to actually make the construction happen. Which means that something you do need to keep in mind is logistically, you want to place buildings which use each other's resources nearby. So you need to place things close to each other. At this point, I'm pretty much ready to hand things back over to my older self, and we're gonna be figuring things out as we go along. I've so far kind of tried to retrace my steps, so the settlement might change slightly, but it's going to be essentially the same, as well as my thinking. So our plan for the future is, for the nearest future, is to build floodgates here, which is going to require new resources. So we're going to need planks, we're going to need to actually unlock them with science, and that's what we're going to proceed with. So yeah, that will be myself originally playing the game. Oh, one more thing before we move on. One last final piece of foreknowledge. I see that this video is turning out to be ridiculously long, so if and when you get bored, I'm gonna try to add chapters, so obviously you can feel free to skip around and just see how the settlement progresses. But most importantly, if ever you feel particularly bored and ready to switch off from the video and go do something else, I would really, really highly recommend you fast forward to the very final chapter in the video. And I made a small effort to show off my entire settlement at the end game, as we've completed everything I wanted to complete, and I think it turned out cool, and I think it would be a shame if it went to waste. So I think you might appreciate it to just see the final result explained in some reasonable detail. So do check that out. Anyways, back over to my past self. So our priorities right now: science, right? Because we need to unlock these floodgates, and we also will need to make planks. Okay. Let's unpause this because the carrots have grown and we can start gathering them. Yeah, we're also kind of running out of wood. There's still a bunch there. I think we're good for now. Also, so far the beavers have been sleeping under the stars. It's okay-ish, right? They still get sleep, but they're not happy about it. And I think I can afford to build some housing for them. So let's build. Right now we have 12 beavers. One lodge houses 3 inhabitants, which means we need 4 lodges. I think this is a perfect time for me to show off another mechanic in this game, which I think is very cool. We're gonna plop lodges down here. Now you may notice they have these flat roofs, solid. Other buildings can be built on its top. And what I can do is actually put 2 more buildings on top of these, like so. There's no real benefit to this other than just saving a little bit of space. But I think it's kind of cool. So let's do it like this and like so. These are our 4 buildings. Viewers will be able to live in these. Oh, we have 3 unemployed viewers. Oh, that's fine. I'll micromanage it on my own. Right. So, other than housing, we are going to want Science. For science, all we can get right now is inventors. So let's just flip down a couple. You know what? I'm gonna do 3. It's kind of cheap to build buildings in this game. And you can always just pause them and not have them used, or even demolish them and recover resources. That's also fine. Yeah, so we're gonna want inventors, and in addition to inventors, what we're going to want is we're gonna want plank production. That's gonna be a lumber mill. But lumber mill, you can see it up here, takes energy. And energy power we can produce using a water wheel here. So here's what I'm gonna do. This is the plan. I'm gonna have a lumber mill, I'm gonna have a water wheel powering it. Power is relatively simple in this game. You just place powered buildings next to each other and they just power each other automatically. So yeah, these are just gonna connect directly. It's gonna get a bit more complicated later, but we can also discuss that later. Okay, my beavers are going hungry. I'm not happy about that. Let's re-enable this. But yeah, I think that's pretty much good for now, and I'll be back with updates. I'd say we're doing quite well. These are built, the houses are built, beavers are asleep right now. The drought is ending. We are thriving. We're growing carrots, we're drinking water, we're building new stuff, and all that is happening during a drought. I'm quite happy with our progress right now. So, yeah, science, I think I should explain as well. Just a magic resource. It's not stored anywhere. It's just as long as a beaver is working on science, you can see each 1 hour is gonna create 1 science point. It's gonna be up here, and it's just used to unlock new kinds of buildings. There's a whole bunch of buildings that can be unlocked with science. And yeah, right now we're just saving up for probably double floodgates for this right here. We're also gonna need some other helper buildings, but yeah, that's our main goal right now. Oh yeah, and another thing, as I've already said, we're kind of running out of wood, so we're gonna want to replant wood as soon as possible. You can plant trees in this game, right? But that is locked behind the science, which is the forester. Yeah, we're gonna want 60 points of science. So that's gonna be our probably the main next thing that happens is we get a forester. Got viewers working on that. Right, before you know it, we've got enough science for forester. So we can just unlock this. And I think, oh, it fits perfectly. Sure. I'm gonna plop a forester here. And this entire thing, this entire forest, we're gonna replant with more pines. I think that's the plan. Again, I'm gonna leave some space on the shore. Yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, we can just tell the forester to plant a bunch of new pines for us. The pines also need to be on green grass, obviously. Nothing grows on dry soil. I've also expanded my housing a little bit because I want more beavers. Oh, and we're already getting some children. I'm actually not sure how population dynamics work in this game, but I think they try to fill up all the space you have in terms of houses, and eventually just new beavers appear, get born, and yeah, start working for you. Beavers also do die of old age eventually. so there's kind of a natural population thing. But yeah, again, we're kind of thriving right now. We've got science, we've got plank production actually already going. We've got 4 planks made. One more thing I should probably do is I should add some storage. Generally, my take on storage is that if you need storage, it means your inputs and outputs are unbalanced, right? You know, like if you need a buffer, it means you are either producing too much or you're not using enough. But yeah, we can put, again, pretty much all of this is temporary. I intend to rebuild a lot of this. This is just, we're getting to the basic situation where we don't need to worry about dying from hunger and thirst and contamination with bad water. So yeah, we're gonna plop down a couple of piles. This is gonna be a pile for logs. We're also gonna have a pile for planks. It's not the perfect spot for them, but whatever. I also might as well add some storage for medium warehouse. Can add storage for carrots and for blueberries, just like that. And so this is gonna be carrots. The entire building stores just one type of resource, which is why you see me selecting it there. Yeah, and this is gonna be our storage for blueberries. See, the gathering station is full of berries and we need to transfer them somewhere, so that's why. Oh yeah, and also for droughts, while we do have this dam and this seems like a lot of water, it's actually not all that much in terms of drinking water. When beavers drink water, they drink a lot. So what we want is we also want water storage. For now, we can just get away with a couple of small tanks. I think 4 will be enough right next to our pumping stations. Again, there's a bunch of liquids you can store, but for now we're going to be storing water. Yeah, and we want these to be filled up in case a very long and devastating drought comes. We're going to want some extra water because this is not going to be enough. It might dry out. But yeah. Oh, the forester is done. Is the forester? Oh, the forester is not working. Okay, I'm gonna micromanage my beavers and I'll be back. This beaver has broken teeth. This is my lumberjack. Yeah, the lumberjack was cutting trees so hard. Broke its teeth. So we're gonna need to add a teeth grindstone. Just gonna put it right next to the district center. Again, all of this temporary. And this is high priority. There it is. Grinding its teeth. Yeah, we will need to take care of our beavers in different ways. There is, by the way, a happiness metric around here. Broken teeth, yeah, that's gonna be fixed. There's a whole bunch of things that are possible. And I believe it should be somewhere around here, maybe. Oh yeah, here it is. Plus 10, plus 5%. I think the higher the happiness level of a beaver, the better it works, the faster it goes, and the faster it builds, and overall, the more effective it is at its tasks. I think. I'm not sure. We're gonna see as our beaver's happiness grows. New drought is approaching, but we're good. We're all set. It's gonna come in 3 days. I think, yeah, we're gonna weather that just fine, exactly as we did the previous one. I am having some issues though. First of all, we're pretty much out of wood. Right, there's a little bit left here. The forester is only starting to plant the trees and they're gonna take 12 days to grow, so we're really running out of wood. Which means I want to branch out to this patch of wood, which means I will need to cross the river, which means, because beavers cannot go diagonally, I'm gonna need to fill in this one last block. And I think I want to use a levee for this, because it's cheaper. And I will need levees for this dam anyways. So I want 120 signs. One other thing I just noticed is that we have this little, what do you call it, outlet of water that is just about able to flow all the way here, irrigating this entire spot. All I need to do is I've already passed to it. There's some debris here, some blockage. We can demolish it and allow the water to flow in here. So I will actually want to take this into account when I'm building my large dam. I will want this to be on the side with water in order for this to all be watered. So yeah. Priorities, unblock this, get wood from here, then build dam. It is gonna be cool. Yeah, it's a lot more workable area. You can build buildings anywhere. As you can see, I've been trying to put my buildings on non-green areas to preserve green areas for plants. I'm not sure what I'm gonna put here. Maybe more trees? Yeah, perhaps. We'll see. Oh, I just realized one more thing I haven't explained. The beavers can swim. The issue is that the beavers cannot climb on these. They can neither go up nor down, and because this ledge exists where the water is, they cannot actually descend into this water or come up from it. They will need staircases, wooden stairs like this. But that takes science to unlock, and yeah, we're currently a little bit strapped for science, so I'm not unlocking them yet. Which is why we need this dam to pass over the river. It may seem a little bit counterintuitive, but yeah, that's actually necessary to get onto the other side. And with the start of the next route, I've already run into the next issue I actually haven't planned for. So we're gonna have to make some changes. Because the water is not flowing anymore, while we do have some water here in our dam, it's standing still, which means this wheel is not turning, which means we have no power and we cannot produce planks. And we do want a steady production of planks because we'll need a lot of them for the dam. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to add backup power to this building by using a hamster wheel, a beaver powered power generator. But unfortunately I haven't left any space for myself to fit it in here, so I'm gonna have to demolish this. We will transfer all water from it. There's a helpful button here which says empty, which means beavers will come here and take the water out and transfer it to other storage stations like this one. Yeah, then I will demolish this and then I will build a hamster wheel here, and that's gonna be that. Here we are. Planks are being made. I've had to pause a lot of other buildings because I'm kind of strapped for workers. So I've actually added a couple more houses in the hopes of increasing our population. But overall, I think we're doing fine. We don't have that much time left before the next, or before the first Badtide. Gonna be the Badwater coming in. This dam is gonna be quite a large project, and yeah, I'm a little bit worried about our ability to construct it in time. But at this point, we pretty much have everything set up to begin construction. Now I just need to wait for things to be produced, like science, to actually research these floodgates, and planks and logs to build the floodgates. But yeah, we're set. This unemployed beaver managed to injure itself, so we're gonna need to provide it with basic healing, which unfortunately sets me back 80 science points. Medical bed. But that's fine. Everything with the beavers. Let's put it right next to the grindstone. Yeah, the beavers will just heal themselves. They will lie in a medical bed and eventually get well. But yeah, obviously we can't have injured beavers running around. There it goes. Sleep well. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. We've got beavers growing up and finally able to take up working posts. So I decided to add a hauling post. This will employ haulers. Yeah, haulers assist workers within the district in carrying goods. So originally what happens is each worker gathers its resource. So for example, a lumberjack will gather wood and the lumberjack will carry wood over to the relevant pile. But now we can free up some lumberjack's hands and the lumberjack can just do wood and the haulers will... another drought. We're fine, we're good. Yeah, the hauler will pick up the lumber and bring it where it needs to belong. Which, by the way, our lumber and plank piles are coming along nicely. We will be needing all of this for our mega dam build over here. Which is going to look something like this. I finally have enough science to unlock the double floodgate. And yeah, this is our blueprint. I think that's fine, right? This is too tall. This is all gonna fill up. Oops. All of this is gonna fill up. And instead of flowing that way to the right, it's gonna flow through here in this direction, right? Like so. I think, hopefully that's now enough throughput that our dam does not overflow. So, what is this? This is 20 logs per thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 140 logs and 70 planks. Yeah. We actually have that already in our storage. So we are literally ready to build the dam. Oh, and a couple of levees with require 12 logs each. Yeah, that should not be a problem. One last thing though. As I've already explained, beavers can swim, and beavers can do anything in water. They can build in water. What they cannot do is they cannot descend, so we're gonna need to add a staircase here for them to actually go down into the water and build the thing. Also, I'm a little bit worried about them being able to reach this. Yeah, this is too far from a district. I might need to add... Damn it, I might need to add a temporary staircase on this side, or maybe a platform. Yeah, I will instead, I will just build a bridge over here so they can reach that. This should be reachable from the bottom, right? Yeah, the builders can reach up and down a little bit. I think 1 block. Oh, wait, it's not reachable because there's no stairs yet. Once the stairs are in, we should be fine. Let's see. Yep, it's all good. Now that these stairs are built, the beavers can reach here and the beavers can reach here. And yeah, you may also notice me building paths underwater. The beavers swim over paths when in water. I think it's weird. I think a lot of beaver navigation in water is weird in this game. I feel like they should kind of rework that a little bit. But yeah, this will extend the beaver's reach in these 2 directions. But all that's left now is to watch the dam being built and hope for the best. Alright. The big dam is complete. I did have to add a little bridge over here for them to reach this block after all. Honestly, they actually just blocked themselves off by building this first and then not being able to reach this cube. But there we go. We have a dam. This is floodgates. Not sure if they're connected actually diagonally. No, they're not. Ah, this sucks. So, yeah, normally when floodgates are connected side by side, not diagonally, orthogonally it would be called, there's this thing synchronized with adjacent floodgates where you can lower or raise one of them and everyone gets raised. Because these are diagonal, that doesn't work, so we're gonna have to do each one manually. Yeah, it's as simple as this. You can just control them, and you control them immediately. You don't need any beavers to go there and work it. They don't need power. This is just magically lowering and raising as you wish. So now we need to hope that once Badwater comes... Actually, we can test it right now, right? Yeah, we can actually... Yeah, if I raise these fully, like so, what we need to see, what we want to see, is we want no overflow. We want no water flowing over to this side of the river. Right, it's gonna fill up, yeah, it's filling up a little bit. Yeah, and it starts flowing to the right, this way, you can see. Water is now flowing this way. Cool, so now once this gets contaminated, we can completely seal ourselves off from it and be healthy and happy. Cool. At this point, we are safe from the toxic effects from Badwater. We're not gonna get poisoned, we're not gonna die, we're not gonna lose our crops to it. Hopefully. I mean, we did test, the dam does work, so you shouldn't. However, Badwater is a very long season. It's a very long weather situation, weather condition, to call it. And I'm not sure, but I am afraid that in that time, our dam might indeed dry out. This might not be enough water to last throughout the entire Badwater situation. Which means our next priority for just basic survival is we need to stock up on all kinds of resources. So we're gonna want a lot more water than this, and we're gonna want more food stored. We're gonna want, yeah, pretty much more water, more food, more carrots, more water. While I could build regular, actually, can I even afford them in time? Let's see, storage. Medium tanks. Yeah, I should be able to afford them. So, as you can see, the small tank has a capacity of 30, so 3 of these is 90, right? But if we build a medium tank, it's going to be a capacity of 300, which is way better. We want to try to fill up at least one, hopefully multiple, medium tanks by the time Badwater comes. Not sure I'm gonna be able to manage that, but I certainly will try. So on science, we're pretty much set. We will unlock it in time. But what we need other than science, what we need in addition to science, we're probably good on planks, but we will need gears. Aha, and that also takes science. So right now we're just waiting for science to unlock gears and large tanks. Also, I might add more farming space just to collect more carrots faster. And overall, I'm gonna try to improve my food production. Oof. This is what a serious drought looks like. So, cycle 4, day 14. This drought has been going on for quite a while. I'm not sure how long. I didn't pay enough attention. I was overconfident, let's say, in my dam. Yeah, this drought has continued for so long that everything, including my dam, has dried out. This is due to evaporation. So eventually, everything dries out. So we really are in trouble now, because our carrots are gonna die in 1.9 days, 1.7, yeah, 1.7, 1.9, and the drought is only gonna end in 1.6, so we need the water to be in really quickly for these carrots not to die. Hopefully, for now it's fine, and I am on my way to improving all of the things. Let me walk you through a couple of changes I made. I mean, first of all, this is quite simple. I planted, because this was water, there's now a green area here, so I decided to use it for more wood. And I planted oaks here. Oaks are long growing, but large yield trees. I didn't use them at first because I needed wood fast. Now I feel I'm a bit more secure with wood, so I can wait for these oaks to grow. So that's good. Also, I have expanded my food storage. So now we have double the capacity for berries and double the capacity for carrots. I've also expanded my carrot farm a little bit. I just plopped a bunch of carrots wherever they fit on this side, right next to berries. Oh, by the way, how soon will... No, berries. Berries are a bit more resistant to drought, so they will not dry out as fast. So yeah, I've expanded the storage. I've also decided to move these piles, right? There used to be two piles here, one with logs, one with planks, down below. Instead, I've put them up on the roofs of my food storage. So that's kind of cool, right? With this little ladder. It's just saving me space a little bit, and I'm gonna probably want to plop down another farm. Still, all of this, I expect all of this to be temporary, but you know how these things go. And I am already starting to build a large or a medium tank, right? I'm already 75% there in terms of gears. This is a difficult resource. And yes, I am producing gears. So as you can see, gears take planks, 3 hours, a beaver, and some power to make a gear. So this is our plank production, this is our gear production. Still have the backup wheel for power, but I've also decided to expand into fancy technologies, which is wind. So as you can see right now, we're in a drought. A beaver can only generate so much, right? The beaver will generate, what, like 50, I believe, power? 50 horsepower? No, beaver... Yeah, power wheel, 50 horsepower. I assume HP is horsepower, so apparently one beaver is 50 horses. But okay. Yeah, instead, in order to not be water dependent or beaver dependent, right, working our beavers for power is just ridiculous. I have decided to expand into wind turbines, and a convenient place to put them, in order for everything to be connected into a single power system, I decided to put them over water, which can be done using these platforms. These are another tool of verticality in the game. You can put platforms anywhere, including on top of each other, including on water, including, I believe, underwater. And yeah, that way you can build as high as you want. Yeah, and these windmills are connected via these power shafts, which transfer power. So, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, right? There's different shapes of them, so these are just straight, because everything is in one line. There's also turning ones, there's ones going vertically and stuff like that, but for now, we've just got this simple setup going here. So yeah, I need this power in order to produce gears. I need gears to make my large or medium water tanks, and I need medium water tanks to survive serious droughts like this one, and I expect them to get even worse. And probably much, much worse. So we'll see how we do on that. In fact, well, no, we're fine. For now, these water tanks are enough. Yeah, we really want more backup storage. So yeah, that's what I've been up to, and hopefully my carrots are fine by the time this drought ends. Actually, I'm not sure I needed to put these platforms down. I think I may have been able to just build windmills in water and just have them waterlogged. I'm not sure if that's allowed. I might try it eventually just to find out, but right now I'm strapped for resources, so I'm not ready to do experiments like that yet. So here's the thing. The drought has already ended. The water is already coming in. But it's just so slow. Right, this is without speeding it up. It's really slow, and it takes a while to get here. And so, in the meantime, yeah, my carrots are gonna die in 0.1 days. And they probably will all die. Yeah, see? There's just not enough time. This is unfortunate. We do have some carrots stored. But yeah, this is the problem. And I probably want to expand my carrot storage even further than that. I will need lots of resources to survive droughts. Huh. Looks like I'm actually getting quite lucky with the droughts. You can see, you may have already noticed that there's these cycles. This is cycle 5, which means we've already weathered 4 droughts. Yeah, at the end of each cycle, you get some kind of, well, one of two weather climate issues. Either drought, which is just no water, or Badtide, which is replacing water with bad water. And we haven't yet seen bad water at all. And I believe it can start as soon as the 4th cycle. And I think on the hard difficulty, it can last, well, by default, you can adjust all those sliders, but by default, I think it can last up to 30 days. And honestly, I'm not sure in this economy that I would be able to last 30 days without water or food. I don't have 30 days worth of stuff saved up, right? 77 carrots is not serious. Yeah, but for just droughts, I think the droughts are not as long as bad water or bad tides. And yeah, I will also have some of this water. I think I should be able to survive this one, and after this one, I'm pretty confident I will be able to weather anything with enough stuff stored in medium tanks, and in storage I will expand, I will build more farms, and yeah. Hopefully, we'll be good. Oh, and something I forgot to mention, and in fact something I forgot to do. As the drought is happening, this water that's stored in, I don't know, liquid form, physical water form, is actually affected by these pumps. These pumps are not fake. They will actually properly deplete the water reserve we have here. And when we have enough stored, and right now I think we have enough for 3 days, 6 days. Actually, I'm not sure, 200. Well, yeah, we could try. In order to preserve this water, in order to preserve our crops, we might want to turn the pumps off while the drought is happening, just so that this water stays for longer and we have our carrots growing. We'll see if this 200 lasts me. You know what? Since we're now fairly wealthy and reasonably confident in our abilities, I've expanded my storage even further, so now I have over 400, I mean almost 600 carrots and more incoming stored, and I've already got 2 medium water tanks. That's pretty good. I think we can afford to embark on a bit of a vanity project. This is not going to be very useful. It does have its use, but yeah, it's more of a aesthetic thing. I'm gonna move this dam over to this drop. Right, I can build it here now. That will store a little bit more water in my reservoir for when another drought comes. That's good to have. But mostly I just don't like how the water stops here. It's not a natural spot for it. This is much better. So yeah, once this is built, we will be able to replace this with a bridge or do something. I mean, we could just keep it as is. It's also fine. Not sure. But yeah. See how this goes. The water did last us through the drought. More tanks on the way. The dam is also coming along. And I think at this point we can slowly begin to think about establishing a more permanent kind of base. So I've been repeating myself over and over that most of this is temporary. It's still gonna last us a while. But yeah, we can begin upgrading to more powerful buildings, like the large warehouse, which is the largest warehouse of them all. By the way, all these grow exponentially. So, for example, small pile, I haven't even tried using. Stores 20, then we have 180, so that's what, times 9, almost times 10. And then underground pile is 1800, which is again pretty much times 10. So this is an exponential curve with base 10. Same thing for warehouses, 30, 200. It's like what, times 7, then 1200 times 6, so again exponential. And here 3300. The large tank is almost feels like it might not be worth it, right? With this being a 10 times leap and this being a 4 times leap, but still they are major improvements. So yeah, I want to start thinking about establishing something more permanent, and the base idea, just the general idea for the layout, is that we want all of these lower areas, which are irrigated by water, to be pretty much dedicated to farming. I will include this dry land in that, because eventually I expect to be able to irrigate this. It's gonna be very far off, that's very late game, pretty much end game, I think. But still, I will be able to irrigate that and grow crops there. And these higher up spaces, where water does not reach as easily, I will want to use for stuff like this. Industry and, you know, living there and storing stuff. So overall, I intend to start climbing up onto these hills. And I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to plop down a warehouse, except let me think. I'm gonna think ahead a little bit here. There. I have a plan, trust me. I know this looks a bit strange. But yeah, this is all planned. I have a grand plan for this. And another thing, by the way, in addition to using this dry land, we are limited in much space we have overall, because, you know, this is all going to be fields, which is not very space efficient, and the rest is kind of ragged and not many buildings will fit on there. So if we really want to make the best out of our resources, we're gonna want to try to stack things up vertically, kind of the way I did with these houses and everything. So we're gonna really try to build some high risers. So that's gonna be the idea for the nearest, well, no, for the foreseeable future. It's not very near, this is just the very beginning. And in fact, I'm starting with large warehouse because I want to store more carrots. Actually have some other temporary setups I want to add, but we might as well, if we want to store more, we might as well use a more serious approach. This, by the way, is very expensive. 80 planks is a lot. So yeah, it is efficient and it's worth it, but it is expensive. Another thing I want to do before proceeding with a complete removal and rearrangement of everything is I want to save up for this, underground piles. No, actually, yeah, I pretty much already can afford it. Well, yeah, we just need a little bit more science, and we already produce logs and planks and gears. Again, this is very expensive, but it's going to be much more efficient in these piles. And yeah, we're going to want to upgrade to these as well. So I think for the foreseeable future, this is a waiting game. I need science, I need resources. I'm not going to expand too much. I'll just wait for the beavers to figure it out. Oof. Badtide approaching. This is going to be our first really major test, I think. We're gonna get to see if our large dam works. And also, we're gonna be tested on whether we have enough resources stored. Yeah, paused farms. Let me unpause them for now. To really stock up on some carrots. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish this in 3 days to store more carrots, but yeah. Okay, I'm actually a lot more worried about water. We don't have that much water stored up. That's not good. We need to really prioritize that. There's this button. Prioritize building by haulers. Although I don't think... Yeah, I don't have any haulers available, unfortunately. Also... Oh, no. A bunch of my beavers died recently. I didn't notice. See, a lot of them died of old age. So I actually have very few beavers right now working. They were kind of synchronized in that way. They all died at the same time. F in chat. Press F to pay respects. Final damn piece, that's fine. Okay, that's actually adding to the challenge, right? I don't have enough workers to do everything I want done. I'm gonna have to micromanage them a little bit. But yeah, we are mostly prepared. This is a lot of water. 300 water is a lot, and we're gonna get more. So this is 3 of these, or 3. This is 10 of these small barrels, plus a bunch more in here, and it is gonna be even more by the time the Badtide comes. So we'll see. We're going to see our first bedtime. Well, it is going to be a bedtime. Our first Badtide very soon. As you can see, it's actually very rapid. Surprisingly quick. Oh yes, I need to close the floodgates. Oh no. Okay, let's pause. I'm gonna have to close them one by one. It's a bit annoying. I don't understand why they didn't make it so that diagonal floodgates count as adjacent, but there we go. It's fine, it hasn't reached us. We're not contaminated yet. Let's see. It looks tame, right? It's not... The level is not rising, right? Surely not. It's not gonna overflow. I mean, so far so good, right? So far so good. Okay, cool. And this bedtide is actually not too long. It's just 10 days, so we're set. We're good. We're not even gonna run out of this water. Like we can keep pumping, I think, and yeah, we're gonna have carrots and we're gonna have everything. This is a great success. I think bedtides can get very long, like a month, 30 days. That would be tough, but 10 days should be easy. Yeah, this is done constructing, so we can now store. Ooh, and this one as well. Just about came in clutch. Yeah, the water level here is very low. It's obvious. Yeah, it's even a different color, right? And I think you can even see, yeah, you can even see it like this. That's, some water actually managed to leak while this was getting constructed. But this side is fine, and we're doing great. A whole other challenge, by the way, is trying to remember to then open the floodgates. when the Badtide ends, because we're having such a good time here. You can get farming and doing everything. You forget completely that the floodgates are up and good water is not coming in, and you're gonna dry out. How's this look for a centralized storage slash logistic area? So these will be, right now I'm using large piles, but I intend for them to be underground piles. Very expensive, I know, but that's gonna be the upgrade. They're the same size, and they have to be built on the ground, so this is necessarily the layout. There's 4 main useful resources that will be stored in the game. That's wood, planks, what's it called? Treated planks and metal. These 2 are gonna be kind of transient and not actually primary for building, so we're gonna store them elsewhere. And while I'm here, I felt I might as well put the holding post here, right next to all the storage. And yeah, we're gonna have more of these types of storage blocks. They can store a lot of different stuff up over here, and I intend to stack them on top of each other like this. Let's see how that works. I think that's decent. This does move my center a little bit to the left, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be here anytime soon. And instead, I will go this way. I think this area can be good for like industrial applications, things which require power, like these. I can put some, what's they called? What's it called? What are they called? Windmills? Yeah, windmills. I can put some windmills somewhere around here and connect them to power. And yeah, plop a bunch of production buildings in this area. That will be close to where these are stored, where their outputs are stored. So that's nice. I do intend to move the district center as well, and yeah, again, everything, but I think this is the start. And yeah, we're gonna wait for underground piles before I actually move. Well, looks like this reservoir dries out in about 5 days. Although I did have these pumps going for probably a couple days at first, before I noticed and was them. But yeah, we're gonna lose all our carrots again. Unfortunate. Badtide ends. Badwater flows out. We need to wait for it to clear completely. I unfortunately didn't catch it starting, but it gets flushed out very quickly because we have very fast moving current here. Yeah, you can see it's still lingering a little bit, and I want no contamination. None whatsoever. There's actually a thing. This. Stream gauge, which allows us to check Badwater contents by just clicking on it. I think I might wanna build it actually. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, this is probably a good spot. It does cost science. Do I need science for anything? Oh, right. Remember to lower the floodgate before everything dries out completely. I think we're fine now. So I think I want to be careful and actually open these up gradually. Because right now the level up here is 2 blocks, right? This is 2 meters. And if I just open the entire dam immediately, it's gonna flood my entire base, which is not it's not gonna kill me. Yeah, I can actually, because they are diagonal like this, I can open one at a time and just slowly allow the water in and allow the level to, yeah, the level just slowly drops. It does have physics like that. It will create a wave that will swoop through your entire base. So it's not destructive, it's just flooding. And yeah, if you flood things for too long, they're gonna die as if they dried out. Alright. cool. That's the Badtide. Ooh. This drought, in cycle 7, has been quite long. I think it's 14, no, 17. I don't know how many days this drought has lasted, but we are getting really close to running out of water. So I actually enabled my pumps because I'm fine with my carrots dying, but I'm really not fine with my beavers dying of thirst. Yeah, we still have 3 days to go, and it's just 2 barrels of water for 30 people. Yeah, I expanded my population a little bit, added 2 houses. And we're just waiting on a couple of gears to finish the final underground pile, and then we can talk about next steps. Hopefully the beavers survive. Hopefully this water is enough. I really don't want them to die of thirst. And this is what running out of water, out of flowing water, actually looks like. So I did build this pole here. Allows me to gauge the depth. So right now we have depth of 0.02 meters. And we're pumping it, so it's gonna go down really quickly. Yeah, you can see some of the pumps are already stopping because there's no water under there. These are just basically just puddles. And you can see it. Yeah, the land just dries out in real time. Dead. Well, at least we got some water out of it, so 114. I think that'll last us 2 days, but yeah, I really need to step up my pumping game. Overall, it's time to upgrade technologies and go forward instead of waiting for waiting for things to be built with our current state. The drought has ended. We did run out of water, so that's scary. I added another pump, so hopefully 4 pumps will be enough to fill us up for the next drought. My beavers are thirsty, not too bad, a little bit dehydrated, but they're gonna be fine. We've got water coming in already. But yeah, I think I might even want to add another pump, like a 5th one, because I'm really worried about water now. We're okay on food supplies. Water is the problem. So the next technology I'm probably gonna aim for is the large water pumps, which will allow me to pump water faster. But these are quite far off. They are difficult to make. They require these treated planks, which will need multiple new things. I will need to... Well, treated planks are made in the wood workshop. So this is a whole other tech. I need to, first of all, unlock this, and this costs a bunch, right? 800 science is a lot. I will need to power this. It takes a lot of power, and it also takes sap, which needs to be collected from these pines by a tapper, from a tapper's shack. So that will also need to be unlocked. So overall, this large pump is quite far off. I might even consider upgrading my science before unlocking this, because I do need a lot of unlocks, and at this rate I'm gonna have trouble getting enough science fast enough. We'll see what the natural pace is. In terms of moving though, and in terms of the expansion of the base, I want to gradually start transitioning from this industrial area to something that exists up here. Right, I want to free up space for more crops as my colony grows. I need to feed more beavers, and I need to grow more carrots. I've already started encroaching on my forest a little bit, so yeah, the idea is that I run the path like this. Free this. Oops. It's not exactly what I meant. Yeah, and I can plant a little bit more carrots here. just this little patch. But yeah, I will want to free this more. And yeah, I also will need more power output because I will want the treated wood, so it's a lot of work. But the general idea is I probably want wind power like up here. That makes sense. You want your wind turbines up high because it's windier there. And I will run power from them to down in this area, probably not on the shore. Probably a little bit further inside. And yeah, I'm gonna be using cables and stuff, or power shafts. We'll see how that goes. Route 8 is coming up. And we have... Well, we can actually look at it up here. About 600 water stored. And 1,000 food. That's actually less than we had previously. Yeah, we are slowly running out of carrots. Yeah, I'm in all sorts of resource trouble. I think I'm hopefully fine on water with this drought. It depends on how long it is. If it's a month, I'm cooked. Yeah, I've placed 5 pumps now. And I prioritized them by haulers. Did I? Yeah, I did. Just got this one. So it's working faster, hopefully. We'll see if we can survive. There's something else I just noticed. Berries are not getting eaten at all. I have a complete stack of berries, and I actually long since disabled my berry gathering operation, and as you can see, none of these berries are gathered. And it looks like beavers actually do not like berries. It looks like berries are a kind of starter slash emergency food. And if there's carrots, they will always eat carrots. So my berries have been at 400 for the longest time. And I also looked through the menus and through the things that use other resources, and it looks like berries pretty much do not get used for anything, and they're just a starter resource, exactly like I compared them to in Age of Empires. Oh wow, 18 days of drought. Yeah, that's terrible. Wow. I didn't realize it would get this bad. 18 days is horrible. I don't know if... Yeah, we have 0.5 water stored in here. I mean, I don't know if I want to keep pumping or... no, probably not. I don't know. See, I also want food. I think 900 food for 30 people is okay. So like let's say a beaver eats how much food does a beaver eat per day? Well, I mean, I have 30 food per beaver approximately for 20 days. So it's about 1.5 food per beaver per day. I'm not sure how much food they need per day. Hopefully that's enough. And we will grow a few more carrots as well before they all dry out. Yeah, wow. This is tougher than I expected. These droughts are getting very long. I'm not sure if they will keep growing or if they will remain, or if at some point they will stop. I mean, they must, right? They can't go all the way up to 100 days. There's no amount of preparation you can make for 100 days. Well, there is, but yeah, it's just not reasonable. I think it should stop at some point. I don't think this game is that kind of game where the challenge grows until you die. I think it's fine. We'll see. So yeah, as I was saying, it looks like berries are a pointless resource, and I actually want to get rid of them and plant carrots instead. And I also want to get rid of my storage of berries. No, I don't want them. Not sure how I... Well, I can force the beavers to prioritize the berries by just removing the path leading here. Right? So that will be unavailable to them. This building isn't connected to any district center by paths. So yeah, they will first eat through these carrots and then they will start eating blueberries. We'll see. We'll see how this drought goes. Regardless, I want my industry setup. So this is the basic idea. I'm gonna put a bunch of windmills up on this hill. Not actually gonna build all of these immediately. I think 1 or 2 is enough for me for now. Just start probably with this one and run power down and actually place some industry down below. And yeah, then this can grow as necessary. And there's actually bigger windmills in the game, which will be drop-in replacements. I will be able to just delete these and place stronger ones. So that will be cool. I don't know if this is actually enough to power us the whole way. I'm pretty sure it won't be. Like, we will want other sources of power, and there are, you know, there's still water wheels, which I could put here, and also run power up. And there's gravity batteries, which sound really fun. I actually haven't gotten to play with these yet, so hopefully we'll get to that in this playthrough. But yeah, this is the basic idea. The viewers are already on the way to build something, but I'm gonna, like I said, prioritize just a couple, and then we'll see how that goes. If we survive. Alright, how about this for a simple industrial district? These buildings, all of them in fact, all of these industrial buildings, well, actually not all of them, but all of them for a while will be non-flat topped, so nothing can be built on top of them, so they will necessarily take up space, what do you call it, footprint space. So I decided to at least utilize the stuff under them a little bit and raise them onto the roofs of some warehouses. And these warehouses can actually store the things that are produced by these. So for example, gear workshops produce gears, and we can set one of these warehouses to store gears. So that's nice. That's gonna reduce courier travel, or what are they called again? Hauler travel. So that will improve our logistics slightly. Although this is kind of a messy solution because, for example, planks are not stored under plank production. Planks are stored completely separately. And the same will be true of a lot of these. And also these warehouses, I don't know if I will even need them at all. There's not much else I can put underneath these. And again, I feel like using the vertical space, so I guess I might as well. I have the planks. I have a lot of planks now. Well, actually, I don't have enough planks for all this, but it's not a major issue. So yeah, we've got some wind power already going. We can connect it here quite easily. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna start by building the plank production, and then I will use plank production to produce more planks to build more production. Just the way this goes. Industrial area is done. Well, the plank production part of it. These parts are quite red. I am still a bit confused about that, because this is red. Always, no matter what you select, no matter what you do, these reds are absolute, and they are... Yeah, the drought is complete as well. And we survived it pretty much fine. I do want to maximize my water production. Yeah, so these pots are absolute, but they are absolute in the sense that they are all relative to the same spot, which is the district center, which is the builder worker center. But really, when it comes to these things operating, they operate by taking in logs and outputting planks. So the haulers are going to be moving around between this one and this area, right? So it's between this area, and that's quite a short walk. So seems like it should be fine, but district looks stretched out. I'm not sure how this works and why in particular this is red. I actually might want to look it up. There is a mechanic in this game where you can establish multiple districts. I haven't played around with this, but yeah, I can place another district center elsewhere, so probably you could have like, I mean, it seems like maybe 4 would make sense. You know, 1 in each corner for this map, or at least 2 for each side of the river, which, by the way, I'm severely underutilizing this site for now. We'll see how that goes in the future. But yeah, for now I'm gonna stick to 1 district. I'm gonna finalize the look of this area, and then maybe we can start thinking about expanding districts. Yeah, I will move the district center. I think I want my district center to be nice and high up, so I'll probably want to put it here. Yeah, water's coming in. It's all good. I have expanded my water storage significantly. I added, I believe, 3 since the last time I recorded, or, well, at least these 2 barrels. And yeah, I'm just gonna prioritize filling up on water. The food is looking okay. We... yeah, okay, let me re-enable farms. As opposed to farms and overall, let me re-enable everything. I blocked off carrots just to prioritize berries, and the berries are still not gone, so I think I'm gonna keep this going for a little bit longer. Also expand my carrot production facilities here. Yeah, and I think the times between droughts and between bad tides are gonna be times when I need to absolutely focus on getting as much water as possible and as much food as possible. And then while the drought is on, while we cannot produce water and while everything is dry and we cannot really produce food, I think that's a good time to focus on industry and science and expanding. So yeah, for now I'm gonna just do food. Man, it's day 3, and in 3 days we're already gonna have another drought. So it's 6 days in between droughts, but the drought is 20 days. Wow. Well, at least the last one was 20 days. I'm pretty sure the duration of a drought is randomized. I'm not confident whether this time frame, the 3 days here and the 3 days before the notification for a drought, is randomized. I feel like it isn't, but not sure. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, 6 days to prepare. I am worried. You know, something I've actually been considering is I could increase the amount of water stored in my river. I could literally just raise the level of the river. So what I could do is I could put a whole bunch of levees up here like so, you know, on the side, and obviously instead of the bushes, right? So that my water is not 1 block deep, but 2 blocks deep, and I can keep 2 blocks worth of water. If the droughts keep getting worse, or even if they are as bad as right now, I think, or as bad as the last one, often, I think it might be worth it. It's a very expensive project, right? 1 levee is 12 logs, so this is gonna be hundreds and hundreds of logs. I don't know, maybe probably something like 1,000, maybe multiple 1,500. Okay, no, please do not start building these. But it could be worth it. Honestly, I don't know. So, okay, this one is 13 days. That's a bit better. It's not 20 at least. Still not great. It's okay. It's actually not enough water. I think for the amount of beavers I have right now, which is I approximate it as 30. I need about 100 water per day. So in order to be prepared for 13 days, I need to have 13k water. So I'm gonna keep pumping until I get up to 13k or 1.3k. 1300. Yeah, and then I think we're set and I can stop pumping and it's water for farming because my carrot supplies are also dwindling. So overall, I'm kind of behind schedule, by the way. Just please get to work, the carrots have grown. Yeah, while I do have enough to survive the drought, over the course of multiple droughts, it seems like I might be falling behind, and that's not a good thing. I really need to do something. I mean, that's 6 water pumps. Heck, man. Right, drought complete. Cycle 10 begins. Oh. There we go. We survived fine. Still, I feel it's a bit close for comfort. I prefer to have way too many resources, so I'm gonna try to fill up all of these. Prioritize just pumping water as much as possible. I also plopped down some temporary emergency farms. There was no emergency, but I want maximum everything. I want to be really certain I have enough resources. So yeah, that's the update. One more thing, actually, I've been thinking about. This spot right here, this is actually a very deep natural reservoir. And by potentially blocking it off at the exit, I think this should be possible. I can build a little bit of a dam here. This is relatively cheap and gives me a lot of water for free over here. That said, I will not be able to really tap into it. I won't be able to use it for farming much or even pump it, because even the large pump, so the pumps actually have a maximum depth. It says it down here, right? Maximum depth 2. So here our depth is 1, so that doesn't matter. But for example, if I place it here, you can see that the pipe, which actually reaches into water, gets a bit longer. But if I try to place it here, it's allowed, but the pipe will not reach water, so that's an issue. And even if we take a look at the large water pump, it actually only reaches down to 4, so this won't be able to empty the entire reservoir, so I'm not sure this is worth it, but I mean, eventually I will probably want to do this just as a vanity project, because I want maximum water everywhere. Ah, man. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of scrambling for resources just to survive. Again, Badtide approaching. It's only day 3 of cycle 10. We have 3 days, and then we're gonna get Badtide. So that looks like a pattern. 3 plus 3, so it's gonna be 6 days each cycle we get of normal water, and then we're on our own. No water, so yeah, maybe I will end up doing the huge landscaping project with increasing the depth of the river. Badtide! Lock the gates! Raise the floodgate! Prevent contamination! This 1.1 is still ridiculous. No bedtime, no bedtide for us. And no bad times either. Okay, it looks like this is fairly short, right? 10 days. It's not a problem. We've got plenty of water for 10 days, definitely. And actually kind of plenty of food for 10 days, but I'm still gonna keep working on the carrots. Anyways, while all that is going, I'm going to do something I explained a while ago. And that is, I'm going to start my upgrade for, or toward, large water pumps. That requires treated planks. And yeah, I've already unlocked everything in terms of science. These were just kind of working in the background, just slowly trickling some science for me. So yeah, I now have large water pumps unlocked, as well as I have the wood workshop unlocked, which will be able to treat the planks with resin. And I got the tapper's shack unlocked. This is where it all begins. We need pine resin, and helpfully I'm already growing pine, so I'm just gonna use this for now. I even unmarked some of these trees for cutting, just a couple. I'm actually not sure how many the tapper needs, but so far we've got plenty uncut ones, and we're cutting oaks. So yeah, I'll just where is it? Tapper's shack. Just put one over here, and we're gonna start slowly accumulating resin. And then we will be able to use this resin in the wood workshop to create treated planks, which will enable me to build better water pumps. Still need to figure out the best way to plop these. It fits in here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna think about this a bit. I'll be back. The Badtide of cycle 11 has ended. We're now waiting for the water to clear up. I have 2 poles now, with which I will be able to gauge the level of contamination. So contamination 50% right now. In the meantime, we now have a complete tapper's shack with a tapper. We already have some resin, as well as a complete wood workshop, which will be able to imbue the planks with resin to create treated planks. So we're now creating some treated planks, and yeah, I'm already got a little bit of a stockpile, just a tiny one with 4 pieces. Okay, how's the the Badwater looking? 9%, 8%, 7%. So the next thing I'm gonna do is, now that we have the treated planks, I think we can start setting up our more serious water pumping system. And the way I'm gonna do that is, in order not to waste space on the floor, on the ground, where you can grow useful crops. Instead, I'm going to put these water pumps in water. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create platforms, and I'm gonna plop the water pumps onto the water, on top of it. They need to be next to the water, but they don't need to be using this precious resource, which is space. Which I know I'm underutilizing severely, but it doesn't hurt to be frugal. Yeah, so instead of using grass, I'm going to use platforms. And yeah, I'm also going to be upgrading to large water pumps. And so this is what I came up with in the end. I think I will put them where my dam is. So my dam is also gonna double up as my water pumping spot. This actually has enough space for exactly 3 pumps. So yeah, we'll be able to pump from this bottom reservoir. And in the future, when I do block off this exit, this will serve as well as a backup water source for our pumps, right? This is gonna be a bunch of water we're gonna be able to pump. So that's gonna be cool. This does come at a bit of a downside for the nearest. Oh, by the way, I must not forget. The water is clear now, so let me lower this. You know what? Let's just flood everything. I think it's not destructive. Actually, let me save. Just to show off the flooding dynamics, I have put all these to height 0. Right now they're holding back water of height 2. Or approximately 2. It's actually 148, not 2. Yeah, but they're all gonna lower simultaneously, and water is gonna flow in, and it's gonna drown our base. Let's see what happens. Everything lowers, and we should get a large wave coming our way. Huh. Surprisingly chill, actually. That looks fine. This went... I think it might behave differently when you speed up time. Not sure. Okay, anyways. I'm still gonna be using these pumps for now until those are complete. But actually, one of these, one large water pump, will employ 3 beavers, but it will work as 5 of these. So once one of these is complete, I'm gonna be able to remove 5. That's quite efficient. Yeah, one little downside I should mention to placing them here right now is that in the nearest future, when we get droughts, there's gonna be no backup water for us to pump with these ones. The backup water is all here until I build that dam over here, but it's a bit too big of a project. It's hundreds and hundreds of wood and a lot of building material, or a lot of builder time. So yeah, for now I think I'll just try to pump water when it's available, store it in tanks, and yeah, that should be fine. Oh, that's curious. This time, Badtide is approaching after day 4. But it's still approaching in 3 days. So it looks like the amount of time in good weather is randomized. But this notification is set. Okay, we are ready. We have way too much food, which is what I like to see. We have a decent amount of water, and it's gonna get better. Yeah, it's getting better as we watch. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine for any kind of bad weather. Multiple cycles later. Wait, it's all carrots? Always has been. We've got pumps. We've got temporary water storage. This is still temporary because we will be able to upgrade our water tanks in the future, but for now they are not available to me. So that's that. These 3 pumps are the equivalent of 15 smaller pumps, while employing only 9 beavers instead of 15. So these are quite powerful. I think they will be enough for a while. And there is one more change I made. Let's see, the tide is about to come in. Regular good water. Drought is ending. I'm gonna show it in action. Ah man, this is taking forever. Well, let's just enjoy the water. And unpause our buildings in the meantime. Check this out. We've got what I decided to call the outlet dam. The water cannot flow out freely. And now this entire reservoir is indeed a reservoir. We're gonna fill up all the way up to our water level. So now, in addition to having water stored in these, in addition to having water stored in here, I also have a huge backup water reservoir available to me during droughts and also available for pumping. So that's cool. Actually, I believe cubic meters of physical water like this one, of fluids, aren't very efficient at storing drinkable water. So this is like what? This is 2 by 2 by 2, I think, blocks. Yeah. So this is 4 cubic meters, but it stores 300 water. I think 4 cubic meters of this water is gonna store, oh, I don't know, like 40 maybe even less than 40 water. So it's not actually efficient, but it's good, and it might even be good for irrigation maybe in the future. Well, I have multiple thoughts about it, but yeah, we'll get to that later. For now, this is what we're looking like. And I think my next project is gonna be finally properly expanding my population, because I'm feeling safe now. Got decent farming going on. I've got decent water pumpage and decent water storage. And yeah, I think I am now much less afraid of expanding my population, because so far I've been kind of playing the patient waiting game of making two beavers work, perform the work of 10. Just because I was worried that too many beavers would consume too much food and too much water, and we could run out and they would all die out. That's a possible issue. But yeah, right now we're looking good, and I think I'm gonna think about expanding and moving these houses. I don't want them there forever. I'm gonna move them, and I'm gonna expand our population. So there's 4 different houses in this game. This is the standard lodge. It's actually not bad, like in terms of population per size. But I think there are improvements possible. So mini lodge is actually quite inefficient in terms of population, right? The mini lodge is half the size of a regular lodge, but houses 1 person instead of 3, so it's a third, so it's not efficient. So this is kind of just for looks. I might plop a couple here and there just for the fun of it. Next up, we've got the double lodge, which looks like it's exactly the same as the original. Yeah, it's exactly the same population density per cubic meter. And then there's the triple lodge, which is an improvement on population per cubic meter. Now, I don't think I really need to worry about population per cubic meter that much, but I want to build some, I don't know, something fun looking, hopefully. Something more interesting than this batch of cubicles. So, what I'm thinking is, I did mention earlier that I want to move my district center. Oh yeah, by the way, I moved the district center here temporarily. I don't know if that influences anything. I don't know. I got tired of seeing all the red roads because we were getting too far from it. I still think it doesn't really matter. What matters, I think, is how far your production is from your resource storage, and that's decent in this setup. Yeah, I wanna move the district center here, and I was thinking I probably want to build some high riser, like a tall structure over here, right? Because you wanna live looking over the nice fields and dams. You don't want to live near your industry, near all the windmills and workshops making noise. And there's actually gonna be, I think there's gonna be like pollution here in the future. Yeah, I have plans for putting smelters. So yeah, I don't want beavers living next to that. So I think it's fine if we plop houses quite far away, because they're only gonna be there at night. and most of their day will be spent working or relaxing in the future, hopefully. But yeah, I think this is a decent spot for houses. And yeah, district center here, houses here. Let's see. All right. How's this for a basic starter house? I think that looks cool. This can be expanded toward this side. If I want to make it larger, I can keep a similar pattern. This is gonna house around 70 beavers, I think. Yeah, I calculated it. It was like 68, I think. So yeah, it's a triple layer of triple houses and some single houses, and yeah, it's all a staircase to the top. You could potentially continue it even further up, but yeah, the further you go, the more complicated it gets, and I don't think that's really necessary. I think this looks cool as is. Yeah, also, I've been really neglecting my beaver's well-being. In my defense, we are playing on hard, and we have fallen on some hard times. But yeah, now that our economy is getting better, I think I can start to try to care about the beavers a bit more, make their lives less miserable. So I'm gonna be adding some decorations, and this is a campfire, right? There's this whole tab called well-being, and so far, out of well-being, we only had the absolute bare necessities, which were healing and teeth grinders. But there's also other stuff. There's social life for beavers. There's aesthetics. There's all these things. There's carousels and entertainment, and there's decoration of all sorts. And there's monuments as well, which I haven't unlocked yet. These are gonna cost a bunch of science, and I think I would want to first upgrade science. But yeah, I'm gonna try to maybe even dot some decorations around here, and overall just make my viewers' lives a bit less miserable. So this looks cool. Yeah, I also moved district center to where I wanted it to be from the very start. Now, a lot of buildings are red. I do not understand this. Maybe I should look up the mechanics. Maybe you're supposed to set up like a bunch of separate districts, like a district here for farming and a district for industry, and then a district for water, maybe a separate one, and you know, possibly even a district for living. But so far I don't get it. So yeah, I'll just plop that there. Yeah, that's that. All right, and another thing, I'm gonna embark on a bit of a vanity project as well. Right now, these houses are right next to some Badwater. In fact, there's even platforms over Badwater, and this is all contaminated, dirty land. I don't think this means anything for beavers, so long as they're not swimming in Badwater. They're actually gonna be fine and not even unhappy about it. But I don't like that, and I'm thinking of building just a quick discharge for Badwater, so that instead of being contaminated, this is just dry. Dryness is better than sickness. This is not that expensive, right? Like, I can afford building this. It is gonna take a while though, but yeah, why not? I'm patient. Housing complete. It has a campfire. It has a rooftop terrace for the beavers to just chill on. We've got some decorations. Looking good overall. I did pause a couple of these houses because I don't want my population to grow quite that explosively. I'm gonna increase it by 30% for now. See if my supplies start to rapidly dwindle. I think it should be good. Yeah, I will just gradually increase it. Yeah, pausing houses, by the way, just makes the house not exist. Beavers don't live in paused houses, and they will not reproduce if they have nowhere to live. So that's that done. I am still too lazy to actually properly reformat this area down here to make nicer farms and to update my wood production facilities and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna keep that for now, especially considering we've got a couple of improvements that could be made to this. Oh yes, my beavers are happier than ever. Yeah, they haven't been happier than ever in a while. Their happiness has not been growing. Yeah, it looks like we're doing a bit better right now. Yeah, so the next project I want to embark on is, first of all, I want more science. These 3 inventors have been good. We've unlocked a bunch with them, but they're just not gonna cut it when it comes to researches that cost, you know, 12,000 science. If this is 1 science per hour, that's gonna take forever. So I want an observatory. Now, well, first of all, I will need science to unlock an observatory. That will take a little while. That's fine. I could just plop... An observatory takes power. It takes 200 horsepower, and I could just plop it down here. That would be technically efficient. But, I mean, who puts an observatory down in a canyon, in a valley? You want your observatory up on the hills. So, really, it belongs either somewhere up here, or maybe up here. This is a bit too far. I can't quite decide between these 2 locations. This this little mountain looks really cool, and yeah, I can see myself plopping a couple of observatories up here. Yeah, like something like 3, I think, could work. This one is also nice. This one is taller. So yeah, I'm not sure. And I'm definitely not gonna care about logistics for observatories. I think I can put them as far out as I want. They will have their separate power generators. I will add some windmills right next to them. Yeah, that's my first thing I want to do. And another thing is, well, apart from upgrading my farming, it is kind of time for us to move on to metal, I feel like. Yeah, so that will require... Yeah, we can scavenge. First of all, we can scavenge however much metal is left in these ruins. That's going to be a simple early source of that resource. So that will be a scavenger flag. We're going to have to melt it, or smelt it, to make it usable, and then we'll be able to make all sorts of contraptions with metal. Yeah, there's a bunch of these ruins scattered around. But once we run out of them, they are not a renewable resource, unlike everything else we've encountered in the game so far. There's actually these underground ruins, which are essentially mines. You can't see them underwater. Yeah, eventually, I'm gonna want to make use of these. That'll be hard, because of course they are all underwater, and not even just water, they are all under a constant source of Badwater. Which I do intend, as I explained, to seal up. But that'll be a while. Yeah, and also my Badwater discharge when Badtide comes also flows over them. So yeah, we're really not ready for those yet. For now, we're gonna have to do with just scavenging some metal. Yeah, again, that takes science though. What is it? 550 science. I think it's probably a better idea for me to first upgrade my science, put some observatories down, and then we can start to really unlock some fancy tech. So that's the plan. We're doing really well on food and water right now. These farms actually could not collect carrots because my stores were overflowing. No, that's not carrots. Yeah, I have 3 whole warehouses, large warehouses of carrots, so that's 3.5k carrots. That's a ton. We never go down below 3k pretty much. And the same thing is true for water. I think a 20-day drought was a one-off occurrence, a very rare occurrence. It seems like they are a bit shorter, and yeah, it's actually a bit easier than I expected, which is great. Yeah, I feel safe now. I feel good. I know I have the water. I know I have the resources to embark on more ambitious projects, such as observatories. Yeah, I decided to... Did I say that? Sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I decided to build a bunch more inventors, expand my science production. And yeah, we're gonna be building observatories quite soon. I gotta say, this is a very tough construction for worker beavers. I just constantly see them running around hungry and thirsty. Because by the time they reach all the way here and then go all the way back, they get hungry and thirsty, and there's no water and food on the way. And overall, they cannot... I don't believe they can eat while they're working. So, like, this beaver is holding something right now. It's not gonna stop on the way to drink. It's gonna first finish work, and then it's gonna go to a watering point. However, my observatories are coming along nicely. I decided to even raise one up above the ground a little bit. It would be nicer if these were natural blocks, but so be it. And in the process, looking at these beavers work, actually think I realized something that could be useful or even important for these kinds of large district logistic systems. There's going to be beavers working in these observatories. Nothing else is really going to be happening here. It's just some beavers working. And they will need food and water. Right? Now, if a beaver needs food or water, it's going to have to go all the way down here. It's a very long way. It gets... Yeah, it gets red by the time you reach the thing. Actually, it gets red from here, and here it's going to be even further. It's quite red. And that is, of course, a very long break it's going to take, and it's going to, again, get tired and thirsty and injured on its way. So something I realized is I could actually add some small stockpiles. I'm not sure, by the way, if this will work as I expect it to work, but we'll see. We'll experiment a little bit. I can add small stockpiles of food and water over here, and they will be refilled by hauling beavers, right? Haulers will just bring things here, and yeah, by the way, that is a thing you can enable in this logistic system. You can make this container request. This is a requester chest, if you will. It will request, it will actively ask for more resources to be brought to it. And the thing is, a hauler beaver carries 4 pieces of water in one go, right? So it takes one trip, but it brings 4 pieces of water. While I think a single beaver drinking water is essentially gonna spend an entire trip for drinking 1 piece of water, I think. So it is more efficient. It's less trips overall, so it's an improvement on the logistics. I'm not sure if this much water is enough for my 8 workers up here. Yeah, it seems to constantly be running quite low. Well, we'll find out. So far, yeah, the construction has only just finished, so there's been a lot of builders here. That should not be the case anymore. Yeah, now that these are rebuilt. So yeah, that's what our Science Hill looks like. I'm not entirely happy with it. I don't know. I expected it to look better, but well, that's all I could come up with so far. Maybe I'll think of something later and rebuild it. But yeah, now we have plenty of science. In fact, in the time I've been constructing the second observatory and the first one has already been working, we've amassed over 1,000 science. Overall, this is about... So we're gonna be making 20 science per hour with these two. And those were making 3 science per hour. So we're about 7 times as efficient in our science production as we used to be with just the 3 inventors. That's cool. And at this point, I'm pretty sure we are prepared to start tackling iron. I did mention I played this game before. I mean, it should have been obvious so far. But actually, this right here, this level of tech and this kind of level of resource, I am doing better than I did in my first playthrough. Yeah, this is about as far as I got previously. So right now I'm gonna be entering new territory for myself. Yeah, I got as far as observatories and decided I wanted to record videos about this game because I really loved it. So yeah, we're gonna be tackling metal. We have some metal right here. I'm gonna plop down scavenger flags, and I think this, by the way, is a perfect spot for smelteries. I don't know, it's just fits very neatly in that it's kind of a out of the way lower terrain, and these are probably gonna produce some pollution, and we don't want that. So I think it really works. They're tucked out of sight, out of mind. And yeah, once we get ironwork going, I think that's gonna be pretty much the final thing we need to make ourselves fully independent of the weather, of the tides and droughts and everything. I am talking about this thing, the mechanical fluid pump. It costs a lot of science. But what it does is it pumps water, Badwater. Oh, just reading the tooltip, right? It pumps water, by which I mean physical water, this water. It will pump it from one spot to another. So if I drop it here, well, that's not going to be possible. Well, basically, what I intend to do is I'm going to remove one of these water pumps. Maybe place one somewhere else, but we really need this spot for our mechanical pump. And what's going to happen is it's going to pump physical water from this side, which is a deep reservoir, over to this side, which is a shallow reservoir that dries out. And this will allow us to keep this permanently watered, which means we will be able to have our farms permanently running. That is actually huge because so far we've had like, I don't know, maybe 6, 7, 10 day windows of opportunity for actually growing carrots. And after that, things just dry out. And that's especially an issue if we try to grow some more complex crops like wheat, which takes 10 days only to mature. That is without planting and without gathering. Right? And I think we would literally be unable to plant wheat without some way of preserving water in here and preventing it from evaporating. And hopefully this reservoir will be large enough with a mechanical pump to actually keep this permanently irrigated. Anyways, first I need to start on the iron. That should be simple, right? I think I got a bit too overconfident about my food stores because I am now running out of carrots. To be fair, I actually, well, that's part of my overconfidence, is I literally skipped a farming cycle. I didn't farm anything, so you can see a bunch of dried carrots, which I didn't even care about. So yeah, now I panicked a little bit and I decided to set up a little emergency farming operation over here where we have a deep reservoir of water. This is, of course, temporary. Everything is still, like all these farms is still temporary. This industrial area isn't, as well as this, as well as that. But the farming I'm gonna be remaking in a bit. Especially, I will be able to really go nuts once I get the water pump. That said, we've got a couple of gathering flags on scrap metal. The beavers are working. I wonder what it looks like. I think they're just... Oh, goodness. They're just gathering it with their hands, right? Yeah, they're just working with their hands. I set up a temporary scrap metal pile. This is temporary not because there will ever be a permanent location for this, because this is not an infinite resource. We're going to exhaust this eventually. So it doesn't really make sense to put a permanent scrap metal pile anywhere around here because, well, eventually there's going to be nothing to store. We will eventually be mining scrap metal from these. That's so far away, I don't think I would... Even I don't think would allow this to be the same district and force my haulers to move all the way over from there to here. I think I might set up some smelting operation on this side, perhaps. Or, well, we'll see. By that point, I think we should be a highly advanced beaver civilization. And I'm not sure how that will go. And what amazing tech will be available to us by then. But yeah, we're already starting to gather some scrap metal. The first smelter is already prepared as well. It takes logs, by the way, which means I think I might... Yeah. Oof. I think I really want to expand my wood production as well. That's gonna be obviously in the same area as the farms. Yeah, I will definitely want to transition to logs, or to oaks entirely, because these pines are quite weak for wood. Oaks are going to be much better. Yeah, and probably more gatherers, more lumberjacks. So we'll see about that. But we should be producing our first metal, I wonder. No, we haven't produced our first metal block yet, but... Oh, we're 82% of the way there. That's nice. I wonder how we're doing on power supply. Well, there's no wind right now, actually. There is. Okay, so we're supplying 1022, but I'm not sure what the demand is because the beavers are not working. Yeah, see, the carrot supplies are dwindling. That's unfortunate. We've got a third to go. Yeah, these are all completely empty. Okay, let's see. What's the power situation? Network power supply is 357. Well, that's weak wind, I think. Yeah, that's pretty weak wind. And the demand is 720. So yeah, we are providing insufficient power, but we'll soon be able to upgrade this, I think. I could also add more windmills. I was already considering it. I think somewhere around here, perhaps I could just cheaply lop a bunch more. And yeah, we do want to upgrade them as well soon to large windmills. Alright, that's the update. I'm not sure what... Yeah, I'm saving up for the mechanical pump, and we'll see how that goes. I might expand metal production as well, because these seem quite slow. Right, 4 hours per one metal piece. That's very slow. Anyways, Badtide has ended. We are good. We've got food, we've got water. Water, by the way, not running out at all. These pumps haven't been running. And yeah, we've only used 3 barrels, so that's good. Looks like food is the bigger issue for us right now. Man, oops, drought, hello. I just realized the mechanical fluid pump takes 700 horsepower. That's so much. Like, compared to lumber mill, 50 horsepower. And a single windmill produces, doesn't say here, but it produces 150. Although a large windmill will produce 300, so that's not that bad, right? A mechanical fluid pump is like 2.33 large windmills worth of power. That's not big. for long, you're gonna be able to build a pump. I've already prepared everything. We're at 4.9k science and keep sticking. So very soon we'll be able to unlock the mechanical fluid pump. I believe we already have all the resources. Actually, no, I don't have enough gears to construct it. But I've prepared a power transfer system. It's a little bit clunky, although I do find it fun that it goes underwater. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to hug the terrain and use the terrain. But yeah, we need to transfer the power to the pump. Yeah, I decided to put it in the middle, just for symmetry. I don't know. It probably look a bit nicer. So yeah, soon. Also, I looked up what HP means, and it seems like nobody knows. Actually, it's not horsepower. There is a suggestion that it's actually hamster power, which seems fairly reasonable if you think about. Yeah, the power wheel. One beaver is 50 hamsters. That seems about right, does it not? One beaver seems like it would weigh about 50 hamsters worth. Depends on the kind of hamster, I guess. But yeah. Soon. I just realized, by the way, I never mentioned this explicitly. You probably already noticed, but beavers don't have electricity. These windmills are completely wooden, and the power they generate is mechanical power. And everything, all of this stuff which I would call power or wiring, is actually just logs being rotated. I think that's very cool. And it makes sense that they can rotate underwater just fine. I mean, it doesn't really, I'm being honest. Right? This would have so much friction it would not work at all IRL, but that's fine. Oh wow. I just realized Badtide on cycle 18 is a very long one. It's over 24 days. It's 25, I think, maybe even 26. I don't know how many days it's been. My stores of food are not overflowing. I am pretty confident on water. And I mean, I do keep growing food over time, slowly, with this one. It's emergency farm. Besides, we're gonna get our pump soon enough. Yeah, this is worrying again. I am worried. Moment of truth. The pump is almost complete. All the materials are there. Now we're just waiting for a builder to finish the construction. Oh, there we go. Here's our pump. And it's already pumping water. I'm not sure how to... How can I tell? Okay, there's definitely water flowing. It's working. It's pumping. I can try to take a look at this gauge. It's 0.7. I'm not sure if I expect it to grow. Yeah, 0.8. It's growing. Amazing. So, assuming there's enough water in this reservoir to keep this hydrated for an entire drought, I think we should now be weather independent. I am not, however, confident that there is enough water in this reservoir. That's a bit of an issue. I wonder if it's possible to make storage more efficient by, I don't know, covering it with a roof so it doesn't evaporate as fast. Not sure. Yeah, the depth is going up. 0.10. Yeah, this is good. Even though we don't have that much power so far, but that will change eventually. So, cool. Yeah, now I'm just worried about the size of this reservoir. We'll see. We're gonna find out. Still 18 days to go. Got a bad feeling about this. The water level here has dropped enough that our evergreen field is already starting to dry up. Yeah, increases in elevation, I believe, will reduce the effectiveness of water, which makes sense, right? Water seeps down, it's not gonna make its way up to your crops. So preferably you would want your water above the crops, not under them, below them. Can you prioritize gathering? I don't want this to go bad. Yeah, I'm worried, not gonna lie. Doesn't look like this is... Oh, and we're out of power. Well, that's okay. We have plenty of... Yeah, there's plenty of depth here, and I think that will sort itself out. I'm starting to think of other options for reservoirs. Where can I add water backups without major terraforming or landscaping projects? Honestly, I don't see many options. Like, I can, and in fact I should, soon enough. I should utilize this riverbed. This can hold a little bit of water for me. Right over here. Although, yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this. It will eventually need to be done. So what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to try to split this to go in both directions, although I still need to discharge Badwater out, so the split needs to be custom. That would be cool. I can also fill this up, but it's not big. That's not much water. So not sure. Yeah, now we're definitely drying. I've got 0.7 left in here. So that's less than a block. Save. And 0.2 left in here, so still 15 days to go. We're gonna be dry. By the end of the 15 days, we're all gonna be dying out. I'm finally starting to work on this a little bit. I'm just thinking of where I want to put my forest. I kind of want the forest closer to industry, right? Because it's forest and food production can be elsewhere. Although my food stores are, at least I intended. I might change my mind. For the food stores to be here. This, by the way, this is a fully stackable tower, right? We can have a spiral staircase going and just grow it. There is a building limit. Yeah, you can grow it quite a bit. Right. Have quite a skyscraper. Yep. And there we go. Still 7 days of Badtide left. And we're all dry. I'm fine on food though. And I do think I'm fine on water as well. It is unfortunate. If I didn't have the pump by this point, I think my trees could potentially have died. Because these will die in 13 days. And yeah, we only got 7, and that is with the pump pumping all of this water up here. Actually, not all of it, because this is also evaporating while it's being pumped, but still. Still thinking about this farming area. Huge leap forward time-wise. Not that big progress-wise. Mainly, I've been trying to come up with a good layout for this. I actually already made one and removed most of it. Um, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I want to make things efficient and nice looking. So that's a bit of a challenge. Uh, more mechanically though, expanded my pumping operations further. Upgraded to fancy metal barrels. These are huge. So this is the equivalent of 16 of those smaller wooden barrels. They're quite expensive, really. I used pretty much all my metal on these. Well, all the metal I created in this time. Yeah, slightly expanded my food storage. The carrot business is booming. It is booming. We've got lots of carrots because now now that the pump is operational, these farms can just run around the clock. So we just have a constant influx of carrots. I'm actually really happy about this little corner here. I think this turned out really well. So this is the aquatic farmhouse. This allows you to farm aquatic. Little froggy sound. Aquatic plants. So that's something we're gonna be doing in the future. This is kind of like carrots, but they will require processing. There's two kinds of aquatic plant, I believe, right? Yeah, there's cattails and there's this spatterdock thing. So yeah, I decided to plop that down immediately. I think this looks cool. I'm wasting a little bit of good greenery space. And I intend to waste a bunch more around here. Kind of want to make this a beaver relaxation area. You know, we've got a campfire here. We've got... I don't know how to pronounce the word. Lido? Well, basically a swimming pool. So the beavers can swim. Although I don't understand why beavers would need a swimming pool if they can just jump into water. But yeah, I'm not entirely happy with this setup. This is... Decided to put a random wind gauge here. Doesn't serve any purpose, just... Yeah, this will probably change. Also moved healing beds. They're now... I think I'm very happy with this spot. It's just... seems like the perfect spot to rest and restore and recover. You know, you've got a great view of other people working, and you also have... you're also near some people relaxing, so maybe there's your friends are there or something like that. Yeah, some privacy with bushes. I think I can expand this so we could have a shoreline of healers or healing cots, medical beds. What else? Well, yeah, the wood. I think wood production stays. Maybe I might change the shape of this a little bit, add some fences or something. Also move the grindstone, teeth grindstone, right next to the lumberjacks, because I think they are the ones that get broken teeth at least the most. They might even be the only ones that get broken teeth. So yeah, that's seems reasonable, right? You don't need to travel far to grind your teeth. You just have it right there, convenient. I can place a bunch of them around as well. It's not like it's expensive or takes up a lot of space. So yeah, that's the progress so far. I'm still on this. I think what I'm going to do, and this is... I'm not sure if this idea is going to work. I'm still not sure how districts work exactly in this game, but I intend to try experimenting with districts. So you can establish as many districts as you want. In fact, it's kind of funny because these district centers are free. They just get built immediately because, well, it needs to be technically that way because beavers can't build a district without belonging to that district. So yeah. These district centers create absolutely completely separate logistic systems. You cannot even connect them by roads. Like if I try to put a new district center here, it's going to tell me districts must be separated by a district crossing. Right? You can see it above the description. And districts have completely separate populations, so different beavers live in different districts without crossing over to each other's spaces. They have completely separate resources, so right now having one district and having everything on this side seems like a bit of an issue, right? I have a good production of water going for this district, but if I establish a new district, it's gonna have no water. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to tackle. Unless you want to make multiple districts which each produces everything of its own, it's a bit strange. But there is this thing called district crossing, which is a building you can just make. And supposedly it can balance the resources between multiple districts. This is a thing that allows you to connect districts through it. And yeah, I've been thinking of dividing this into two districts, with one district being the right shore of the river and another district being the left shore of the river, so somewhere around here, you know. And the district crossings can actually go onto these bridges, and it's actually, I think it's gonna look cool as well. If I let me just unlock it. I've got plenty of science, so I can show it off. And I need to remove the path. No, remove the path, please. District crossing. Yeah, it's gonna look something like this. Right, so not necessary. And it kind of feels like something you might have in a medieval city, right? Where they had houses on top of bridges over rivers. You know, this would be, there would be a marketplace here and all sorts of things, and people would be meeting and, I don't know, doing trade. So it seems fun that way. I'm not sure what to do here though. I might plop a district crossing here. It's not symmetrical, unfortunately. It doesn't fit exactly. Yeah, so I might separate it so that each district has its own pumps. But then that's not enough pumps for... Like, if I cut the number of pumps for this district in half, that's not going to be enough pumps for this district. So I'm not sure how that's supposed to work, and I'm not sure how efficient or effective, or I don't know how much hauler time, how much of these guys' time do district crossings take up, right? Because if we need every resource to be brought from a district to another district, this means multiple trips, right? If we want logs from here, it means a hauler from here is gonna bring logs to the crossing, and then a hauler from the other district is gonna bring logs from the crossing back. That seems strange. That said, maybe it's a good idea to try to separate production of districts. So I could have... This is kind of my industrial district. This is not really heavy industry. There's not much metallurgy going on, and Badwater processing is not even in yet. Oh yeah, by the way, I got started on this. I was just about to finish our Badwater discharge. Yeah, so this is kind of the industrial district, and I can avoid farming here. And over on this side, I can avoid heavy industries, and I can just dedicate this side to farming and making food. That way, this district will not require any logs, and vice versa. Right? This district will not require any uncooked food. Yeah, food. So far, we're still eating carrots, but there's much more interesting and complex food which needs multiple steps of processing and will make our beavers happy and healthy and cool. Yeah, so I'll think about that some more, and we'll see. Right. I think this works. This is not the most efficient setup, but I think it looks pretty cool. I couldn't figure out where to put all the different trees. They just looked weird. So I decided to make them little patches inside of my fields of crops. And yes, I did decide to put crops over here. Oh, by the way, the drought just ended. And we might get flooded if this doesn't work. If this overflows with bad water, we might get flooded by bad water really soon. Is it even rising? It's very slow. Is it? Yeah, it's rising slowly. I think it's fine. Yeah, so during the drought, I took the time to finish this. So now all the bad water should just flow straight out of the map. So yeah, what I decided on... Oof, little bits of flooding here and there. That's fine. What I decided on is I will produce food on this island, on this side of the river. And the kind of food I'm going to produce is what I'll call simple food. So carrots are a simple food. Carrots are a trivial food. Carrots are just grown and eaten directly. There are also simple foods. They're not trivial, but still simple. And those are grilled potatoes. So these are potatoes. We are farming potatoes with this farm. They are grilled chestnuts. We've got some chestnut trees planted. I'll need to clean this up and actually gather the chestnuts from them. And there's also grilled spatterdock. And what grilled means is a single step of processing. So there's these buildings called grills, which just take in a raw material and spit out a cooked food that is ready to eat. Yeah, this also turned out quite nicely. I plopped down some storage areas. These are small ones, medium warehouses. And these will store raw materials, raw foods, before they are processed. We shouldn't really store much unprocessed foods. We want to process everything as soon as possible and store everything in edible states. So yeah, that's why I think medium warehouses should do the trick. Is that flooding? No, it's just... Yeah, the water levels are being weird right now. It'll settle eventually. Yeah, so hopefully this furnace array will provide us with a decent amount of different foods. And as you can see, we are immediately starting to reach all-time high levels of beaver well-being, because beavers are happy because they are finally eating things other than stupid carrots. Yeah, so they're getting grilled spatterdock, grilled potatoes. Oh no, sunflower seeds are also a simple food, aren't they? Did I forget about sunflower seeds? I think they're edible, yeah. I think sunflower seeds are edible, and I'm gonna need to plant some sunflowers as well. Please don't dry. Please stop flooding me. What is happening right now? Why is there so much water? I don't understand. Why? This never happened before. I don't get it. Maybe it's because I built this fence. Maybe this fence is interfering with the water. I thought this is just this is supposed to be just a decorative piece to, you know, it's like we're farming things here, and these are pumps. This is dangerous machinery on the dam, so we don't want to get near that. So there's just another water fence. Yeah, but I'm seeing weird flooding, which I've never experienced before like this. Okay. It's good again. Cool. Cool. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna need to find some space for sunflower seeds as well. That said, this area actually isn't complete, and it won't be complete for a while, because this entire dry spot I expect to be using for farming as well. So yeah, I have plenty of space to expand into sunflower seeds and probably more chestnuts, because this is not enough for chestnuts. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty cool, and these patches of trees in the middle of the fields. I think they look pretty cool. I might consider surrounding them with a fence as well. That could also work, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I'm paying a lot more attention to detail. Oh, by the way, please pump water while there is water. Ah. Now that I'm producing new types of food, I'm gonna gradually want to phase out my carrot supplies, my carrot store. So yeah, I probably want 1 box of carrots tops, maybe 2. There's a lot of different foods, and I want my beavers to eat a healthy and diverse diet. Oh wow. I think I just found a big, impactful mechanic in the game which I wasn't aware of before. It's quite simple, really. I was wrong about this. There's this building called a fluid dump. Discharges water or bad water. It employs a beaver. And it looks like this. And you can plop it on an edge. And a beaver is gonna carry buckets from this water. It's gonna put it in the fluid dump. And the fluid dump can be used to fill reservoirs with physical water. So physical water can be... I thought it was only going one way, that physical water could be turned into units of water in tanks. But this thing actually allows us to turn units of water from tanks into physical water, and it can be done anywhere on the map. So actually, I thought we were far off from the tech that would allow me to irrigate this land. So what I envisioned is I thought I would have I mean, not really complex, but a more serious construct going along this edge here and allowing the water to flow from here all the way deep into the land. But it looks like with this thing, I can just use some of my stored water to irrigate this land, and I can do something like, I can place, oops, no, probably not dams. I don't think I want dams for this. I can place like a couple of these. I think larger reservoirs of water will irrigate more. Like if I just place 1 block, it's not gonna work, I don't think. But yeah, I can just make a pool, put a fluid dump on top, and employ a beaver to keep this constantly watered, and it'll actually irrigate this entire land. I think I'm gonna look up the mechanics for irrigation of water, and I'll find out how big of a reservoir I want before actually building it. But yeah, this is kind of game-changing. Still probably temporary, because I probably still want to use physical water instead of employing beavers to carry buckets of water to irrigate my land. But yeah, for now, this will allow me to set this up and to plant sunflowers and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I looked it up, and yes, it looks like my guess was correct, and a 3x3 pool is the most efficient way to irrigate land with this kind of setup. So let's try building this and see how much. Yeah, I just plopped it roughly in the middle. Most importantly, I want my irrigated land to connect to this part, so I don't have a break in the fields. Although, I could put a fence here and make like a separation for a different crop, perhaps. Well, we'll see. We'll see how far this reaches and how it looks. But that's actually big. Alright, this is built now. Let's see how it works. Hello? The employee is just sitting around. Hello? You're gonna do anything? Oh, okay. The employee is waiting for haulers to come in and drop off water. Okay, okay. I think it should grow further. Yes. Ooh. Yeah, we're definitely reaching this. Wow, that's actually Oh, that's pretty much perfect, actually. I'm reaching these sites. This little bit is not watered. Ah, that's okay. I can plop a building here. I will need like farmhouses and gatherer flags and stuff like that, so that's actually a good spot for it, probably. Well, that's nice. I can even, you know what I can do? I can actually put platforms here over this water, so I can cover it up completely, and I can even have stuff on top of this. So I could put a farmhouse on here. Right, I could even fit multiple farmhouses on here and other stuff, so that's nice. This is very powerful. Okay, now to planning how to replanning how to plant crops here efficiently. I think I might want to move these chestnuts from this corner over to somewhere else. Also, it looks like this fluid dump is not actually using that much units of water. So right now it's filled up, and it's just based on the evaporation rate of this thing, and it's evaporating quite slowly, right? We're not, well, right now it's paused, but yeah, you could see that it wasn't actually using this water. It's just sitting there and waiting for the water to evaporate, and then it refills it. So I think this is pretty cheap even. Huh. That's OP. I didn't know. This is looking pretty good. I even added a little decorative windmill to the farm, so we have this central farming building. I'm facing a bit of a dilemma though. I really like how this forester is in the forest. I intentionally sacrificed some forest space to put him, you know, so that the tower is sticking up above the trees. That is technically not the most optimal spot for it, because it doesn't cover this little bit, and this little bit I decided to dedicate entirely to chestnuts. And while chestnuts will not be chopped down, I still want them covered by forester in case of emergencies, in order to not have to replant them manually every time I do something wrong. You know, I could forget to close the floodgate, and this entire spot, this entire space could get flooded with bad water or something. Something terrible can happen, and yeah, these chestnuts could die, and I want them covered by forester. So I could either move this forester out of the forest and to this spot, which will cover everything, or I could add another forester up here or somewhere. I mean, technically, this is much more efficient, but I really like how this tower looks over the forest. Yeah, I should also change this up a little bit, make it less uniform, because these samey oaks look strange. I could add some birches or maybe even some gaps in here. Sacrifice a little bit of efficiency again in favor of looks. So far, I think this is shaping up quite nicely. Well, I added another one over here. I decided it has the added benefit of covering this side of the spectrum, this side of the field. And I'm gonna experiment with a wind block of pines over here, you know, kind of around the edges, because I think the edge of this field looks a bit strange. So we'll see. And also these will have their use because they will be gathered by this tapper. So that's cool. That said, this is pretty much complete. We'll see how it balances in terms of actual resource consumption. I can rebalance it later. I can add more chestnuts, remove some chestnuts, add some potatoes, remove some carrots. We'll see how it goes. But so far, actually, on potatoes, we're doing great. We're pretty much full on. Yeah, raw storage is filled and the production buildings are also filled, they cannot produce any more potatoes. So we are well overproducing food for our population. I have, by the way, enabled all these buildings now, so our population is currently, well, around 70. Fluctuates obviously all the time, but yeah, we've got plenty of viewers. I think it's pretty much time for me to start expanding this further. I think I'll just continue the same pattern over to this side, you know. Just put buildings here. We can just make this larger. Although I should also dot some random houses around the place as well. There's a fun little thing I wanted to show off that exists in this game. Well, this has actually been working a while now, this paper mill, and we've got a bunch of paper from a single paper mill because it's been working for a very long time and I haven't been using any paper whatsoever. This is temporary, by the way. But the paper allows us to use these. These are called beehives, and they boost the growth of nearby crops. Honestly, I don't really care about the boosting of growth. What I do care about is the looks of it. These beehives are adorable. They require nothing. You just place them as decorations pretty much, and they will improve your crop yields. So I'm gonna dot a bunch of beehives to cover this entire area. Everything that's growing, I'm gonna cover in beehives, as well as I should put down some decorations which are scarecrows. So yeah, scarecrows for farms seem like a good idea. I'm not sure if I should pair scarecrows with beehives or put them separately, but we'll see. Beehives are kind of expensive. Not really, but 20 planks is, or 15 planks is kind of a lot. Anyways, BRB. There we go. I think this is looking really good. I'm very happy with this. The beehives are a little too even. You can clearly see these lines. I could intersperse them a bit more randomly, or I could actually line them up perfectly to make squares. That either way would look better than this, I think. But this is kind of more efficient in terms of coverage. So yeah, pretty much all my crops are covered by beehives, except this one little bit which I can replace with the decoration. So yeah, this is looking really cool. Some scarecrows. I really got carried away prettifying it, didn't I? I should turn my attention elsewhere. Oh, by the way, we have overproduced carrots by so much that now that we have other sources of food, I pretty much cannot get rid of these. The beavers just keep eating the stuff that's produced in these farms, and the carrots keep clogging up my storage, and I do not want to store that much carrots. I want 1 box of carrots. So yeah, I paused all my farms, and I'm gonna try to force the beavers to eat through everything and to start eating carrots, because I really need these gone. That's a good problem to have. Everything dried out a little bit, mostly because I forgot to switch off the pumps in time. But we don't care. We've got food for days, kind of food for months, honestly, as well as water for a long time, so we're safe. And actually, we're going to celebrate. We're gonna celebrate our food overproduction, and we're gonna celebrate the completion of the first farming area by building our first monument. I've been waiting for this. I've been putting it off a while now. There's these things called monuments in the game. They're pretty much just fancy big decorations. And we're gonna go immediately for the Brazier of Bonding. Got plenty of science, 18k, I can unlock it. And from the very start of the game, I had this spot in mind. I think this is a perfect place to put a monument. I might raise it up on a platform, maybe? Would that look better? Let's see. Raise your bonding. Yeah, I think that platform works. I think it works. Maybe even double. Let me play around with this. Oh. It's not very efficient. It has coverage for beaver well-being, and you can see most of it is over water, farmland, and these pumps which are not constantly active. And the way this coverage works is a beaver actually needs to physically be in here. So right now I think this beaver should have some more. Yeah, see, that's that. But mostly the beavers will not be spending much time in this area. That said, these plank workers are gonna be in awe constantly, as well as water pumpers and beavers who will be delivering water to these main water stores. So it's not that bad, but mostly it's for the looks. I think it's looking great. Yeah, and immediately we're getting new well-being high scores. Well-being does, I think I already mentioned, well-being does influence beavers' properties. They are faster, they are better workers, and they live longer. Life expectancy plus 40%. Next year, 27. Wow, it's gonna be a while before we reach 27 probably. But yeah, we're really starting to pop off when it comes to well-being. My next project, which is long overdue, as are most things I do, to be honest, just keep prettifying things and not actually going forward in technologies. We need to upgrade our power production. I have been expanding my plank production and more is on the way. And overall, we need more blacksmiths, we need more of everything, we need more of all resources. Right now, our bottleneck is not beaver population. I can expand it further, and even without that, we're currently got some unemployed beavers, and that is with fully stacked holding post and builder's hut in addition to this, which is essentially a builder's hut. Yeah, we've got plenty of beavers, we've got plenty of food. Now we need more industry to expand further. So what I need to do is improve power production, and the first thing on that list, the first action, is to upgrade all these old windmills to fancy new large windmills. Large windmills should have the same footprint as these, so I could just remove these and replace them with large ones. In addition, let's see if that's actually possible. I discovered when I was trying to build this one that you can actually put windmills on top of power shafts, and these power shafts will connect to the windmill. This was completely accidental. I was just thinking what would look good for me to put a windmill on, and that made sense. It's not actually connected to anything, it's just there. But here, I think I might be able to fit in more windmills. This is the limit, right? You cannot put them any closer to each other. I think I might be able to fit in, well, maybe not with this pattern, but yeah, like if I put, I think, so let's see, let's try. I think I can put vertical power shafts here. They will fit, right? And then, I'm sure if I need two even, I think one might be enough. Let's see. Power, windmill. No, not yet. How about one more? Yeah, now it fits. So I can actually increase the number of windmills per square meter quite significantly here by utilizing this height advantage. Yeah, there's still a limit to how many you can fit. Well, unless you build them on top of each other by using overhangs, which is ridiculous. Yeah, there is a limit to how many we can fit per square meter, but it looks like I may need to rethink this entire layout to accommodate this approach. So let's do that. There's a bit of a problem, I just realized, with completely rearranging your power production, and it's that building power producing buildings requires materials that are produced with power. So if I dismantle all this, I might kind of slightly soft lock myself into not having any materials to build the replacement. So yeah, I sort of want to wait a little bit and produce a stockpile of planks. I do have a bunch of gears stored up. I think I should have enough, right? 400 is gonna be what? Yeah, 400 is gonna be plenty for the large windmills. Yeah, same for paper. My temporary paper production is actually doing really well. And yeah, these large windmills also take paper, but that's not an issue. So I'm gonna wait a little bit for more planks to be produced. Yeah, and right now there's no wind. We're also gonna be solving this issue of no wind. Overall, we're gonna improve the power production massively. Here's the plan. I don't think this would have worked in real life. I hope the windmills do not interfere with each other in this game. I think water wheels, which I am mostly ignoring, I might put down a couple just for looks, but I do not like water wheels, especially considering we don't have water most of the time. They're gonna just be dead weight. Yeah, water wheels I do think are dependent on physics of water. So when the water is flowing, it depends on how fast the water is flowing, and how fast the water is flowing depends on how much water passes through how much cubic meters of area or volume, rather. I think the wind is just a global parameter, which is true for every windmill on the map. They're just all gonna be working in unison, so it doesn't matter that they're this close to each other. Yeah, I think that's gonna be quite the upgrade, and hopefully it will be enough to power all the industry I intend to build here. It might not, in which case I might indeed go for water wheels for additional power, but yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do once I run out of the power here. I might expand up in this direction, probably. Now, however, comes the daunting task of actually planning the wiring for this. I need to connect these all to each other. And this is especially difficult because the downward power things... There are these downward shafts, which right now I'm using, but they face straight down, and they will not connect to anything. So right now, this is completely dead. So I need this upward power shaft, which will be able to connect to something in a sideways direction, right? I will need to connect all of these sideways. However, unlike regular transmissions, which are flat, which have these T shapes and cross shapes, when we're talking about upward power shafts, they only face one direction, and that's it. There's no option to face up and left and right. You can only face in one direction. That's a little bit of a challenge here because, heck, these are in a complex pattern. I mean, this is a pretty standard solution, by the way. This is kind of the knight's move from chess pattern, right? So knight's move from here to there. Show it here. Knight's move from here to there. Knight's move, and then another diagonal shifted by one, or again by a knight's move. Nice move, nice move, nice move. Yeah, so that's... So this arises in many situations. Because of its... Exactly of the property of... I never really formally considered it. I think it's like... This might be the densest packing given maximum Manhattan distance? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. But this arises in multiple places. No, stop! Don't build it yet. I shouldn't have unpaused. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disassemble this and connect them all together somehow. This is gonna be a mess. And also, it's gonna have to be built, and these are high up, and beavers cannot reach that high, so we're gonna need scaffolding to build these. So that's also gonna be fun. Yeah, I think I might just have permanent scaffolding around here and run wires under the scaffolding. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Huh. Am I just being stupid here? Why can I not place a staircase over here? Oh, I think I know why. Because the beavers cannot pass through. So these windmills actually have a larger hitbox up on top because they spin. Right, and I cannot... Yeah, this construction is a pain. So first, I decided to just ditch the idea of directional power transmissions, and I'm just using omnidirectional ones for everything, even though right here it's definitely unnecessary and I could have gotten away with a straight one. I don't care. They're not that much more expensive. That's fine. And yeah, I'm gonna need double platforms everywhere next to every tall windmill in order for the beavers to be able to actually reach them and build them. That means I need to climb up that high, and that's a challenge in itself. Oh well. Man, this scaffolding is ridiculous. Overall, this is an incredibly complex construction project. I will have to prioritize, well, I already did, prioritize building these while the scaffolding is on. Then I will need to remove the scaffolding. And I will need to, after that, place the lower windmills down. And only then will they be able to be built. But to build them, I will need to remove this scaffolding and build a new scaffolding at a different height. Because obviously we still need to reach them, but we cannot be this high. It's quite a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we have power. Now this is what I call power. This nets us, well, right now 3,000, given the current wind conditions. That's actually close to max, right? So a single large windmill is 300. Let me count them. 3,300 total power. 3,300 is our maximum power output. That should be plenty for a lot of industry. Single lumber mill takes 50, right? Yeah, it's not much. Gear workshops, 100, that's a bit more serious. Paper mills, I will probably place elsewhere. Smelters are expensive, but we still can afford 10, probably. We'll still probably have enough left over for 10, even after I complete my plank production. So, this is looking pretty good. I also, in the process of figuring out the scaffolding, which, man, that took a long time. It's such a pain. Because, so the problem with the scaffolding is, why it's necessary, is because when we have the power shafts on the ground, the beavers cannot actually pass through them. They cannot pass over them or under them or through them. So we need to pass over them or alternatively have them on, or have them above our path. That's the same thing. So we needed scaffolding to actually get around here, unless I wanted to just block myself off by first building this row, then building that, and so on. But now I wanted to make it at least somewhat neat. And yeah, this scaffolding is actually quite neat looking, right? It's these corners. It would stack further if we had the pattern, and under it goes our power. Then the stragglers are connected using the shortest available paths. So I'm reasonably happy with the outcome of that. Next, however, we are going to take care of the problem that the wind is not constant. We have varying power outputs, but we would like our power to be available at any time. And what this game offers us, and I think this is really cool, and I'm really excited to use this, is gravity batteries. I'm not sure how powerful these are yet, but essentially what this is a heavy rock, and this heavy rock is lifted up when we have excess power, and then once we are lacking power, this rock slowly goes down, generating power for us. So, as it says, stores energy surplus and gives it back when its network is underpowered. The higher it is built, the more energy it can store. This was my original idea. I always intended to put some gravity batteries over on this ledge. I hope the heavy rock can go into water, because that will give us plenty of power. Now, this is far from the highest I can put it, right? It's actually still pretty low. I could, I mean, one of the best options would be putting them up here. And I do intend to still keep building this tower further up. At least probably 2 more levels, I think. So this would be great, but that's a bit out of the way. And overall, I'm not sure how much power it stores per meter. So we're just gonna build, I think we're just gonna build one. We'll see how well that goes. And if it's as efficient as I think, or as efficient as I hope, I mean, it's gonna... How much energy can you store? Yeah, no, it depends. Yeah, it does really just depend on height. Everything else cancels out. Yeah, so I'm first gonna try to just put it normally. We can, obviously, create a fake elevation for it. We could put it on platforms like this. We could, in fact, go as high as we want with platforms. I could build an infinitely tall skyscraper over here with just flat platforms and staircases and plop these things on top of it. But for now, I think I'll just go with the regular height. That said, we have a bit of an issue. And it's the fact that this ledge is not exactly a perfectly steep drop-off. So if I put my rock here, it's just gonna go down to this path and not to the bottom of the river. And what I actually want... I just realized once the rock reaches water, it's gonna be lighter, which will lose us energy, right? I think so. Well, whatever. Yeah, so I cannot just put it here. I need it to be actually reaching the water. So what I'm going to use for that is one of these overhangs. They use metal. They are serious and expensive structures. But we can plop an overhang. I'm gonna go... You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go here. Right next to my... Well, whatever. Yeah, let's go here for now. I'm gonna build 2 overhangs here. These overhangs will just about reach where we want our rock to go, and the gravity battery can be put on the edge, and we'll see how much energy this can store. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of how that looks. It looks weird. Yeah, it looks weird. Well, maybe once we have more. Let's see what it looks like if I pull up a bunch. Does look weird. I mean, mostly the issue is that this is supposed to be heavy, and it being on this kind of overhang makes it... Yeah, this creates a lever, which is huge stress on the overhang. So, like, I think it would probably be more reasonable. It would look more reasonable if I had something on the other side, just stacked for weight. You know, like this. That would probably be better. Yeah, I don't know. First, I'm gonna just experiment with one, and we'll see how effective it is first. There we go. It's built. It's already started working. And it looks like it stores 18,000 hamster power hours. Huh. See how quickly it goes down. I can calculate what that means in terms of lumber mill working hours. Okay, this is going down. So yeah, right now we have no wind. None. And we're powering all our lumber mills. I can unpause all the rest of my production. Expect to have more. I mean, this is not sped up, by the way. This is on regular speed. It's just a rough estimation. I also wanna... First of all, I'm kind of fascinated to look at it work. It is also fun that it starts off powered. It starts with the full 18,000 hamster power hours in it. And at first I thought, that's weird, right? We just built it. How does it have power in it? But really, physically, it does make sense because we didn't build it up here. We are making it. So the 18,000 HPH were put in by the beavers building this. So the beavers who brought all the metal up to this hill, they put in the work. That's where that comes from. And this is also kind of interesting in that deleting and rebuilding gravity batteries allows me to convert non-tangible beaver energy into hamster power energy. Yeah, it's going down quite fast. Not sure how well. Yeah, I can. If I speed up time, it's gonna just drop immediately. Let's see how it interacts with water. I expect it to go underwater. Okay, and let's also watch if... No, I don't think they built buoyancy into the equation. If cannot be put underwater easily. Yep, there it goes. Okay. All right, that's that. We did power all our buildings with a single gravity battery. Well, it's not that impressive. Okay, let me calculate what this means in terms of lumber mills. And I'll be back. So, this battery we just built is 9 blocks tall. This is 9 meters tall. So the height it went down was 9 meters. So that means 2000 hamster power hours per meter. And 2000 HPH is 40 hours of a lumber mill, or equivalently 10 hours of a smelter. So that's per meter. if I raise it... Okay, let me calculate my total consumption. Actually, I should have looked at it. Oh, demand. My total demand right now is almost 2000 hamster powers, which means I demand a meter per hour, pretty much. And that is right now, that is without expanding. So yeah, pretty much building one gravity battery 1 meter higher will prolong my ability to exist without wind by... Wait, what? Oh. Okay, cool. Do we have any excess? Yes. Oh, and it's raising quite fast. Well, yeah, that's because we have huge excess. Yeah, we have 50% excess power. With this ridiculous wind farm. Yeah, so raising this by 1 meter increases my offline production time by 1 hour. Yep. Now the power output goes down. And the gravity battery provides the excess. Yep. Wait, is it? Does it? Does it? Yeah, so that's also a good question. Does it have a total? It looks like we're not... It looks like we're not meeting demand, actually. We're meeting this. No, we're meeting everything for 100%. I don't get why this says our demand is... Oh, right, supply. So this doesn't count towards supply. So I think its wattage is perfect. I think it has infinite wattage, basically. Like, I think a single gravity battery will just drop a rock from the sky to the ground in a nanosecond and produce an infinite amount of watt hours. Sorry, hamster power hours. That's interesting. Not sure what to do here. Not sure. Can I? Nah, that would be OP. No. This would be OP, of course. Okay. This shore is a bit better. It's a couple meters higher. It's still not good enough. There's not many large cliffs in this map. And I do want to be close to my power production, is to not run wires all over the map. So technically I could build something this tall. I don't know how many. 32. It's 32 meters tall. Actually, a little bit less because I still need to put the gravity battery on top. I don't know. I can't decide. You see, it's weird. So eventually, I'm going to... This is something I've been thinking about. Eventually, I'm going to unlock this thing, which is terrain block. I will be able to just plop down earth here. And instead of them being on these platforms, I can create an artificial cliff. Right? I could actually build it up as high as I want. You know, I literally afford to just unlock it. So I can make a cliff here out of these blocks. I can't produce them yet, but yeah, I can make a cliff as high as I want, and it's not even that expensive, right? And I can even make it look natural, you know, something like this. With, well, you get the idea, with a relatively gradual slope. Yeah, I can make a natural looking cliff for these. So I probably won't consider this a permanent setup for now. I might still, just for efficiency's sake, I might plop down a couple more. So we have some backup power. Yeah, and I might indeed put them on small stilts. Just so they're slightly more efficient than this. Yeah, I'm gonna count that as a temporary setup, and then in the future I can expand it. It is done. Eventually, like I said, I'll want to replace this with a cliff. But I'd say this, once I added the height, this now looks sufficiently industrial to not be stupid. I think these are pretty cool. And yeah, the elevation also helps, right? This one is lower and these ones are higher. I think it would be even better if I made this one slightly lower, so it was in the middle, so we had a neat diagonal. That would have been even better, but yeah. This one stores 18k and these ones store 24k, so overall, got like what? 60 something. Cool. I should watch and see how often they actually reach the bottom. So far you've seen they went down a little bit, then they went back up. And ideally, yeah, ideally, if your accumulator is correctly calibrated, you want it to never reach 0. Yeah, you want to always be in the non-zero range. This is kind of strange though, because once this reaches the bottom, the other two will have to work harder. So it's... well, doesn't really matter, but it's just an observation. Thinking about these overhang blocks, they can actually allow me to do a thing I was unable to do so far, and that is build above buildings which do not have flat roofs. So storage has a flat roof, and I can put stuff on top of it. But these barrels, for example, they do not have flat roofs, and I cannot place more barrels on top of them. But if I add a double platform here, and then a... so this is 3, so I need a 4 long overhang. Do I unlocked it? Yeah. A 4 long overhang? Yeah. Look at that. So I can actually have 2 layers of drinking water just in this space. Like this. I'm not gonna do that right now, but I might eventually if I want more. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we can have just a huge water storage. Ah, that's amazing. Right now, I think we're pretty good on water. These 4 tanks actually provide plenty for my current colony size, so I'm not worried. Next project. Begin colonizing the other side of the river. And the first thing we're gonna need to do, well, not need, but the first thing I'm gonna want to do is to let water flow through here, in addition to our main river. That means I need to add a split up at this level. So right now all the water goes down because this is slightly higher. And I think it's actually going to be quite simple to do. All I need to raise the level of water in this reservoir by 1 block, so that it flows evenly to this side and to this side. I think that's it. And yeah, I still want to be able to deal with bad tides. So when the bad tide comes, I want everything redirected this way in order for it to flow out. Which means I think just adding a simple basic row of floodgates like this, single height, will be enough. right? It will... Well, I mean, I might as well do double height. Because why not? But, yeah. Water will overflow over these, but also because it's overflowing here, it's also gonna overflow there, and we're gonna have an even... Oh, although... it's not quite... Okay, quite connected, so I'm gonna need some levees here to actually make it funnel it in here so it doesn't spill out onto the land. That said, this actually lends itself to a simple aqueduct, maybe? I could also channel some of this water. Actually, that does open the potential of me channeling water through here, maybe, you know, onto the side like this, as to irrigate this mountain as well. I think that's too big of a project. I don't want to start on that. Yeah, for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a path to here and build a dam. We are now wealthy, powerful. We can employ lots of builders. So this will be done in no time. Witness the might of Beaver kind. The new dam is complete. I decided to go overboard. Might as well build a triple size dam. Might be useful in the future if I just add a little bit of whatever levees here. The rest of the walls are actually 3 high, so I can store a bunch of water in this reservoir. But right now, I think... oh, yeah, and also this will allow us to control the flow of water in ways I will not actually use, but ways that kind of make sense. So, if I set the height of this to 1, theoretically, the height of this reservoir should raise to above 1, and it should go this way and this way. So it should split. And that is the primary use case for this floodgate. Let's see if this actually works. Yeah, that'll take a while to fill. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this. Maybe it figures itself out? No? It's probably gonna flood all the way down. Okay. The water is flowing this way. I'm not sure what's up with this. Nah, we're definitely gonna need some levees here. Just right here. Sure. That'll be no problem to build. But yeah, we have double rivers now. Oh, and I need to remove this, probably. Yeah, I probably want to remove this and replace it with dams. By the way, weird thing here. When there's a drought, the water level very quickly drops below this block. Not below the spillway of the block, but below the actual block. It drops to the height of this block, and I don't exactly understand why. I'm almost tempted to build this dam 1 block higher, because it's, well, yeah, it creates a separation level between these two immediately without the pump working. So I'm not sure what that's about. Okay, pump can be turned off as well. Yeah, I'll definitely want to... Yes, yes. I will definitely want to remove this, because right now it has nowhere to spill, and yeah, we're just flooding. We're flooding the land. These trees are all dead. Yep, they're definitely all gonna die, because the water will be there in 10 days. That's okay. I didn't have any use for them. Anyways, I would have removed them. Yeah, let's... You know what, let's prioritize the removal of this. There we go. At the path. Make sure it's reachable. You do love to see the greenery, though. That's so much green. This is my goal. This is my goal. Also, we are finally running out of excess carrots. I actually had to block all of my other food production buildings, as well as my other food stores, with hedges, so that beavers could not physically reach them. Force them to eat carrots. And now finally I can remove all of this and I can start producing diverse foods and have my beavers eat diverse foods. Actually, you know what? Before starting to populate this island, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna establish a temporary production of a couple of resources just to do a small task. So this thing down here, this pond, lake shape, I think I want to keep it, and I have multiple uses for it. The primary being, I think I can use it to farm aquatic, what are they? Plants. But it needs to be filled in, right? And I think filling that much in with this approach is going to be too difficult or too expensive. I do not want to put a mechanical pump in here to pump water over here. It would be possible. I could build an aqueduct, something like, you know, this, and put a pump on top, pump water into here. I don't want to do that. It is unnecessary. And instead, what I want to try to do is I want to use dynamite. So I've already explained that there's these things called terrain blocks, which allow us to place terrain. There's also dynamite, which simply allows us to remove terrain blocks. We can plant a piece of dynamite on a block of terrain, and it will get removed. So what I can do is I can create a small, tiny little trough over here. I think this is the perfect spot for it, right? Like so. That will just take 5 dynamite. I think we can afford to produce 5 dynamite. So dynamite is produced in a dynamite factory, which we can unlock. We can build that. It's not going to be a problem. We can build a temporary one right here, sure. Explosives factory, it's called. It's produced in an explosives factory, but the explosives factory takes in this thing, which I'm not sure what it's called. Badwater? Okay, it takes in Badwater. And Badwater is produced, I think... No, water... oh, it's just immediately pumped. Right, it takes Badwater. So all we need to do is we just put... man, if I... That's a shame. I'm gonna have to wait 18 days for this Badwater to refill. That sucks. Well, anyways. Yeah, we can just plop a Badwater pump up here somewhere. We already have a path leading here, so might as well use that. Just put it... Well, let's put it straight there. Yeah, whatever. I'll wait. I'll wait for the Badwater sources to reactivate. But yeah, we can add a path. Yeah, up to there. Anyways, I will do that. We will be able to produce some dynamite. With the dynamite, we will make this trough. And we'll have this constantly built. Although, first I want to remove the trees from inside it. Actually, I think the beavers can do it. Even while it's all waterlogged. The beavers can work in water. They are beavers after all. Cool. That's the plan. I've got a new issue. Now that my industry has become very efficient, with a lot of power, and by the way, these pretty much do never reach the ground, so I think we're working around the clock. I've got a shortage of wood. We've got lots of planks, treated planks, got lots of gears. We are producing a good amount of all the processed resources. But with all the heavy building I've been doing, I've expanded the houses, by the way. Still doing a gradual increase of population. I'm scared of it exploding too much. All the trees are chopped. This random pattern is actually intentional. I removed a couple of trees from the chopping queue in order for it to just look a little bit more natural. I don't want everything to look completely uniform. Yeah, I also replaced some oaks with chestnut trees. They are slightly different looking, have a slightly different texture. So just so it looks a little bit more natural. But yeah, it looks like for very heavy building out and industry applications, this wood might not be sufficient, and I might have to expand into new frontiers. I mean, back here is a lot of unused space. I could use this trick back here and have a new forestry set up over on the other shore of this river. Eventually, I want aqueducts to this river to make it good water. That would be cool. Though, we will have a mine. Yeah, I'm not sure what's gonna happen here in the future, but yeah, I might want to expand my wood production. That's a thing. Ah, that was stupid, by the way. I don't have to wait. I realized too late. By the time this is built, the drought is going to be over. But yeah, of course I could have built the pump on stilts over the deep water. You know, I just realized this lake brings with it an issue and an opportunity. The issue is this is going to be added surface area. Once we connect it to the main canal, it's going to evaporate faster. And although the total volume of water increases, and on its own, this reservoir will not evaporate any faster, regardless of how much we connect to it, it will put a bigger strain on this pump and on this reservoir to fill up more surface area. And this means pretty much this pump is used to combat evaporation, but we will increase the rate of evaporation, which means this pump will need to work more. So that's an issue. However, something I can do is I can deepen this lake. I can make it deep. I can actually kind of afford to make it as deep as I want. Well, yeah, we don't have much more to go, actually. I think we have only one. Yeah, we only have one more level of depth to go, and then we're gonna run out. Actually, is this 2 blocks, or is this... It looks like 1.5 blocks, to be honest. I'm not sure if this block is gonna be removable with dynamite. But anyways, we can make this lake deeper, and we can use it as a natural reservoir in addition to this one. And we can put a pump. I didn't want to put a pump here, but we can potentially pump out of this lake and into our larger irrigation system. Although this lake is itself responsible for irrigation of some of this land, in addition to this river is not going to be enough to irrigate all this. Well, dynamite is in. 9 explosives manufactured already. So I think we're ready to proceed with the plan. This is all undoable if I decide I don't like the results, so I feel... Oh, what is this, by the way? Double dynamite. Rain, explosion depth 2. I see. Well, I only need an explosion of depth 1. So these will need to be planted by builders. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna detonate them. Come on, it's nighttime, so builders are gonna go to sleep. Morning. Let's see. Okay, I can see them. They're carrying the dynamite. I wonder if this requires construction or if they just place it immediately. Now it actually needs to be built. These are buildings. It's interesting. Well. 2 more. For some reason from this side. Okay. There we go. Aha, and I can just detonate. Destroys the terrain underneath it and triggers adjacent dynamites. Aha. Okay, so I should probably press detonate here. Ah, that was easy enough. So now we're gonna have a lake, a pond. Should I add... I'm thinking, do I need a dam here? Not really, right? It's not gonna do anything for me. Yeah. I think we're fine. I'm kind of worried with the amount of water I get overall. Like, eventually, I think you can build a dam large enough that the 5 in this case, days of proper water will not be enough to fill up all your dams and all your lakes and everything. Although, I don't know. Hopefully, I think it's still plenty, right? It's still plenty for everything we can realistically want. Probably not enough to fill up the whole map, but must be good enough for a decent amount of dams. Oh, also something else I realized. Now that I have dynamite, I might as well go and make this deeper. I already tested, and yes, it is possible to place dynamite on this floor. So I can make my... Wait, where was it? Landscaping, yeah. So I can make my reservoir deeper. I'm gonna... Well, I need to start here. The thing is, this dynamite blocks my pumps from working. Yeah, that's fine. I think we can get this row soon enough and just demolish that. Yeah, I think... What? Oh no! Ah, damn it. I confirmed the removal of a very important... Oh no, we won't even be able to reach it now. Ah. Annoying. Anyways, you get the idea. Set all this dynamite. Eventually, slowly, it's gonna fill up. And we can explode it all in one giant chain reaction. That's gonna be fun. And we'll get a deeper reservoir out of it. So that's cool. Right. It's time to start setting up the left bank of the river as a separate district. The first thing I tried to do was plant cattails in this pond. And, well, now it seems obvious in retrospect, but I didn't really think of it before. And yeah, you cannot plant watery plants, water-based, water-liking plants in deep water. And this thing is currently too deep, and I even considered making it a dam. I think I prefer this to be not a dam, but a planting area. I think it would look really cool if we had aquatic plants growing in a pond in the middle of all our fields. And I think a dam with a pump with all sorts of contraptions around it would look uncool. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep this, and I'm going to eventually fill it in with terrain. And I'm gonna plant cattails then. That's... Depending on how I want to proceed, that's probably some ways off. I'm not gonna be getting that anytime soon. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna just have to leave this untouched for a while. Next thing is district crossing, and again, I intend to try to establish a separate district on this bank of the river. Makes logical sense, right? So here it is. This is a district crossing. I already built it. Right now it's just connected to itself. It's connected to the same district and it's notifying me of that. Building must be connected to districts. This seems kind of complex. This is the most complex tab of the game. I don't exactly understand it. So right here we have manage distribution. There's all these sliders. There's all these settings. And what they say is do not import, complete disable import, import if needed, and import always. So where does it, yeah, it describes it. Balances goods between the two connected districts. Each side has its own workers that distribute goods between the district crossing and the rest of the district. Right? So this tells me that this is essentially, well, it's not a warehouse because it doesn't actually store any goods in it. But there will be workers which will bring things, for example, from this warehouse to the district crossing. And then if there is a warehouse for the good that we are talking about on this side, it will be transferred over. But I'm still confused. Yeah, districts also have, this is described here, district center. Yeah, a district center establishes a district with its own population, resources, and an isolated path network. So there will be separate beavers, separate sets of beavers living on either side. And it seems like once the beavers start living here, once I put some houses here, and I will need to put houses to make this district work, they will just be unhappy because they don't have access to all of the luxury that we've built up so far. Right, we've got all these different foods. We've got, oh, by the way, I added a farmer monument to my farm. I think it looks good. Yeah. Farmer monument right in the middle of it, overlooking our farming operations. What was I saying? Yeah, so there's all this established logistics and goods, and there's also things like this Lido where the beavers can take a swim. There's water. Oh yeah, I also decided. Yeah, see, I almost ran out of water then. Damn. So I decided to expand my water storage, just as I described, by going upwards instead of sideways. Man, we really need to work now to fill all these up ASAP. Yeah, these are all prioritized, so hopefully they'll be fast. Yeah, the water is coming in. Yeah, and so in order for my beavers to be equally happy on either side, I pretty much have to mirror everything I've already done. So I'm gonna have to build probably another tower like this for all the different foods. And yes, this is intended to be just food. So each box is for a separate food, and there's a few more foods in the game. I'm not sure how many there are, but at least 3. Actually, yeah, it's 3 more foods, so this might actually be the extent of the tower. Yeah, and they're also going to need their own water, and which means they will need their own water storage, probably. I'm not sure how building works. All my building materials are on this side. And this doesn't say, so this says, if we manage distribution, this automatic mode, import if needed. It says, import the good only if there is a matching storage or workplace demand, but not if there is a builder demand. right? So do I need to import... Do I need to establish duplicate storage for everything? I would prefer this district, this site. So as I've already mentioned a million times, this site I intended to be primarily industrial, and this is lighter industry. I'm already, by the way, thinking far ahead into the future. I think I will establish a third district over on this side, and this will be heavy industry district with heavy machinery and mining operations and stuff like that. Yeah, at that point though, what am I? Well, we'll see. So yeah, this is primarily industry, and all industry is on this side. So I want no industry to exist here, and I won't need planks on this side at all. I don't need them stored because they will not be used by any workspaces, because I'm not going to be making gears or infusing them or making anything else. I only need those resources for building. But if building materials aren't automatically imported, then what am I even doing? How is this supposed to work? I don't know. The districts are confusing to me. I'm definitely leaving all this as defaults to start, because I don't understand. Especially I don't understand what these thresholds are. Export threshold. Threshold of what? Do I export 100% of the bread I make in this district? Or do I export once some amount of bread somewhere reaches this threshold? I don't exactly understand it. Yeah, and it says for all food items and for wood and for water, it says import always by default. I also don't understand what these 902 out of 1800. Oh. Okay, this is starting to make some more sense. So 902 out of 1800 is how many infused planks I have in my storage. Let's check. 901. 902. Well, there's probably one in the workshop that hasn't traveled there yet. Okay, so threshold. This is export. Okay, so once we reach a certain saturation in our district, we can start exporting. So it's like, make sure that in this district you always have this much before exporting. Probably. Okay. Does it work with automatic import if needed? Wait, import. Oh, okay. So this will... I see. So I'm both importing and exporting out of the district. This is complicated. Why are planks always imported? Is that default? Or did I click it? No. For some reason, planks are always imported. Not sure why that is. Yeah, these things... Import enabled by storage and workplace demand. That makes sense, because in this district we have demand for these items. But for example, we don't have demand for maple syrup, because we do not store it or make anything out of it. So this is complicated. I don't know where to begin. Like, if I just plop a district and make some beavers, are they gonna die out of thirst? Or will they get water from the district crossing directly? Or do I need to first establish storage for everything they might need, and then I can... well... Okay, I think I'll just disconnect. Wait. Yeah, but then if I disconnect, I won't even have builders on this side. So I need to first employ builders from the old district to build some houses, and then I can disconnect. Okay, let's experiment. I'm gonna plop down some random buildings and maybe a few small storage containers, and we'll see how this goes. Oh, also regarding district crossings, This is, as I explained, medieval bridge style. I think this is pretty cool. I might consider actually making this bridge wide, like this. And putting something on the sides to make it look cool. We'll see. On this side, though, I am not going to separate the pumping operations into 2 districts. I will keep all these pumps. Are they all working? Are we good on water? Are we filling up on water? It's day 2 and we're still not full. Starting to worry again. I don't like my water situation. My food situation is amazing, but water... yeah, I'm not gonna split this bridge in half. Primarily, I would say, just because it cannot be made symmetrical. A district crossing is 2 wide, while pumps are 3 wide, and I just cannot fit it. So I think I'm gonna leave all the pumping to the main district. I'm gonna place a district crossing here, or even I can do this, right? Let's put a district crossing right here. And that'll be it. This will be our district. It's not as good as this. I could also have no crossing here at all. But that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, you know what? For now, I'm gonna have no crossing here. Just because I don't need 2 crossings for my newly established fledgling district. And instead, I'm gonna keep this, yeah, disconnected. But first, I'll use it to establish my houses and stuff. So I'll be right back with a basic district, a temporary one. Water storage slightly expanded, more on the way. But more importantly, here's my fledgling district. Some water, some grilled potatoes, not carrots. Not eating carrots anymore. And I am ready to disconnect it completely. Where are you going? Oh, these are haulers from the main district refilling this water, but that should change right now. Let's connect. Let's unpause this building so we can have some population. And wait, what happens? Something should happen. No available workers in district. Okay, how do I... Okay, manage distribution. Can I distribute population? Where do I get beavers from? I expected the beavers to just emigrate. Hello? How do I... Is there a beaver slider here? Water, logs, carrots, unprepared foods, and materials. Population. There's nothing here yet. District 14. This is gonna be Lazy Oaks. Right. No, this is left bank. Could have just called it left bank, to be honest. So, oops, Badtide. Close the gates. Raise the floodgates. Oh, and lower these, by the way. Yes, so that the Badtide does not go in this direction. There's... Oof, we might actually see some contamination because I wasn't fast enough. Let's see. It's not a major issue if the water gets contaminated slightly. No, okay, we're good. We're good. There will be no contamination here, and not in this reservoir either. Dynamite looks almost ready, actually. Yeah, we're getting close. Okay, I don't understand the district. Ooh, migrate population. Why the two buttons? Well, let's press this. Ooh, wow. Manual migration. Automatic migration. I'm gonna automatically... Fancy graphics. I'm gonna automatically migrate to here. I feel like this is migrate here. No. Okay, how about migrate here? What? Automatic migration. Migrate from here? Migrate to here. I don't understand. 10. Manual migration. Lazy Oaks Central. Lazy Oaks left bank. Lazy Oaks. I don't get it. Migrate population. Maybe migrate population here? I don't understand. Automatic emigration enabled. Well, it's enabled. Minimum. Why a minimum? Why? These are... See? They don't seem like complex mechanics, but there's nothing explained about this interface, right? I hover over this button, and it's just a triangle. And from my perspective, this triangle does nothing. Easy Oak Central, manual migration. I don't want to perform manual migration. In fact, I want migration to happen automatically all the time. I want all the buildings to be taken up by beavers all the time automatically. And if more beavers are born on this side and they suddenly grow up, I want them to emigrate. Well, if the beavers are okay with it, of course. The beavers don't want to. We might force them. I don't want to press these manual buttons because I don't want to keep pressing them in the future. I don't want to migrate 10 beavers at a time. Well, okay, let's try pressing some of these and see what happens. Nothing happens. Oh, wait, what? Okay, this is working now. Aha, so we have no small beavers. We have no beaver children here. That's 0, so we cannot move from here or from here. So these arrows point me in the direction where we migrate. So we migrate 10 beavers from Lazy Oak Central to here. But this... Wait, but this district cannot house 10 beavers. It can only house 9 beavers. Oh, but... Yes, okay, so there's gonna be a homeless beaver here. You can see it. Right, in district view, there's 9 sleeping spots. None of them free. Yeah, occupied beds 9, free beds 0, homeless 1 beaver. Okay, so that's manual. So I want 9. How do I migrate automatically? And how do I... Minimum. How do I... Still don't understand. Aha, okay. I think what these buttons are is... This is like migrate. So what they are is they select these top sides. And automatic migration, automatic immigration enabled. But I don't want to set minimums either. Why would I set minimums if... I just want my population to be determined by the number of buildings I build. Why not? Why can you not make that happen? This is a hard minimum, I assume, right? I'm gonna tell that Lazy Oaks left bank. Okay, let's migrate everyone out of Lazy Oaks left bank, and let's say I want a minimum of, yeah, see, 5 beavers here. But if I say 10 beavers on this side, well, Oh, actually. Wait. Wait. I think the migration might not be necessary. I can... Well, yeah, I can just keep their population separate and they can naturally grow up on this side and naturally grow up on this side. And I don't have to worry about them moving around. So, really, I think I can be fine without automatic migration. I can just migrate a couple of starters that will build me more houses and will... Yeah. So I can... Yeah, well, we can get these 9 to fill the house. Right? Okay. So now, we've got 9 people living in here. Let's see about their happiness levels. Well, they're still happy as a residual effect from living in the happy district. I think I'm gonna wait a little. And I'm gonna see if their happiness... Oof, disable the pumps now, please, because it's bad water. I'm gonna see if their happiness drops, and I'm gonna just experiment. I mean, you can literally see their needs diminishing in real time. Campfire ticking down. Contemplation spot. Yeah, you can see roof ticking down, slightly pixel by pixel. Oops. That's now non-existent. So yeah, these are completely separate. They're not really districts, they are cities. They are separate cities. Because beavers do not travel between districts at all. Not even to, I don't know, go to a concert. And yes, they're not gonna be eating good food either. Flower seeds, grilled potatoes. Why is sunflower seeds higher than grilled potatoes? You shouldn't be eating grilled potatoes all the time. Well, I'll wait a bit more. We'll see. So this right here is a worker of this district crossing. And he is going around and bringing grilled potatoes to the district crossing. Oh, wait, right now it's grilled spatterdock. That's not grilled potatoes, that's grilled spatterdock. Okay. And the grilled spatterdock gets delivered to the district crossing, but doesn't go any further. Wait, what is this? No, that's water. But how do beavers... Okay. Are they gonna be eating grilled spatterdock? These needs are quite high in terms of food. Are they automatically eating food? It is set to force import. Import always. Oh, wait, let's read the full thing. Always import even if there is no matching storage or workplace demand. Okay. Well, where did it go? Where did it disappear? The grilled spatterdock. Okay, here's an unemployed guy walking toward the crossing. Did he just eat grilled spatterdock? Huh. Confusing. Like that. Does this have an... Oh, right here. There it is. Oh, I see it now. I was blind. It has a small storage, just like most worker buildings, right? Farms and things have storage in them. A small amount that needs to then be carried into larger storage. Yeah, so these district crossings... Yeah, on this side there is no storage. Because nothing is imported into here. But on this side, there's a lot of storage for all the foods. But that's not gonna be good enough if I have a billion beavers. So yes, it looks like I do have to build another tower. Like this. Okay, let's see now. What happens if I ask them to build me something complex? Let's build something really complex, like something out of iron. Or dynamite, sure. Surely dynamite is not imported by any means, right? There's nothing set for yet, dynamite. Let's put a bit of dynamite in the ground here. It's waiting for materials, okay. So... Oh yeah, by the way, I raised the working hours so that we could pump more water because I was worried. Let's lower them back to the normal amount. I do intend to lower them further in the future. I want my viewers to be maximally happy. So... is this ever getting built? Or is this... well, can't get all required materials now. So it looks like they are completely separate economies, and if I want to build things, I'm gonna need to explicitly import and store building materials. I could set them to force import things I will need. Yeah, planks are already set to force importance. It's actually most, yeah, planks and wood. Most of the things I'm gonna be building are made of planks and wood. Still confused. What do I do? I decided to bootstrap the new district a little bit with some temporary construction. So yeah, we've got worker homes. These are like temporary trailer homes for construction workers in our new district. This will allow them to, well, actually they mostly already have reproduced in the district to fill its population, so we keep growing our total population. I've already started thinking about some layouts. Still not sure how exactly to do things. But I am pretty confident I want all these ruins gone. I do want them gone generally from the map. Eventually, I want no ruins to remain. These are already running out. So I decided to... really mobilize some beavers to remove these as quickly as possible. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 metal gatherer flags. And these are actually already noticeably reducing. So yeah, I intend to get rid of these as soon as possible. And I will probably be putting some buildings here. Still not sure of the layout, but yeah, mostly I think just like here, we have everything on this hill. Yeah, the homes, I'm gonna need to do something there. We're gonna mirror that situation on this side. I'm also gonna mirror the food store. So we're gonna have double the food storage. Each district will have its own. And this is, again, this will contain every kind of food that a beaver could conceivably want to eat. What else? Right. The dynamite is complete. I think we're ready to blow this thing up. That's gonna be fun. Start from approximately the middle. Detonate this in real time. Let's see how it looks. That's neat. Oh no, it didn't reach this little nook. Yeah, makes sense. There's no dynamite under these platforms. Which I will, by the way, want to update this as well. I will probably want to lower... Yeah, definitely I'm gonna want to lower these. It doesn't make sense to have a small pond here under the platform and raised terrain under the platforms. Yeah. Now we have a deeper reservoir. I don't think it's actually gonna be useful. I've been thinking about all sorts of water setups, and yeah, that's actually one of the next things I'm going to do. And none of them use or utilize this reservoir as actual water storage. I'm not sure why I did that, but it doesn't harm me. Hurt. It will be used temporarily for now, so sure. Actually, the very next thing I'm gonna want to do, before even establishing this district, well, it's already somewhat established, and I am going to use this district for this next thing, because it's closer to the construction project. But I think we are now an advanced enough Beaver civilization to start thinking about end game water management arrangements. By that, I mean the ability to completely get rid of Badwater during Badtide. So right now you've got Badtide for 10 days, and this entire area is rendered unusable because it's poisoned. So what we want to do instead is we want to nip it in the bud, and we want all this Badwater to go out as quickly as possible. I am pretty confident it's going to be the case of putting some things right next to our water sources. In fact, I think even this close is good enough. I can block the water source off, but I will also need to provide some way for the water to flow out. So I might, yeah, do something like this. You know, I will remove probably these 2 blocks, or maybe even 1. I don't know. I don't know how much I need to remove for the bad water to be able to flow out. Yeah, and just all the bad water that comes in immediately gets discharged off the map. It's a little bit strange, but you can imagine this as an inlet dam, right? In the same way as I have an outlet dam, and I can imagine that this land goes on somewhere over there. I have a dam before it goes out. I can imagine that the water also comes in from a dam, and that dam can be adjustable. So this is one thing I can do. There's actually further tech I will want to apply to this, and that is these sluices. I think that's how you pronounce the word. Can unlock them. They're not that expensive, actually. 5 metal, it's not too bad. And this is a block that can automatically, based on certain conditions, allow water through or not allow water through. It can block water conditionally. Those conditions are depth levels, so we can set them to open when there's not enough water on the other side to feed a lower reservoir from a higher reservoir. And also, there's contamination level conditions. So, what I can do is, instead of placing these stupid blocks, I can actually place some sluices. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, here, and make it work like this, and set this so I can... This will synchronize with adjacent, right? So, okay, I need both rows. I can set them to close above contamination of, well, 0%, right? Above, if it's strictly above, then above contamination of 0%, they will just immediately close and not allow any bad water through, and it will get discharged. But then, when Badtide ends and good water comes in, they will open and they will allow the water to flow. And this requires no input from me. This requires no input on my side, which means I won't need to open and close these floodgates. I won't need to open and close these floodgates. It's all just gonna be completely automatic. Well, actually, no. These still will, but I can replace them with sluices as well. Or do some terraforming. We'll see. Landscaping rather than terraforming. But yeah, the most important part is I can get rid of bad tides for good, forever. There will be no more bad water here. In addition to that, I am thinking of adding some proper dams. So far, the things I've been calling dams have been just water blockages, right? Things like this. Well, this is a dam. This right here. This definitely is a dam because it holds some water. But this, for example, this is not a dam because all it does is it holds back the tide. And it's not, I wouldn't call that a dam, probably IRL. And a proper dam is a deep reservoir that holds water for use in irrigation. And there's multiple spots here I can do. I can build a dam in. One I've been considering is right here. So that would look something like... No, not dam, levee. I can place walls, for example, here. Right, I can add a dam wall. And I can also add... Well, this is just a rough sketch of what I could do. Right. And then, yeah, I also want walls on this side. Actually, I could probably... Well, yeah, again, rough sketch. And then I can place sluices on top of this. So now, this entire reservoir will be a reservoir. And I can set my sluices to close above downstream depth. Wait, what's 550? Aha. Yeah, so I can make these... Well, basically, I'm not gonna fully configure it right now, but I can set these to let water through. Actually, I would want them on the bottom. I just realized I don't want them on the top. I want them at the bottom. But I can set these to let some water through from here slowly when the water level in this reservoir gets too low. So once it's about to dry out, we can add some using sluices. And this is generally applicable to everything. I can also build a dam. Another spot I've been thinking about is right here. This is also a great spot lending itself to damming. I could build walls here, something along these lines, and have this as a reservoir as well, and apply the same idea. Have sluices at the bottom so that the water is kept in, but as it's needed, it's allowed to seep through. And I think with a couple of dams like that, I should be able to get rid of this pump entirely. I won't need to pump water anymore. I will just have it naturally fall using gravity. Yeah, another spot for a dam is right here. So these triple floodgates would also get replaced with sluices. Yeah, that's the general idea. But first of all, we need to, before we build dams, I want to get rid of Badwater for good. That's going to be my main priority. And, well, right now we can't work on it because it's Badtide, but I think I may as well start building a path leading there from this district. Yeah, well, we already have this, so I'll just have to extend it in this direction. We'll see. Man, we are running out of water again. 900 total water for all my population for an entire day. For a day and a half. And I plopped down a pump for this district because this district was really struggling. I think this one district crossing with 10 workers on either side is not enough to provide all the logistic needs of the district. I think we're gonna be fine. 700 is sufficient for my current population for a day. But man, do I need to expand this further? I do not like getting close. I like my food situation when you have 7,000 more than you need. That's my approach to these kinds of things. And before you know it, the next cycle's good weather is over. I've expanded my water storage further by... Is it by 1 barrel? Well, anyways, it's all filled. We have 11k. Seems like it should be enough. I also added a separate water supply, proper water supply to this district. And the Badtide is about to come in. Our sluice system is ready, except for this little dynamite. I wonder if it's gonna detonate when paused. No. So I'm gonna set all these sluices to close above contamination 0. They shouldn't close when there's 0 contamination in the water, so perfectly clear water. But as soon as any bad tide comes in, they're going to close and not allow anything from these water sources to get through. Which means the water it's still gonna come in, it's gonna fill this up, and it's gonna go up. I do not believe... I tested this. I do not believe the water will be able to go out above these blocks. You cannot force water to just go out there. It needs to actually be... I'm not sure how this works, but it needs to actually be elsewhere, not above a water source. So we're gonna detonate this. And I think now that is actually enough. The water is gonna fill this up and everything's gonna go out this way. We're gonna see. I will need to react quickly. Also, okay. If something goes horribly wrong, well, I can close some gates. I think we'll be fine. Yeah. I don't want any contamination to ever reach any of my beavers. So right now, these are all... I set them all to manual open state before during construction, so that nothing weird would happen. But now they should be automatic. And let's see. Can I see their state, current state? Oh yeah, it says here auto open. Okay, let's unpause. Auto closed. Some contamination got through. Oh, it's overflowing. It's overflowing. Yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work as well as I'd hoped. I think it should stop. I think it should eventually settle. Well, I'm closing. Guess I'm closing these. Will it settle? Yeah, so you can see the water here is kind of still, and it's really flowing out this way. Should I add one dynamite? What? Weird. Yeah, so we have... Everything is overflowing, unfortunately. Strange how this works. How does Badwater irrigate? I'm not sure what's happening here. I'm not sure why exactly it overflows. I wonder if maybe making this taller would be enough, or maybe a piece of dynamite over here will solve our issue and allow the water to flow in both directions. Because yeah, it kind of it looked like it mostly flooded out on this side at first, because this side had nowhere to go. It just all pushed out. Can we get the dynamite, please? I'm pretty sure this flow is much slower. Actually, no, I'm not. I don't know. Okay, the dynamite is there. Detonate it. Aha. Yep, that fixed it. Cool. Cool. No more bad water. Except this stored. Disgusting. Oh, that's fine. It's gonna get flushed out. The next good tide. Neat. And it's completely automatic, so I don't need to worry about closing and opening these gates ever again. Although I'm still worried about the slight leakage at the start. I want no leakage. I want my system to be perfect. So I'm not sure if that's a side effect of the sluices not being able to react fast enough, or if it actually kind of seeped through blocks at first. I feel like it's just seeped through the blocks because we are so close to the source. I think I might want to build this in a different spot. Just build it a little bit further out. Like, you know, here, for example. Or even, this is a good spot because it's narrower. Something like that. So that the water is not coming in at as high a rate. Calm down, beavers. The builders are already starting to work. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to see, I guess. Okay, I loaded a save. Except this time I added dynamites on both sides immediately before the Badtide comes in. Let's see how this works. Hello? I want to see it in regular speed. Okay, regular speed set. Yeah, it's... It's immediately... Okay. I see, so it's still... It does both, I'm pretty sure. First, it seeps through a little bit, and then it overflows. Also a little bit. Neither of these things are really in my control. That is water clipping through what should be closed, I think. And the water overflowing over the top is just a quirk of the game's physics. So there's no reason that would be the case, I don't think. Yeah, it's pretty much, I think it's pretty much unimaginable IRL. There's no pressure to this water. Well, I mean, there always is pressure to water, but I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna want to try. It's an expensive change though, right? I'm gonna want to add. I'm gonna want to move this over out to a different spot. Like so. I could battle overflow by adding more stuff on top. But that's not all. I also want to prevent the clipping. Well, I mean, that'll take a while. And that's a waste of a bunch of resources. That's unfortunate. The removal of scrap metal is almost complete. Got 20 odd pieces. Still a ways to go here, but that's also underway. And we have completed a new set of sluices. A bit further out, so hopefully the game engine has time to react and not put water on the other side of it. I will of course remove this, but for now I'm keeping it just because I don't want my beavers to swim in bad water to collect the materials for these. So hopefully bad water is solved now. I just got an idea for another thing I want to do slightly out of order. At least that's not in the order I envisioned for it. Very similar to dynamite, which is just tacked onto my existing production to place a few strategic explosives here and there. I actually decided I want to add a basic temporary production chain for the opposite of dynamite, and that is terrain blocks. So terrain blocks are, well, they are just blocks, but they need dirt to be built. And dirt is produced by a dirt excavator. Now, the dirt excavators are actually kind of interesting. This thing operates on the principle similar to the gravity battery, in that it has a foundation. So if we look at the construction, right, you can see that its foundation is actually quite small. And it has an overhang. And this overhang is the actual diggy part, and it's going to dig, and it will physically dig the blocks out of this, well, from beneath itself, right? And it will go down until it reaches bedrock, and while it's digging, it's going to produce dirt, as it says on the tooltip, right? It'll do that. However, I looked it up, and once it reaches bedrock, it actually keeps going, and it keeps producing dirt without removing any blocks. So I do not want to make a giant hole for this thing. So the perfect spot for it, I decided, would be where I already reached the bottom of the world. That is here. Well, be a bit to the side. Yeah, this would be a better position. So right here. Yeah, it's gonna be easier to reach with a staircase. Yeah, you can see it goes all the way down. I don't think it has a depth limit. This will allow us to produce terrain blocks. Well, I also will need to power it. I already started laying down some power. This is all temporary, a temporary power line, a temporary dirt excavator. Although this is a nice spot for it, to be honest. It's digging underwater, so the soil is softened. I don't know. Anyways, this is only one part of it. Because for the digging, this thing requires extract. And extract is produced from Badwater, which is already a temporary setup in my base. It's produced from Badwater using a centrifuge, which I can unlock right here. So again, this will employ beavers, this will require power. I'm gonna need to tack it onto my power lines somewhere, not sure. Maybe back here, actually. This is a good spot for temporary junk. Yeah, and we will be producing some extract. This extract will be used to soften the ground in the drill, the dirt excavator. It says it here. It uses extract to soften the ground. And it will produce dirt. And why do I want dirt? Remember how I talked about dams? I do not like how dams look with levees. Overall, I'm not a huge fan of these levee blocks. I think they are a bit too bright and a bit too samey. They are very similar. They're the same texture. You know, it's very obvious that it's the same thing repeated a million times. And even if it works somewhat in this situation, when it's a large wall of blocks, I think it looks weird. I think it would be better to make our dams look a bit more natural. And where's... I keep forgetting where things are. Yeah, make the dams look a bit more natural and put dirt blocks instead of levees. Something along these lines, right? I could even, you know, add some terrain here to make it really seem reasonable. I might add levees on top to make it look like a proper dam and not a completely natural feature. But yeah, that's the main idea. I want my dams to look a bit more natural. Badtide ended. We're getting fresh water now. So let's see if this setup will let the water through. It should, right? Contamination is already at 4% by the time I paused it. I think it should get to 0 very quickly and the water should start flowing. Oh. It's taking a while. Yeah, it took a moment. I wonder if these impede water speed. Well, I could actually find out by putting a couple of these here. The concept works, but that was not really the question. I always expected it to work this way. What I am still worried about is whether this is going to overflow in next Badtide. And also, the drilling rig setup is complete. Looks like the drilling has already started. It's happening underwater. It's not much of an animation, to be honest. Some dust clouds underwater. Although it makes sense, right? You would create that underwater as well. It's very slow. Oh, it's increased number of workers. Still very slow. Yeah, it's a fairly slow process, but it's going, it's going. The centrifuge looks really cool too. Swirling smoke. Really nice. Neat building. So yeah, soon enough we're gonna be able to use fill-in to make our artificial but natural looking dams. Oh, this wiring and staircase setup, by the way, it's some of the jankiest stuff I've built in this game. Ridiculous. I couldn't fit it on this side of, or on this bank of the river, and besides everything above it is taken, so descending would be hard. So I decided to put it on the other bank, but that took some wiring. My food stores are also starting to deplete. I used to be sitting comfortably at 6k, and now we're going down. We're completely out of grilled spatterdog for some reason. I don't understand why. The beavers seem to be eating it more than the other things, or we are underproducing it. But it doesn't seem like this spatterdog farm is too small compared, say, to our potato farm or our sunflower seed farm, which is overproducing by a lot, I think. Actually, no, it isn't. Well, still, for some reason, spatterdog really went out of stock quickly. Carrots are starting to deplete. I think this has... Well, I'm not sure, but this is definitely going to be influenced by the fact that a couple of times I was just too careless with the pumping and with the water levels here, and I allowed the farm to dry out. So the carrots dried out, and especially spatterdog dries out really quickly because it's an aquatic crop. Maybe that's it. Maybe if I pay a bit more attention and try not to lose, yeah, my crops to the droughts, it could be in a better spot. Huh. Hey, how's this for a proper dam? This is a large one. This will hold back a lot of water. The height of this goes as far as the entire turn. So this entire turn, even without deepening this basin, the entire turn will be... Wait, will it? Yeah. The entire turn will be filled with water. And we have sluices at the bottom. So our farming area can be irrigated as necessary using these. I am, just for looks here, I am trying to apply a trick which I'm not sure will work. And it will be a shame to find out that it doesn't after I build the whole thing, because I don't think I can any earlier. I can't be bothered to test it on a small scale. That's almost as difficult as building the entire dam. And that is to make this staggered, as opposed to just a wall. I could quite easily make... actually, I could also try to make it slightly rounded like this. But yeah, in order to make this staggered as opposed to a sheer straight drop, which looks stupid, it looks like a box, it does not look realistic. I am actually propping things up on platforms behind here, behind the action. And this corner right here between this block and this block has nothing behind it, so the water could seep through there. I'm not sure if that is gonna be watertight. And while here I could replace these platforms with levees, down at the bottom where the sluices are sticking out, I cannot replace the platforms with levees, because then the water will not be able to travel through the sluices, and it should be able to do that. But hopefully Hopefully this works. I might try to, how large is this? I try to recess these two sides in a little bit. That would actually save me a bunch of blocks on the sides. And yes, I am using some landfill, but I'm actually using it very sparingly. I think these sides look good. Beaver made. Okay, let me do the recess thing. Ooh, check this out. I think it's great. I think this is looking gorgeous. Do we begin the construction? It's not that expensive. It's not even that much more expensive than this. It is a bit of a pain to actually build though, because of the complexity of the shape. Like, allowing beavers to get to every part of it is gonna be a pain. But I think I can manage. Jump forward a whole cycle, and the dam is complete. You might notice this is actually quite different to what I originally had as my plan. The first thing I did was I inverted the shape of it, so now it's, instead of curving outward away from the source, it's now curving inward toward the source. I'm pretty sure that's more realistic, and it looks, I don't know, I think this looks more reasonable. I'm pretty sure real life dams will generally curve inward. Not generally, I'm pretty sure all of them will curve inward because, I don't know, arches and triangles and pressure. It's actually reasonable for structural consideration. So, but there's more to this. There's a technical feature I added here. One I didn't have in my original design, and that is these spillways. You can see there's a column here and a column here, which are actually empty. And essentially what they are is they are tubes, they are kind of like pipes, leading from all the way up at the top, all the way down to the bottom. So these two side sluices are actually set to be constantly open. Well, except when there's contamination. I decided to add another failsafe against contamination, even though no contamination should ever reach here already, given this setup. Yeah, so these are constantly open, and what this means is that the dam will not overflow. My original design would overflow because I had no way for the water to leave once it reached this level. It could only leave through the bottom, but the bottom is conditional, so these sluices are conditional on the level of water here. And once the level of water here rises sufficiently, these sluices close, the dam starts filling up, and it will keep filling up and it will overflow unless you allow some of the water to escape. So that's what this does, and honestly, I could have just done something like this. I could have just opened a couple of these. That would achieve the same effect, yeah, by creating a little waterfall. But, well, I figured if we're going for serious big dams with real-life engineering, we might as well use real-life, kinda real-life-ish. What are they called? Spillways. I looked it up. Spillways. So you will see this kind of construction in a real-life dam, where, you know, there will be this giant vortex of water just rushing down into a black hole. That's how that goes. It reaches the bottom and it goes out there. So yeah, now that the drought started, we have a pretty big reservoir of water. And this reaches, as I already explained, this reaches all the way to the start. Although I will probably want to put another dam here somewhere to really make sure everything is always watered and I hold as much water as reasonably possible. So yeah, this is all water, and it is all automatically capped And it is going to be automatically discharged from these bottom sluices when this evaporates sufficiently. Yeah, these are set to 0.65, and 0.65 is the height of dams here at the output. So the level of water all across these parts will be kept even automatically. I'm afraid this is not really enough water, but something I can do is actually I can make this deeper. I can remove all of this earth, all of these terrain blocks, all the way down to this water level, and that will actually expand it by a lot. That will require a lot of dynamite though. The other side of this reservoir is for now just kept by simple dams, but I intend to make this entire turn, this entire fork, into a single reservoir, and I'm going to have a dam here and another dam here, which I'm already starting to prepare for. Deepening this slightly, it will allow me to move the dam a little bit further in there. I think it makes sense with this terrain, just visually. So yeah, we're gonna have this entire stretch of water. I can make it as deep as this level, all of it, and it will all hold water, and it will all automatically irrigate our farming area. That'll be cool. Also, while that was going, my dirt excavator has been working. Viewers in the dirt excavator have been working hard. And we are almost done filling in this pond. And I remind you, we're filling this pond because we want to be able to farm cattails in it. It's just, what is it, five blocks left, and this is going to be fully usable. Here's another idea I have for this lake. The Fountain of Joy. I'm not gonna be greedy. I'm gonna spend 12k science on unlocking this, even though I do not intend to build it right now. It's quite expensive. It's gonna take a long time to build. But the Fountain of Joy, I assume, is a fountain that is to be placed in water. Yeah, it's water dependent. And I assume it's going to actually do fountain things. It's gonna spout water. I think that's about central for the lake. Either down here or a bit further up. Not sure. Let's do further out, further away from the water. Yeah, and I'm immediately pausing the construction of this, but that is the plan. We're gonna have a fountain in this lake. Right next to our cattail farm. Yeah, we can just fill this all in with cattail. I might intersperse something else with the cattails, but that is the general idea. Also, I want everything to be surrounded by wheat. I want this entire pond. I don't know whether to call it pond or lake. It's more of a pond, right? It's man-made. I want the entire lake to be covered by wheat. I want a large wheat field over here. Overall, did I even explain what I have in store for this side of the river? Well, I don't know if I did, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to repeat myself. I am really starting to work on that now. So this side was industry. This is slightly lighter industry. I'm going to remove this heavy duty machinery from this side. But it's mostly industry and simple foods. Well, this side is going to make complex foods. So that will involve grist mill, which is going to make us flour out of wheat and out of cattail. This will involve bakeries, which will make things out of flour. This will involve maple syrup production using maples. Using maples. This will also involve the production of paper. So paper mills. The papers will be made into books on the printing press, as well as punch cards, but I don't know what punch cards are. I don't know what they're used for, but books are just a luxury resource. Kind of makes beavers happy. Yeah, we're gonna be making books here. Also, there's this thing called a herbalist, wherever that is. Yeah, herbalist, which is going to operate on this island as well, or on this side of the river. And the herbalist will require us to plant dandelions and berries. So this is going to contain wheat, maple trees, dandelions, berries, probably some more forest for just wood, because paper is wood, and bakeries will need wood to fuel them. Overall, I want more wood production in my world, on my map. So this is industry light, you know, making paper and making books with it and making herbs and spices for your KFC snack are kind of lighter than making planks and gears and infusing planks with resin and striking metal blocks. So yeah, that's the idea for this island. There is the issue of power. Either I can bring this power district, bring the power from there to the other side and connect everything. I mean, ideally you would want everything to be connected into a single power system, right? Yeah. Yeah, you do want to do that. Preferably if you can. Yeah, but I'm not sure how to run this power. It's quite a bit out of the way relative to this island. And regardless, I think this side will need some power production of its own. But the general idea for the power production on this island and overall, this island is kind of more neat, and there's rows of buildings and all the beavers live in one centralized spot. I think that seems good for beavers. I don't know, it seems like beavers like to be together. They seem like nice social animals. I don't think beavers need to be alone outside of their friends' reach. Yeah, but here I want to make more things like this. Just small homes dotted all over the place. Just here and there, we're gonna have beavers living free on the land. And in terms of windmills as well, we can just dot some windmills on the wheat field. I feel like that has some potential. Although running power between them is gonna be a problem. It's basically impossible to run power without removing the wheat, because there's multiple ways to run power. I mean, obviously it won't do on the ground because that takes up space for carrots or for wheat. I could put it underground. Now that I have dynamite, I can mine out paths, and under the paths I can place power, and then on top of power I can place platforms. So it would look something like this, except underground, right? So imagine ground level is one higher here. So that would be possible, but still you cannot plant wheat on top of this. That's a problem. Another possibility is literally raising it But you still cannot plant wheat under platforms. Wheat needs... Huh. Wheat requires... sunlight. I'm just thinking... The only option I have for going above things, truly above, without placing platforms on their blocks, is these overhangs, as well as metal platforms. I could see myself using these. I think they'll look really ugly. Yeah, we have no science now. I'm gonna need to re-enable my observatories, which have been closed for quite some time now. Yeah, I don't know if the idea of interspersing the windmills is a great one. Maybe dot them around the edge. So where's the... Yeah. I'm constantly confused by these menus. Maybe dot them around the edge like this. Yeah, and run power in the water. I don't know if I'm gonna use this water for anything. I mean, I am kind of low on Spatterdock. I am underproducing Spatterdock. I am not overproducing Spatterdock. We do not have a backlog of Spatterdock, and these buildings are constantly starved for new Spatterdock. You can see it here, Spatterdock 2 of 30, 6 of 30, so we don't have enough Spatterdock production. Although I do want Spatterdock production on this side, this district, not in this one. I'm not sure. Maybe I will want more cattail production as well. Well, we're gonna see. Yeah, this is quite a challenge to lay out nicely. Probably gonna take me a while. The new dam is depleting quite rapidly. It's only been about a week of a drought. Probably even less, like 5 days, 4 days. And it's almost gone. Not that deep though, it's not that much water. And also I didn't have this pump going. So we still have this reservoir, which by the way, this reservoir is a decent size. It's probably something like twice the size of this dam right now. Once I deepen this, we should be in a much better spot though. It was a pretty bad drought, about 26 days. And while the dam dried up, in combination with this pump, we are just... Is that leaking? That's strange. We are just about able to keep everything, including this lake, irrigated throughout the entire drought. So at this point, this area is safe. That's not counting this part though. However, as you can see, I've already started working on this island. I keep calling it an island. On this side of land. It is technically an island because it's a separate district with a separate logistic system. A new dam is coming along. It's at the same level as the first one, so that's just gonna be a single reservoir. I intend to add yet another one up here, so we'll have staggered dams. It's just impractical to build these dams at this level. Yeah, building up this much terrain, it's of course possible, and it's not even that difficult, I don't think, especially for an advanced Beaver civilization, but it will look stupid, and I want to use the terrain for my water. Oh, and I never actually showed this dam in action. So let's do that. Right now, these sluices at the bottom, these will let water through. Actually, these two, I'll tell you a secret, these two are purely for decoration. There's no water flowing into them. I had to block them off to make these spillways work. That's fine, these two are enough. Right now, our downstream depth, so the main water level, is 0.51, and we need to reach 0.65. So these sluices are open, and the water will slowly seep through them. Should be noticeable that it goes up, and then it drops, and then it goes up, and then it drops. Yeah, see, it drops a little bit, because these sluices keep allowing the water through, so it's rising. 0.59. I think, actually, maybe the two are not even sufficient throughput for all of this water. Because the water level keeps rising immediately. 0.61, 0.6. Yeah, the water keeps rising. Ah, that's even better, actually. So they allow some through, but they also fill up the dam at the same time. I'm quite happy about that, actually. But now, the dam is starting to fill up all the way. And the water reaches these spillways. You can see they are completely dry for now. But once it actually reaches the top... Oh, there we go. The sluices are closing. So 0.68 closed. So there's too much water here. But we do not want the dam to just overflow. So the water will now definitely reach the top eventually. Yep. And we're getting water flow in the spillways. And these are not closed. These are set to be open always, except in case of contamination. So you can see the downstream depth keeps rising even beyond what these allow, really. Maybe slightly. Overall, it shouldn't, because this dam here is at 0.65, so that's our top level. I'm not super happy with 0.65, to be honest, though. Why not have... Yeah, and this also is at 0.65. Gonna raise... Yeah, and now we're going off the map. I'm not too happy with 0.65. I am actually tempted to replace the dams here. Or rather, replace these outlet dams with these controllable floodgates and set them to 0.95. Why not? We're very green. I actually intend to put a small reservoir just like this one, manually filled using the fluid dump, to irrigate this entire land. And it's gonna be all perfectly green all the time. Everything is gonna be just by water. You can see I already have a basic wheat field going. This is, for now, I'm just experimenting with how things look. There's not enough space down at the bottom, I don't think, for growing everything I really want to grow. So I'm actually considering putting another separate growing field up here. I think this is a neat spot. And I could put a herbalist up here. So just to remind you, well, being herbalist, it's a small building. Let's not build it yet. But what the herbalist does is creates medicine, and herbalist needs dandelions and berries. And I don't believe dandelions or berries are required for anything else. So I can just plant a small amount of dandelions and a small amount of berries up here. And have a herbalist collect them. And this is just gonna be like a separate little field of flowers. I don't know, that seems cool to me. It will be the first thing to dry out. It will be the absolute first thing to dry out quite quickly in every drought, because right now all it has is just the water right here. Just a single block of this tiny river. But eventually, once I construct this dam, this should be decent for a while. I might... I might want to add, if I'm growing things here, I don't want anything to ever dry out and have to be replanted. So I might want to add a small amount of manual water droplets here. Maybe, you know what I could do? I could add the dams, a small, what, where, how? Dam. I could add a couple of small dams here, you know, like this. And once we run out of water, I can manually dump some water in here. I'm not sure if that's enough to power all this. I'm gonna have to experiment. To irrigate, not to power. The final single piece of scrap metal on this entire side of the mountain range, this mountain range, is about to be collected. This has been long gone. Stuff at the top is already ready to be replaced by berries and dandelions. And we are done. And all these metal scavengers are now free to go work on farms. There's still some ruins here, but they are right next to mines, which will be our infinite source of metal. That said, I've got so much scrap metal that I've had to expand my storage with multiple additional underground piles. And this is gonna last us quite some time. I didn't need scrap metal, I just wanted it gone from the map. You know, looking at it now, it would be cool to have fields here. Rice fields, preferably. But lacking rice, something like potatoes and carrots. Sunflowers also sound great for this kind of hill. The problem is that it's not technically efficient in this game, because, again, water irrigates down. It's not just that it flows down, it irrigates down. We have good irrigation right now, because this water is high up. But when we look at this side, we have water down below, but this irrigation does not reach far out because of how low it is. And since this water will be going down, you generally want all of your production to be at the bottom, because this is going to dry up very quickly. Unless, of course, I want to irrigate it by hand, or until I build a huge dam here, which still probably won't be enough, because in order for this level to never go down, I need this dam to power everything that's below it, and it's not going to be enough. So it's just not technically viable. Oh, here's another thing I discovered. This underground storage fits under a single layer of an overhang, which is very neat. So I will be able to... I want only one underground pile in this land, I believe, for logs, because I will be producing some logs here and using them in local production. But for the rest, I think these large piles are enough. So I'm thinking I can make a storage for logs, and then on top of it, because underground piles obviously cannot be built, yeah, you can even see it here, they cannot be built on platforms. The underground pile cannot fit up there, so I can put regular platforms or regular piles above it and make a kind of hard resource stack. So these would just be small piles for eventual construction and simple needs like that. How's this for wind power? Each gap has space for another one in between. The wiring on this is a little ridiculous. It all turns. Almost no straight power shafts. It's still very cheap. Power transmission is very cheap in this game. It's just logs mostly, and upward things use some planks and some gears, but still, not many. I think this looks good. That was a mix between the words cool and good. That's good. Here's what I came up with. Densely packed resource storage. Mostly logs. So this will be logs that are used in our production on this island, in this district. Also, a resource we need a lot of is planks, because planks are used for a lot of construction, like stairs and platforms and stuff like that. And the rest, I decided to just make it small piles, which store very little, but that should be enough, right? We don't really need much metal. We don't need many gears, but this is stackable quite efficiently, and you can just pack all kinds of resources in small quantities into this little space. I think this turned out okay. Also, a Badtide is approaching. This is the first test of a new sluice security system. These are set to close above contamination 0. So, yeah, and there's some space for it to have time to react. Let's see if any contamination leaks through. Oh. Well, the sluices did close, but that's clearly contaminated water. Damn it, is it the sluices being so slow? Do the sluices always let some water through? Or is the Badtide slipping through a little bit? Oh, how do I prevent this from happening? Yeah, see, now all my water is going to be slightly contaminated. And I want absolutely... well... it has kind of dissipated. There's definitely going to be 0 here. I'm not sure. That said, it's not overflowing at all. I'm just thinking, how do I even prevent it? If sluices always leak a little bit, then it doesn't matter. Even if I add more, like, in addition to this, if I keep this and then add another sluice system to detect contamination, still, these will leak some, and these will leak some as well. But I don't want to manually open and close it every time. How's this for food and water? Huh, I just realized staircase is offset. I want a 3x2 staircase, I think, here for symmetry. It's not much water, to be honest. It's only 6 barrels, and I already have 10 over here. And even 10 were not enough for my liking. I prefer to have way more than enough. I cannot stress that enough. I would like to have 30 barrels. No, not 20. I would like to have 30. I want to exist in a state where I never go below 60% of my supplies. This district is supposed to be smaller, though, than the industry one. There's less of a population, so probably fewer needs. I will want separate pumps as well. Still haven't figured out where to put them. Oh yeah, the wind power is almost complete. The windmills are built. The power is not quite connected yet. I will connect it to my main system. It's not hard here. This is temporary wiring, but eventually I will clean it up. And still there will be connection there. What else? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the fact this interferes with my viewing of my dam. This is kind of the centerpiece of my entire existence, this dam. I'm a huge fan of this dam. Yeah, by the way, I decided to add a sculpture to it. It's this dam is overall a straight upgrade to this dam. We had a small sculpture here, a monument to the greatness of Beaver kind, and the dam. This is a better dam with a better monument. I could copy this design over to here, by the way, and add more water barrels to this district, though that will require dismantling this entire thing. I actually have plans for these roofs, which I will unveil, I don't know when, eventually. For now, I'm not going to talk about them. The left bank is slowly beginning to take shape. The dam is finally complete. And this overflow looks strange. Yeah, how is the water flowing there? It's not even supposed... Wait, it's not even supposed to reach this sluice. It's supposed to be flowing through these ones. They're all closed. This one is open. That's... What? I'm confused. It looks like I failed to hermetically seal something in here. And I'm gonna have to rebuild the dam. Because of it. Well, not necessarily immediately. I can close this by hand. And yeah, that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna get overflow. Settle these to maximum height. Let's see. It should fill up. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to overflow, I don't think, because this dam allows for overflow. Although I'm not sure that one allows for sufficient water flow to prevent this from needing to overflow. What's up? Why? Okay, these are letting water through now because this has settled, but... the water level is not growing. Though, is it? Oh, it is, slowly. Slowly but surely, yep. This is flooding, that's expected. Okay. Alright. Is this going... Yeah, it overflows. And floods our entire base. That's not a major issue though. Yeah, it'll keep overflowing slightly and then stopping. But I can do a temporary workaround. Yeah, it looks like I failed to hermetically seal this spillway. There's some water going through it, which is a problem. We can just open one of these slightly, say 265. And have a controlled overflow. Yeah, flooding is... Oh, wow. Wow. Everything is getting flooded. Flooding is also an issue. Not as major one as, say, Badwater flooding. I believe anything that gets flooded with Badwater just completely dies immediately. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, no, we're looking good. I'm gonna fix the dam. Not sure if I should fix it right now or when is a good time for it. We'll see. Meanwhile, I've been thinking about the layouts for this field. I really want a large wheat field, you know, for that lonely farm in a wheat field stretching out to the horizon. Field. I think this kind of has it. This kind of does it. I even put a little turn here, even though it wasn't necessary. I could have just flipped the entrance to the farm. I think it just looks nice. And there's always an issue with trees. It's always weird how to plant trees. I always feel like, so for example, this, I'm not happy with this. This is way too dense and way too regular. It looks strange. I think I will try to do something about it. Probably don't want it reaching that far out into the cliffs. Same thing is true here. There's a lot of trees I need to plant. I need to plant lots of maples, and I also want wood produced in this area. And when the trees reach the shores, it just looks weird. So I'm considering doing a similar approach to this. So trees among fields. Except I want the wheat field to cover the lake entirely. I also don't want trees to cover this lake. Or to touch the lake. So I'm thinking something sort of like this. And yes, this is actually complete. The rest gets filled with wheat, and it's as if these trees are supposed to act as wind block for the wheat. And there's just a small path coming in here, and there's a small passage next to the river, and the rest is wind block. Also, I've had an idea regarding maples and oaks. I need to plant maples and I need to plant oaks on this land. And I am actually thinking of combining them into a single forest. So over on this side, I split oaks for chopping into one, wood, and chestnuts for gathering into another wood. But that's not necessary. What I can do is I can just plant them all together. So intersperse some. So these are currently all oaks. I can have a few maples here and there. Right, I can have patches of maples, single maples, you know, something like this. And then I can cover both with farmers or gatherers and lumberjacks. But I can unmark the chestnut trees, or sorry, the maple trees for cutting. So maple trees do not actually get cut. So the lumberjacks will only cut oaks, which are the efficient wood source, and the maples will be left for the tappers. Oh, yeah, not gatherers, tappers. I think that could work. I did plant some chestnuts in this wood as well, so you can see chestnuts just for diversity. I might want to add maples as well. Yeah, these chestnuts are in range of this gatherer, so their produce is actually covered as well. This is just a more direct application of the same idea. Man, all my major construction projects are severely log-starved. 0 logs in the main district. Therefore 0 logs everywhere. Overall, 8 logs, 6 logs, 4 logs. We do not have enough log production. We have everything we want. So this forest is direly needed soon. Anyways, while we're waiting for logs and for trees to grow, I think we have done enough excavation using our temporary excavator, dirt 1200 pretty much, which is 200 fill-in blocks, right? A single fill-in is single landfill is 6 dirt, so we have 200 dirt blocks available to us. I think we are ready to demolish this. Well, for now I'm gonna pause it. And to start working on the gravity battery cliff I devised quite a while ago. I'm thinking it should be at least the height of this. I think that's natural. But whether to make it taller, I'm not sure. I think that still looks kind of natural, right? Well, this drop is... I mean, you can imagine terrain features going that way that would result in this. But of course, if there's nothingness, it's always gonna look somewhat weird. Yeah, I'm gonna think about how tall I want to make it. There is an interesting challenge to this though. If I were to build it using ladders, it would be very hard because in order to place a terrain block, the one below it needs to be placed, right? And we also need all the terrain blocks behind these other ones to be reachable. So we don't want to first build this and then to start building this, right? We want everything to be built at once. So if I tried to do ladders, I would first need a ladder here, then I would need a ladder here, then I would need a ladder here, then I would need a ladder here, so I would need to constantly be moving ladders. However, thankfully, the mechanic of building in this game is actually such that beavers can build arbitrarily low below them, underneath them. So when a beaver reaches any height, so for example, how I was building these dams, or how this TNT, by the way, was placed, is by beavers working on these sides, placing TNT, and also to build this dam, what I had was a drawbridge, or what's it called, a suspension bridge, over top here, a little bit higher, and that would allow all the beavers to reach down there. So in order to build a cliff, we're first going to need to build a beaver-made, not man-made, equivalent cliff to allow for drawbridge to reach. This stupid path is messing with me. It's messing with my ability to estimate. So over here, we will want a suspension bridge over here, which means we want platforms over here. So up there, we'll need to get using ladders. And I mean, there's nothing really stopping me from building ladders in a straight line from up here. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting suspension job. And besides, even once we reach this far, this will only allow us to build the 3 blocks next to the suspension bridge. So after that, I think I'm gonna need to use overhangs like this to build more suspension bridges over here so that beavers can still reach. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Oh, and yes, these suspension bridges will just hover in the air. They do not need to be connected to anything. Oh, wait, did I just realize something? No, not really. Like, once we reach this, once we build the block adjacent to it, the beavers will be able to walk on that, and they will be able to build out in this direction, but they will not be able to descend and build further, so we're still gonna need this scaffolding. And I also just realized that this scaffolding costs a lot of logs. So even though this is dirt, which I supposedly have, I'm still starved for materials and have to wait. How's this for left district's general industry layout? Still very much unfinished, but this is something. So we've got mills first, paper mills at the front, making paper from wood. Then we've got these grist mills behind them. These are going to be making flour out of wheat and out of cattail. Each one of them is standing atop a medium warehouse, which will allow us to store a bunch of intermediate products, such as the flours and the paper, although I might want to introduce more storage for paper. Then we've got these. These are printing presses. I actually don't like how many I've got. Only 3 feels like very little. Very few. Not sure where to add more. They're not an inconvenient shape, but I cannot fit them anywhere. On this land, it's complicated because they are long. They are very long, narrow building. It's hard to hard to fit it anywhere. But yeah, these will be making books and punch cards out of paper. I'm actually not sure what punch cards are needed for. Then I've got dynamite here. This is intended for a sunken warehouse, a large warehouse, like this one. So we're gonna put it underground a little bit. That will store. Actually, I can put two here, with one underground and one on top of it. That will store the finished products that are books and punch cards from these printing presses. Still not sure where to put more. I could try to stack them on top of each other with platforms, perhaps. Not sure. Yeah, and up at the very top, with their chimneys facing up and not polluting the air for beavers, we've got bakeries. These will be making, well, baked goods out of flour and maple syrup. They will be making bread and pastries and crackers. This piece of dynamite is also gonna be used to fit more. That's the plan, is to fit actually 2 more bakeries up here. 2 more fit. They will have fast access to the storage for finished foods, so that's nice. Yeah, and at the bottom here, I'm thinking of adding more warehouses potentially. We'll see. Yeah, the main issue I'm facing right now is the insufficient space for printing presses. I don't know where to put them to make it look neat. Obviously, I can sprinkle a bunch all over the place, but that's not what I want. This is intended as a kind of central leisure meeting area. So there's a dance hall here, which is a well-being building. Here, this provides social life for 20 visitors. I might add a campfire or something, so I should try to make this look more interesting, of course. So yeah, there's the district center, as well as the haulers and the builders are all in the central district. And yeah, I'm still not sure where to put pumps for this district. I want, as I already mentioned, I believe I want separate pumps for the other side of the river, but here, not enough pumps really fit. And they are far from this water. I could consider actually putting them up on top of this, like so. And taking water from the dam, which is, I mean, not too bad, right? But regardless, these barrels are kind of far to reach, either from here or from here, strangely enough, even though it's kind of close, because these barrels are stacked on top of each other. There's actually a fair ways beavers need to go to reach them. Yeah, this will definitely be used for... I've made my mind. I'm gonna plant a little yield of dandelions and berries up here and have an herbalist up here in the field of its own. I am starting to experiment with a fluid dump over here. Clearly, as you can see, this does provide enough irrigation for this entire area not to go dry. Overall, with the invention of dynamite, much more complicated irrigation systems, much more complex irrigation systems are available to me now. I could run water under paths and even put reservoirs under buildings. So for example, I could put triple dynamites under each section of this house and explode that and then store water in this as a reservoir. But yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that yet. Not sure. I probably will eventually want to work on irrigation systems, but for now I'll just plop everything as is. Yeah, still not happy about this bottom area. It's, I don't know, it looks stupid. The trees are starting to grow, but I'm not happy with it. Yeah, and I also want... I don't know. I really don't know. I like how these farms look, and I like how the windmills look. I think they are nice. The rest, kinda dumb. Jump cut. How's this for left district? Looking good. I like it. Did some landscaping here, so now these fit. I removed a bunch of terrain. Overall, this side of the island, or of the district, is very densely packed in terms of verticality. So if I scroll down over here, you can see there's beavers walking on a path under another path, and there's all sorts of spiral staircases going down and up and down and up again. There's a lot. I think these sunflowers really tie everything together. They are actually kind of functional as well. So this is a farm that actually reaches all these sunflowers, and they're not purely... Wait. It doesn't reach this one anymore for some reason. Not sure what happened. Anyways, this farm will actually be gathering sunflower seeds, and we are constantly running low on sunflower seeds. We're good on pretty much everything else, except maybe carrots. Slightly low on carrots. But yeah, sunflower seeds are always in high demand. The bakeries are already working. We're already producing bread and cattail crackers, and in fact, we're now full on bread. And we should be... Where's cattail? Where did cattail crackers go? Oh! Right, there they are. We're already full on bread and cattail crackers in both districts. So yeah, we are definitely overproducing those kinds of foods. This side of the river is currently much happier than the other side because they have a dance hall. You can actually see beavers dancing in it. Sometimes. Well, I might show it in the evening. I also added an agora, which is another leisure space. Leisure. I think this is just like a meeting hall for beavers where they discuss politics. I imagine Aristotle Beaver in here for some reason. And yeah. There is this, which is the herbalist's field of flowers and berries. Haven't yet fully grown. I added multiple water dumps, food dumps. So one down below and one up above. This one is powering our field of herbs. And this one is mostly powering our field of sunflowers, because I do not want the sunflowers to dry when there is a drought. What else? I am still really unhappy about this bottom part. I mean, it's obviously unfinished, but I don't even want to finish it. I think I will want to do something different here entirely. For one thing, we're definitely way overproducing wheat, which I did expect, of course, by planting this much wheat and only having this many bakeries. We're clearly overproducing it, so I might want to reduce the amount of it after all. Overall, I have to say, this is very inefficient in terms of ratios. I feel like this side is a bit more optimized, with stuff being close to each other, and well, nah, again, we're underproducing forest. Yeah, overall, I'd say this is a very looks optimized, aesthetics optimized playthrough, as opposed to a production and speed and efficiency optimized playthrough. Obviously, if I was going for true production optimization, I would do things Factorio style. And I'm actually thinking I might... so there's another faction in this game. I think it's shown off here. Yeah, Iron Teeth, which we unlocked a while ago. We needed a well-being of 15, but we're currently at 31. And I think Iron Teeth are kind of more industrious and less lazy. than these folktales. And I might actually do another playthrough, probably on another map, with Iron Teeth. And at that point, I might try to go for a completely different approach. And instead of making things look neat and nice and cool, I could just raw optimize the power of production for everything. It'll look ugly, but it'll be super powerful. Yeah, so needless to say, these ratios overall, these bakeries, all these printing presses, as well as everything else, I didn't even really consider how much everything produces, how much everything uses, so probably very far off good ratios. There's also a little bit of an issue down here. I think I already explained the plan for this. I have two large warehouses, one on top of each other, one on top of the other. But this one is actually sunken into the ground. There's a special space for it underground. And with the tiniest amount of water spilling over from here, which still happens for some reason, I'm not sure why, it gets flooded, and I think it stops being operational until this water evaporates. And I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to fix this. I mean, I could try to provide it with a drainage system for it to flow down, but yeah, I don't know, it's kind of hard. Oh yeah, and also the power leading to these buildings, so all these buildings are powered. Some of it is sticking out, like here for example. I've got power transitioning from here to here, and then from here to here, and then from here to here. But more interestingly, the power from these windmills, which are not as of yet connected to the main power generating facilities, is routed underground like this. So this was dug out with dynamite, then platforms were put on top of it. So yeah, and then this pattern repeats here, goes in, so on and so forth. That's pretty cool. I will also probably want more population for this district, and overall there's still work to do. But I think the general layout is looking good. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I really like this right here, this ladder, this staircase leading all the way up to the top of the tower. We've got pumps that are pretty high up. And so instead of the beavers going all the way down the hill and then climbing the staircases up to fill these barrels, we have a quick shortcut with a bridge, a suspension bridge, leading to the top of the tower. I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's cool. There they are. They're making a sound as well. Sounds of rhythmic dancing. No music though. Strange. Why not? Why no music? It's not a waste if it makes you happy. A fountain of joy. Thankfully, it works on magic instead of requiring power. Why is this flooding right now? What's wrong? It's day 2 of the cycle. The water has been flowing for a while, but all of a sudden it decides to flood. I don't get it. It will eventually just stop and settle. It's flooding from here. I don't understand. It's flooding from under these platforms because there's power running under them, and power is running in water. Actually something I might want to change now that I think of it. Strange. And now it's going out. Also, it looks like I may have severely underestimated the beaver's thirst for knowledge. I cannot get our bookstores above 100% pretty much, or above 100 units. And that is with all my printing presses currently working at 100% power and full workers and sufficient paper supplies. Although they are slowly running out, so I should unpause these. Yeah, just constantly producing books with everything I've got. And the beavers still consume them faster than I make them. They are being exported into the other district, and this is another store of books, but I want to have both of them overflowing, and that's not happening. And yes, the books are consumed as they are read. Usually beavers consume each page right after reading, so good literature is always in demand. Beavers eat books. But yeah, that leaves me no capacity for producing punch cards. And this is a problem with such dense designs because I cannot expand it. I mean, obviously I can go on the other side of this river. And overall, there's plenty of space still left, but it's not going to be as neat as this, is it? I could go the overhang route. In fact, it would actually be quite simple, really. I can just take overhangs. I think they will fit, yeah. But I will need 5x1, sure, let's unlock it. What I could do is I could add a whole other row of printing presses. So this path, this set of blocks, will now be triply stacked. There's one path on top, there's one path below it, there's going to be another one on the platforms. How's that going to look? Printing press. Yeah, you can barely see the chimneys from these, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. It's efficient, of course, but it's not exactly what I want. I might wanna move punch card production elsewhere entirely. We'll see. This is gonna have to be fairly large jump ahead, because the last about 10 minutes probably of clips I've recorded have been broken with no sound and no microphone. First off, we've got this. This was the plan all along. A carousel on top of our large food tower. I think that's the perfect place to put it. It's a powered building, but I've routed power all the way up. And at that point, I figured why not put some gravity batteries up top as well. That's a decent amount of elevation. It's not perfect, but it's okay. 2 of these are pretty much exactly a single one of these. This is currently lacking terrain for construction, so we're just waiting for new terrain to come in. I've widened this dam because we've had issues with water overflowing. I've also moved books into the towers because books are basically food, because beavers eat books as they read them. So I decided why not. This is like a beaver eating resource, so it belongs there logically. It does look like we are producing enough books, so as you can see, this is filling up. I'm also starting to produce maple pastries. We are currently strapped for maple syrup, which is going to be produced here. Well, it is already produced. I'm already expanding my little maple garden, as you can see. I'm still not happy with this bottom layout. We're way overproducing wheat, but I'm not willing to get rid of that because I like how the wheat field looks. I think a small wheat field looks stupid. You need a large wheat field. But yeah, other than that, a decent sized forest. We are no longer strapped for logs. And some simple food resources, which we were underproducing here. So we didn't have enough for this district, and now this district can just feed itself with the foods that do not need processing, such as sunflowers and carrots. So that's cool. I am already starting to establish a new district. The idea for this district is heavy industry, injury-prone industry, what's it called? Like jobs with a high risk of injury. That is mining, creating bots, creating dynamite, working with Badwater and extract and stuff like that. And my intention for this district has always been to be bot dominated. So there's this thing in the game called bots. And I already have bot assemblers ready. So this right now, this is just mostly temporary. I think this might stay. But I'm kind of bootstrapping it with the same idea of temporary storage and just quick little district crossings for both of my districts. So yeah, every district is connected to every other one. Sorry about that. So bots in this game are basically beavers, except they are artificial beavers. They will work 24/7, so they never stop working. They do not need housing. They do not live anywhere because well, they are always at work. They do have lifespans. I believe they break and you need to create new ones, so you need a constant supply of bots. They're fairly easy to make, so this is currently perfect ratios. They require 3 types, well, I can show it down here. They require 3 types of parts: heads, limbs, and torsos, all of which are made in bot part factories, and 3 bot part factories provide exactly enough parts for 2 bot assemblers to just constantly be working. A bot creation takes a very long time, 36 hours, so we're gonna be making, I mean, considering it's 2, we're gonna be making 2.5. Wait, what? 1.5? How many? Yeah, 2 bots in 3 days we're gonna be making, so that's 1.5 bots per day right now with this setup. The requirements for making parts are quite simple. It's planks and metal and stuff, except you also need biofuel for one of the parts, which is made in a refinery, which I've already showed off. I'm not sure how efficient bots are. I'm not sure how much of this biofuel they actually need and how fast they work, whether they are more or less efficient than real beavers, which my beavers are very happy. Not these ones are working hard jobs, but like these ones, yeah, you can see they're very happy. And working speed plus 130, movement speed plus 50%, so I'm not sure if bots will be able to match that. But we'll see. And right now, I'm just about to make our first ever bot. I've never seen bots, so let's take a look here. 96, 97. Yeah, you can actually see the bot being made up here, and it starts off as just legs, and then it slowly adds parts to it. 99. I wonder if... Okay, we actually get a new... Workplaces. No, we don't. So we get a new interface element for bots, but no settings. Let's take a look here. Durability 99%. Aha, working speed 40 plus 45. It's not nearly as good as... Well, I haven't seen the catalyst yet, so we'll find out. Yeah, movement speed plus 30. It's not very efficient. Okay. Here's the question. How do I unlock this workplace for bots? Oh, that costs science. That's interesting. 10k for singularity? Wow. Okay, that's interesting. So it looks like in order to allow bots to work at certain workspaces, I need to actually unlock those workspaces for bots. So in order to have bots create bots, which was my intention all along, I'm gonna need to pay 10k science. I do have a bunch of science from just a single observatory working in the background. Yeah, I can afford that. And I don't remember if I mentioned, but yes, I intend for this entire district, if possible, to be run entirely by bots. And in fact, they might spill over into the other districts. We'll see how that works. I'm not sure if I can move bots between districts. Let's take a look. Can I set a migration? Yeah, you can set a minimum number of bots. Yeah. Right? Yeah, in each district, and you can have one district produce bots and export them to other districts all the time. So that's cool. These factories, these workspaces, are very, again, sorry if I'm repeating myself for the 10th time, they're very injury prone. It's just hard because I already explained all this in other videos and then found out that they're broken. These are very injury prone, and I do not want beavers to work in them and get injured and have to spend most of their lives in a hospital bed. So I would rather have bots handle this. Right, yet another update. I have completely sealed off my Badwater source on this map. There is no more bad water that can spill anywhere into the map. So these are Badwater rigs. They are placed directly on top of Badwater sources. There were 2 Badwater sources here. So now I'm just waiting for all this to evaporate and we can start extracting bad water straight from the source. It says it here. Seals a bad water source, employs workers who extract bad water directly from the source. This does employ a lot of beavers, 10 of them. And this is also injury prone. So I also want to put bots in these ones, but I think for a start we can afford beavers. Also, a small vanity project I embarked on is these. This is a contamination barrier. You may have noticed how bad water contaminates the ground around it. You can see these red cracks. Everything dies there, so that's not good. And since we cannot do anything about this bad water being here, we just put some contamination barriers and no contamination can leak outside of this little area. So we've got all the bad water on the map completely, entirely 100% contained. Yeah, we'll need bad water here to create catalyst, as well as maple syrup, which I'm currently underproducing, and I think this district is also going to be irrigated. Just like that. Right now there's a dam, but we'll see. We'll see about that. And yeah, I'm likely to use all the good space in this district for growing things for biofuel and maples for this catalyst to boost bots. Also, you can see the bot is working 24/7. The durability is going down though. It glows a different color, the building. When a regular beaver works in here, it glows a kind of soft orange color. This is blue. I think that's really cool. Oh, and in this entire playthrough, I have never needed a single drop of antidote. I have never needed any, and I never will. Well, unless something horrible happens here, but I don't expect it. Antidote is used to cure contaminated beavers, and beavers get contaminated and they get in contact with bad water, like this. But I managed to build these without any beavers ever touching the bad water. As you can see, I just used the infinite build height trick by placing beavers above what they're building. So, yeah, I may as well have no antidote. I can completely remove this if I wanted to. I can completely remove this large tank and yeah, just antidote is no longer an issue. The sounds, I think, are from the power transmission, not from the bot. I think the bots are silent. Looks cool though. A little ominous with the eyes. What? Oh wow. But cool. Oh man, bots are overpowered. If you take a look at a fully satisfied 42 score beaver, live beaver, this means a 120 working speed boost and a 50% movement speed boost. And if we take a look now at the Timberbot, with just the punch card boost satisfied, it looks like punch cards, which I'm currently not producing, but which can easily be produced. With just the punch cards, it's already nearing the efficiency of a very efficient beaver. And once I add catalyst to the mix, we're gonna have 24/7 working, no special complex needs, simple efficient workers. Insane. They're also going to be making themselves. We're actually already at singularity right now. I have bots making parts for bots, and I have bots making bots. So these bots are just making themselves. Also, I've paused the refinery creating biofuel to see how much they consume, and they consume none. This is going down very slowly, although I do only have 5 of them. Well, I'm gonna see how long it takes them to consume all the biofuel. But yeah, this is we're on an exponential curve for bots. Kind of. We are limited for production, so it's actually a linear curve, but we can expand bot production and demand that with bots as well. I have evicted all live beavers from this district. As you can see, there is now no beavers and no children. Only bots here. And they are still, there's 20 of them, they are still running on the biofuel from this tank, which was at 300. And 300 is the equivalent of 20 potatoes. And we're nowhere near running out. This is insane. Bots are insanely efficient in terms of food. There is gonna be a natural maximum capacity of bots we can have based on how fast we can produce them, because they will go down in their durability. Is it called durability or condition? I think it's called condition, actually. No, it's durability. So yeah, the first bot we created, it's kind of funny how they're named Timberbot 1 for Timberbot 22 right now. The first bot we made is currently at 76%, which is a while. I think it's been like 20 days. I haven't been paying attention. So these bots do last a while, but they will start falling off. And if we have a constant rate of bots being created, the number of bots we can have is pretty much how many bots we can create in a single bot's lifespan. So once Timberbot 1 dies, this means we have reached our bot capacity, given this creation facility. So in order to expand our population, instead of having to expand houses, we're gonna have to expand bot creation facilities. But bot creation costs resources, and it's not particularly cheap. Like, single bot takes, let's count the planks. That's 1 plank, 4 planks, right? Plus 5, that's 9 planks. plus 4 more. It's 13 planks per bot. I mean, okay, it's not actually that expensive. Like, I am making planks left, right, and center. I can make, I mean, I can unpause these and make even more. How are we doing on planks, by the way? Oh, we're not full on planks. Let's unpause these entirely. Yeah, I think I can maintain a pretty decent bot production rate. And especially if I have my bots spilling out into these jobs, making planks with the creation of new bots, that'll improve our plank production capabilities and improve our bot population. Or bot capacity, rather. Yeah, and it's especially bad when you have to just see your bots sitting around because there's no power from the windmills. There is no way to get constant power in this game. Oof. What? We're drying out. My pump was not going. Yeah, I can re-enable the pump and we'll be fine. Yeah, there is no way to get a truly fully reliable source of energy. Overall, our energy production is definitely starting to fall behind, especially considering this expansion. I'm gonna need to do something about energy soon. Actually, probably my very next task is to improve energy production. A brand new wind power field setup. This more than doubles our power output, given good wind. We still need more storage, but we are storing energy relatively fast when good wind is present. So right now, this is terrible wind. We're going up quite slowly. With good wind, it goes up reasonably fast. These are all the way up already. We'll see how this goes. Meanwhile, we're ready to deepen the dam by quite a bit. This is triple dynamite, digging 3 blocks deep. Let's set it off. Haha. Spawn down below. Cool. I think once this dam is complete with the full depth I intend for it to have, I should be able to keep this all irrigated during droughts or throughout droughts. We're expanding it by quite a bit. Yeah, there's more here, but I'm waiting for this water to evaporate first, so it's not increasing its surface. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. No biofuel in the spot. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Okay, looks like out of biofuel means a bot is just slow and it'll eventually get to biofuel. I'm not sure why they ran out. Yeah, I've already built the mines here. I intend to... So this lake... it's not a lake right now, but I intend to make this a lake. It's just at the wrong height for my standard water level on this map. So I'm gonna deepen it a little bit, and I actually also intend to remove all of this terrain as well. Or at least most of it. And then we'll just have a channel similar to this lake, connecting that to our main waterway. And I think I will dedicate this to the production of maple syrup, potatoes, and spiderdock for biofuel and for boosters. Also, Timberbot 1 is now nearing the end of its durability. Well, still got a ways to go, but it's 20%, and in the meantime we've produced over 100 bots. So I feel like it's gonna stop at around 130 to 150, which means given our current production rate with bots falling out of use and new bots being created, we're gonna be able to maintain a healthy population of about 130 to 150 bots. I think I want about twice that. I would like around 300 bots. I have almost 300. Well, I have about 250, 251 beavers. And I want all the beavers to be replaced by bots. As well as I want to expand my production. Yeah, which actually means I want more than 300 beaver bots. So I will probably want to at least double this production. Maybe increase it by 2.5. So like have 5 of these. That hopefully would be enough. And this is also terribly inefficient right now. There's lots of bots just sitting around, and the bots themselves are not boosted, and we're constantly having issues with deliveries. Especially, actually, yeah, we're not doing much better on Badwater. I wonder if... No, this is... Yeah, so I decided to try to experiment with connecting these. It's ridiculous, I know. But I'm gonna... Where are you going? Oh, is this... Oh, that's the guy that ran out of fuel. Huh. So they probably actually cannot make it all the way there and back. I'm gonna want to put more biofuel along this road. So yeah, instead of having Badwater delivered through a district crossing like this, which by the way, both of the district crossings into Beaver Town or into Bot Town are manned entirely by bots on either side. Instead of having Badwater imported through a district crossing, which means these 10 bots are not just focusing on the Badwater, they are actually importing everything else from this district as well. I really only want Badwater in my bot district. I don't need it anywhere else. So I could try to connect these directly and maybe even have them prioritized by haulers, because this district will need a lot of Badwater. I'm already starting to produce dynamite in here and stuff. This is a very long track anyways, and I know theoretically it would be the correct decision to put my Badwater related production over here. You know, there's power here, there's an industrial area, so I might as well. But I don't know. I want heavy industry to be centered around a district of its own. How's this for a ridiculously overpowered, super late game, super end game bot production facility? According to my calculations, this should allow us to maintain a bot population of approximately 400, which is definitely more than I need. I think I could start by building just one side of it. A single side, a single half of it is already perfect ratio. And we'll see from there. A single half is actually not much of an expansion relative to what I had. I hope the bots can build it in time before they all die. That shouldn't be a problem though. One of the last truly big explosions in the dam. This time during a drought, so no water is going to be coming in. And we'll see by how much it drops. It's a little laggy. Oh yeah, you can you can see the wave. You can see it evening out. Yep, and the pumps can no longer reach water. That's fine. Cool. So now there's just, I think, one layer left. Wait. Oh! Oh, we're done. Wait. We're down to the very bottom. GG. That's the dam as deep as I wanted it to be. I could expand it over here. This feels appropriate, to be honest. It's a little too narrow, right? Yeah, I could do that as well. Well, next drought, we'll see how long this lasts us. Man, even the fully expanded, fully deepened dam was not enough to keep us hydrated, to keep us irrigated throughout an entire long... What is this? What? How did it... I don't know how this happened, but yeah, this dam was not enough to keep us irrigated for an entire 28 days of a long bad tide. Not sure what happened here, but the point is I had to enable the pump. I was hoping the pump was paused the whole time, so I wasn't using this reservoir. I was hoping this would be sufficient for this entire area, and it wasn't. Now, consider this part, which, yeah, as you can see, is coming along nicely. This is a whole bunch of surface area of water, especially if I use this lake, or if I use this as a lake, which I am now second guessing myself. It's very inefficient, to be honest. I don't think this dam is gonna be enough. Now, I could obviously expand it quite a bit more by nuking this entire area, right? I can pretty much, you know, I only need a thin wall over here, and I need a thin wall on the sides of the map, and the rest of this can be completely removed. I'm slowly kind of expanding in that direction, but that was not my original intention. Yeah, I was thinking of building another dam here, but that's gonna be less efficient. Huh. So yeah, my idea was a staggered kind of dam. Lower dams down below, and then top dam up here, like this. You know, something along those lines, reaching up here. And I could also raise the level of this artificially. But I don't know. I don't know about that. Ah, this is problematic. Frankly, when it comes to irrigation, I think this approach with a fluid dump is the most efficient option, right? Because you minimize surface area, you can put a bunch of these 3x3 thingies, and you can irrigate a lot that way. I think a single 3x3 over here, I think I'll probably try it very soon. A single 3x3 over here will irrigate this entire space. And, I mean, that's overpowered. It does not, however, allow me to grow water-based plants, such as cattails and spatterdogs, especially spatterdogs. I've given it some thought, and overall, I think spatterdog is the more efficient way to produce biofuel for bots, because you get one spatterdog every 4 days, versus a potato every 6 days, right, on average. And I don't think, actually, maybe I should calculate it, but I don't think the difference of 25 versus 30, yeah, it's like the difference in speed is 50%, while the difference in the production here is a fifth, so 20%. So it is more efficient to use spatterdock for biofuel because it will grow faster and you need less of it to produce the same amount of biofuel. But yeah, spatterdock comes with the downside of requiring actual physical water. And yeah, this is just a temporary little field for powering my bots. I did start to run out of biofuel. Yeah, I didn't have enough for both my beavers and biofuel, so just this little bit is enough to pretty much power everything. Uh, not sure. Not sure. Other than that, what I've decided to do here is I'm gonna go fully industrial. So there's not gonna be much of this kind of prettiness. Because bots, well, first of all, bots definitely do not require any monuments or anything like that. And probably this. So this used to be too deep. I've already flattened this entire basin, well, with the exception of my drills, which will be drilling constantly. Well, at least for as long as we need them. So everything down here I can use for growing spadderdock, if I can get enough water. And the rest, everything above it, all the good irrigated land next to the water, I could use for forestry. So I will want lots of maples, because maples will make maple syrup, and you need maple syrup for... what's that? You need maple syrup for boosters, and you need a lot of maple syrup, to be honest, for lots of catalysts. As well as, I think I may want more oaks, believe it or not. This is not sufficient. I mean, as you can see, they're still not growing out, although we are currently, again, in a heavy building phase. I'm building a lot and demolishing a lot and rebuilding and building. So I'm using wood kind of inefficiently. But still, everything around here uses a lot of wood, to be honest. So these smelters use some wood to smelt iron, but to actually extract iron from the ground, I need a gear and I need a treated plank. So that's a single gear every 2 hours, or in fact, for 2 mines if I want to have them running at full blast all the time. I'm gonna need pretty much a gear an hour, right? 2 gears per 1.8, that's about a gear an hour. A bit faster, but yeah. Which means I need 3 gear workshops, which itself will require 2 plank thingies. So it's just extracting iron from the ground is going to use a lot of wood and a lot of our production facilities for this. So I think I may want to even establish a separate disconnected gear plank infused plank production. Probably not infused planks, but yeah, production over here. And making bots also requires gears and planks. In all sorts of configurations, we need lots of planks for bodies, we need planks and gears for heads, we need lots of gears and planks for limbs. So this is also a large drain on my wood and gear production and plank and everything production, especially if I want to build this entire side. What else? My beaver bot, timber bot, whatever they're called. Yeah, my timber bot population has really plateaued at 140. So they keep just falling off the curve and then creating new bots all the time. I'm not sure. I haven't yet really looked into what's the main issue here, because this is a bit less than I expected. I think I maybe start for some resources at some point. But yeah, this is... I would have expected to have about 200, not 140, 150 with this setup. Perhaps my beaver bots are not working fast enough, as in they don't have punch cards and boosters yet. So that's something I will need to look into. But yeah, this is not enough. Bot district does look cool at night though. Come on, it's morning already. I did replace some regular beavers with bots, as you can see. For example, for building this dynamite field, I decided to add some 24/7 builders to the district. And we're slightly underproducing paper for what was required, so I decided to make paper production 24/7, as well as gears. I actually pretty much ran out of gears. I used to have... what do we have? Yeah, so right now we are at 700, which is a decent amount, but as you can see, I used to have all these full of gears. I had a completely insane overkill amount of gears stored up. And yeah, since the establishment of the pod district, the gear stores have been going down very rapidly. Yeah, see, just one of these up here pretty much covers this entire area in grass. And this is more efficient in multiple ways. It's also more efficient in terms of space, because a single canister like this, a single large tank, stores way more water than the equivalent physical volume of blocks can store physical water. Oh, and you know what else is an issue now? At least I'm starting to get worried about this. With the dam getting so large, it actually takes a very long time to fill up. It takes multiple days. And I'm getting worried about reaching a point where an entire season is not enough to fill up our dam. So there is kind of a hard limit to how much water you can have. So the dam will only start... So we have these dams over here. They're at height 0.65, right? Which means in order to actually overflow, we need this to get over 0.6, which means we first need to fill up the entire dam. And this means that this space, as you can see, it's not getting water until the dam fills up, and that's taking a while. And right now it actually seems kind of faster than last time. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well... Yeah, it's actually okay, right? This is just day one, and we're pretty much all the way there. It seemed to take a very long time last time. I'm not sure what changed. Maybe it slows down or something? Check this out. This is the Pod District main production facility complete. I decided, since, first of all, this is the Bod District, and second, because I have landscaping capabilities now, and strong, robust landscaping capabilities with production of dirt and dynamite, I can afford to make it symmetrical by using landfill and dynamite, and by placing buildings symmetrically. This is something I consciously avoided when building stuff for beavers. I tried to make things look kind of natural, you know, as if it was created by real beavers. But this, I think, looks great. It's very industrial. It's has a central point of symmetry, has a central, what's it called? Axis of symmetry. I actually don't need 6 forges. 5 forges is enough for the maximum production I can get out of these 2 mines, I believe. So one of these is just for cosmetics. But yeah, obviously it needs cleanup here and there. And we still need to build the other half of the pot assemblies. But it's looking good. Also, I did decide to get rid of this lake. I'm not gonna have a lake there. Instead, I'll just have a maple forest, because I expect to need a lot of maples for biofuel. By the way, we haven't seen this ever before. This is the extract in barrel form. Looks cool. Green. Yeah. Still not producing any catalyst, but that should change once these grow up, which will take a little while. And here's the other half. We still need some other productions here and there for this district. In particular, mainly, we need a lot of refineries, which will be making biofuel and catalysts for us. And what I decided to do is this. I think this is a cool idea. And I think this execution is also pretty interesting looking. These are intentionally a little bit asymmetrical. But yeah, we can have the entire space down below completely dedicated to the production of foods and wood and maple and all of that stuff. And I can just put all my production and all the auxiliary buildings to this. I can put up on these platforms above my production areas, and they do not actually interfere with the growth of trees. I cannot speak. With the growth of trees underneath them, or with Spatterdock under here. And yeah, I think this looks cool. So here's just a concept of how one of these platforms can look. Right, we've got, so this would be maple syrup for our maple production down below. Once this entire thing is complete, I can actually remove the paths from down here and have my forest connected to the main district only via these top side platforms. I'm still gonna keep this path down below, but I want to try to discourage the beavers from using it. I'm not sure how to do that, but yeah, I wanna see bustling life up above, and down below we'll just have trees growing and the basic production of raw resources happening. We still need some powered buildings in here, like we still need to make dynamite, which I think I'll just shove separately somewhere on the side, here, or maybe actually over here. We'll see. But yeah, I'm not gonna route power to these platforms because that's ridiculous. That's gonna be way too difficult. Also, they are intentionally at different heights. Like this one is on a triple stand, while this one is on a double stand, so we've got a little bit of variation like that. Also, some of these platforms are, come on, precisely above mine shafts. These are mines, and mines are exactly 5 by 5. So I could actually make a box around it. Potentially, I'm not sure what to do with it yet. But that's an option. I could do something here, like a building of some sort. Same thing here. But yeah, refineries, kind of strangely to me. It's strange, but the refineries do not need any power. They just operate on bots or beavers, alternatively. Which means I can just shove as many of them as I want up on top here. It's gonna work. This does cost a lot of metal. One of these 5 by 5 platforms is 90 metal. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's like 700 metal just with the platforms. It's not taking into account any other buildings. And we have actually run out of scrap metal by now. Like, where's my scrap metal? Yeah, 95. This 95 is actually slowly coming in from these mines. So all the scrap metal that I've collected on the map, there were ruins here, there were ruins up here, there were ruins over here, there were ruins up here. I've collected everything except for this little piece. I don't know, it's just way too far out of the way. I might never remove it. Yeah, so we're actually having to mine for scraps now. I do have a bunch of metal still stored, yeah, 1.9k, but once I build all these platforms, we're gonna be running much lower. Also, so far I've designed all this with suspension bridges in mind, the wooden ones. I believe pretty much everything here could be, well, not this. But a lot of these could be replaced with overhangs to keep up the theme of metal and industriousness. Oh, and my beaver bot population is starting to grow again. We're currently at over 200 bots. Right, these are counted separately. There's 145 employed beaver bots and 62 unemployed beaver bots. So that's a total of 207 bots. Which means once I build this, and given I can provide a sufficient amount of resources for them to be constantly working, we're gonna be able to get to 400 bots. Oh, and all of these 200 bots have absolutely no issues running on 2 refineries for biofuel. Just one for Spider and one for potatoes. And that's it. And even then, this Spider field is pretty much never fully depleted. So it's ridiculous. Bots are ridiculously cheap to operate. I'm loving this. Everything down below is taken by trees and Spatterdock. Wait, it's all Spatterdock? Always has been. Yeah, I also added a tiny little platform for the aquatic farmhouse. I think it looks cool. I did manage to discourage the bots from following these paths down below and to make them take the paths up above instead. Basically, down below, all we have is these simple workstations, such as lumberjacks and the tapper. I might need to add more tappers given this many maples. And yeah, there's no connections here. There's no logistic connection from this point to this point down at the bottom. Everything down at the bottom are dead ends, just leading to workstations. So yeah, they are now all taking these topside paths. And I think this looks great. Also, in the meantime, my bot population keeps growing beyond what I expected. We're currently at 235. And we are nearing the point of hostile takeover. There's soon gonna be more bots than live beavers. If this growth keeps going, we've currently got 253 regular beavers and 234. So it's just 19 more bots and we're gonna be over the line. Check out this bit of ridiculousness. I managed to put the district center right on top of the entire structure. It uses a ungodly overhang over here in order to be able to be accessed from these platforms. I couldn't come up with a better solution for this, but it works. It works. And it's the perfect place for a district center in terms of the lengths of paths. So now mostly everything is pretty green here, and only the very extremities are red. I think it looks alright. Doesn't really fit the theme of mechanical stuff, but it logically belongs there. Also, I just realized I am not producing enough gears. We are constantly starved for gears, and I calculated the ratios, and no, this is not sufficient even for what I have right now. For right now, I need 8 gear makers working non-stop. And I've got 7. But if I want to expand to twice that, I'm gonna need 16 gear workshops. Are they called gear? Yeah, gear workshops. And 16 gear workshops will need how much? I don't know, a bunch of plank production as well. So probably don't have enough plank production as well. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about it. I did not really intend to put a huge gear production over on this side. I'm not producing enough wood for that much, for that many gears. And we also need a lot of planks for the bots, but I think planks are much less of an issue because a plank is 3 times as fast to make as a gear. Huh. Yeah, I was intending to use these trees for punch cards primarily, which I didn't manage to fit in here. Not sure what to do. I did a quick back of the napkin calculation, and if I'm not severely mistaken somewhere, which I hope I am, because the number I came up with is ridiculous, it looks like I'm going to need, in order to sustain this bot production, I didn't expect it to be this expensive. What I'm going to need is I'm going to need approximately 16 gear workshops. Wait, or was it 14? I already forgot. But more importantly, this means I am going to need in total 13 plank workshops. Plank, what are they called? Lumber mills. And those, just counting how much logs they consume, that's a log every 1.3 hours. If I want them to be constantly powered, all the 13 of them, that's 900 oaks planted somewhere. And why is this dry? How does this happen? I don't understand how that happens. 900 oaks is more than I have right now in total. And that is assuming all of this just goes into this district for producing bots. And like, even if I go with it and I plant oaks everywhere, I plant all of this and make all of this into oaks, like how much is this really gonna be? We can kind of do again a back of the napkin calculation. So let's do a 10 by 10 area, 10 by 10 square. So it's gonna be 3 3. It's gonna be, this is 10, right, by about 10. So about this much is 100. So like 100, say 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. Well, yeah, it looks like I need something like this forest just to sustain my bot production over here. This could be a whole separate lumber district, which now that I think about it, it's kind of enticing, to be honest. I like the idea of just chopping trees. I could spare a few bots. That's not even expensive in terms of bots, right? Like that's gonna be a couple of lumberjacks and a couple of foresters. It is crazy logistics though. But yeah, I can obviously irrigate this quite simply by placing a couple of these. I mean, honestly, I should have done this a while ago. I should have done this. I shouldn't have waited for these to produce enough trees. And it's not like I had any plans for this area anyways. I do have one little bit of a project I want to do here, but nothing too serious. Should I just go ahead and plant 1,000,000,000 oaks? It is unfortunate that that's the exact opposite corner of my actual bot production. So that's gonna be terrible logistically. Similar to this Badwater, except I don't need as much Badwater as I'm gonna need lumber. Oh man. I mean, I could set up to reduce. Wait, how much? Nah. I wonder if a beaver can carry more gears than a beaver can carry logs. So maybe if I set up proper gear production over here immediately with the lumber, I could have more efficient logistics. I'm not sure how to check. Yeah, I mean, I could try to find a beaver, a hauler carrying gears and a hauler carrying logs. Let's see how that looks. You know what? Yeah, I'm also slowly running out of logs. I don't think I even have enough wood production for this. I didn't calculate any ratios, obviously. Uh, they did get to me, as you can see, eventually, at this point. I did not intend to play this game as Factorio, but yeah, it looks like you kinda have to a little bit. Oh, and yes, I'm already starting to work on this. It costs me nothing, I can always remove it if I don't like it. But actually, I do like it. How's this for reforestation? Is that gonna be enough? I doubt it. I don't think so. I really doubt it. It's also tough to get into these corners. Like, if I move the reservoir closer, it can get them. But then I will lose a bunch of area here. It's not really worth it. I can lower them with dynamite, but I do like the layered nature of it. I think it looks cool. I think it looks much better than these, actually. Do I wanna... Maybe like here, especially here where I already have the water elevated. I could add some elevation to my farming area. Yeah, I could definitely bury it lower down. That wouldn't be an issue. I should do that to the forests to make them look a bit more varied. So yeah, this looks much better on the hills than these do. These look stupid. I'm still so unhappy with them. This maple garden as well. We're still severely underproducing maple syrup. Actually... Wow! No! Would you look at that? Starting to get some catalyst coming in. That's what catalyst looks like. See the beaver bots? Oh yeah, they're catalysted. Yeah, all the timber bots are boosted. That's nice. Okay, so it looks like we do have enough maple syrup, at least for the current bot population. I am culling it a little bit. We've got way too many unemployed bots, and yeah, I paused a bunch of my bot production, just like that. Still no gears. None. Zero right now. With that forest, hopefully can change. We'll see. So, I made some steps in the rock of this cliff. Can you guess what the plan is? How's this? For a small, beginner-sized mega project. I redid some of my calculations, and I believe this should be enough to power our entire beaverbot production, including this side. That's 16. Actually, I think 15 is sufficient, or it's like 15 and a half. That's 16 gear workshops and 8 plank workshops to power both these gears and the plank needs of the bots. So this will be self-sufficient. It looks a bit samey. It's just very clearly a repeated texture. I could consider making it more like a triangle, making it wider and taller. But actually, I think it kind of fits the aesthetic of the bot district. It being samey and symmetrical. The bots work in their samey cells. This is the bot matrix. Kind of like dot matrix, but bot matrix. This is... It really is a bit of a mega project, to be honest. Because each one of these platforms costs 8 metal. And we've got, what, this is 8. So 8 by 8, 64. times 2, 128. So one of these rows is 128 metal, right? If I'm not mistaken. And this row is also 128. So that's 256 metal in just this project. It's also gonna require an ungodly amount of power. Again, that's... yeah, we're gonna need to expand our power production. For sure, I will probably work on that as this is being built. Or even I should probably lay both of these out at the same time and have them happening at the same time simultaneously. I would also want to expand power storage, but I don't like this. I'm actually even considering removing this cliff altogether. I do have a different idea for serious endgame power storage, but that's still a little ways off. So, I don't know. In the meantime, the forest is starting to grow. I'm not sure if I have enough lumberjacks in here. We'll just find out the hard way. And also, I have now added this little bit. I'm not actually... I mean, honestly, I'm not happy with it at all. I'm pretty unhappy with where it is. I liked everything being on this little island. And the production spilling out of the island is not ideal. It looks a bit out of place, I think, there. This is the punch card production. So that's 3 printing presses, all set to produce punch cards. None of this actually runs right now because... wait, let's pause this. Yeah, because I don't have enough beavers to man everything for now. But yeah, as you can see, punch cards are very difficult to produce. A single punch card is 4 times the paper requirement of a single book. So for 3 punch card presses, we need, well, not actually 8, but 7. The 8th here is for symmetry. You need 7 paper mills for 3 punch card presses, and the more you get, obviously, the more paper mills you will require. I have spent a very long time trying to come up with a way to fit this production into this district. And unless I wanted to spread it out, like put a printing press here and a printing press here and a bunch of paper mills around the place. There's also this little patch, which I've considered using, but ultimately decided against. I've also considered putting it underground here, trying to hide it. But that seemed way too complicated, especially considering the fact that these paper mills are actually very inconvenient to hide underground because... I'm gonna show it real quick. You can have a paper mill, and in order to build something above it, it's not enough to have a single platform to create an overhang. This won't fit. Just because the stupid wheel of paper clips it a little bit. And what you actually need is you need this much height. Yeah, which means that you are pretty much wasting a whole block of height. At least that's what it feels like. And you need to dig quite deep. Compared, for example, to the printing presses, which do not have that problem. I just have a single block. You can see this is 2 blocks high. The printing press is 2 blocks high. The same thing is true of these gear workshops, which is why I can stack them nicely like this. But it's not true, for example, of these lumber mills, because the wheel sticks out too high. I don't know. I might eventually decide to move this entirely. We'll see. Man, I'm about to run out of planks. This is my entire colony, not a single district, and the planks are slowly going down and approaching 0. I decided to rapidly, as soon as possible, expand the production of planks here. I mean, it could work actually to remedy the issue. So long as I don't run out of logs, which I hope doesn't happen. Oh man. maybe I do need more lumberjacks here. How are we doing on logs? We're okay on logs so far. But yeah, we've entered the great plank shortage. Oh, and I'm also using a whole bunch of them here in the construction of large windmills, which cost 40 planks each. So it makes sense that we would run out. See, a shortage of wood or planks or gears poses the same issue to my bot population as a shortage of food or water poses to my beaver population. Because while bots will not exactly die from not having planks, while they do not exactly eat planks, they do just naturally disappear, and new ones do not naturally appear unless I have planks. So essentially, you can kind of think of it as having a population of bots, but the bots actually eat planks and not really biofuel. Biofuel is a different issue. So yeah, we're really finding out that the main problem with having a large bot population is not food or biofuel, it is wood and making new bots. Oh, and of course, since new bots are made by bots, this means that if my population drops significantly, I won't be able to produce as many new bots, and that'll enter a downward spiral. I'm not sure if I could actually have an extinction event from it. I mean, probably not, right? I am producing some planks, so I should be able to sustain some population of bots. Yeah, they are expensive. I'm also running out of metal. Well, I've pretty much have run out of metal. We have 800 metal left, and all the new sources of metal are these two mine shafts, currently staffed by 20 bots total. There's still a little bit of scrap here. I'm not sure if I want to remove it at all. I think I mentioned. Kind of looks interesting there. I don't know. Both projects are now complete. Gear workshops. And the wind power expansion. This one is not exactly doubling our previous setup, but it's somewhere along those lines. It's probably plus 60, 70% production. So now, given decent wind, like right now, yeah, so this is 200 out of 300 wind. We are overproducing, although it's midnight right now. We should wait for all the non-bot beavers to go to their workstations, but still, even with everything turned on, with regular beavers working, with beaver bots, why are you not working? And with beaver bots doing their thing, decent wind is more than enough to power us. These are not sufficient, they go down very quickly when there's no wind. Yeah, so okay. Going up to 10k. I think about 10k is our current max consumption. Yeah. And as you can see, with just 66% wind, we are producing, well, we were. Now it's not 66. Now it's less than 50% and we're not producing enough. But still, most of the time we should be... Yeah. Most of the time we should be okay-ish on power. Eventually I probably wanna make this one giant field, connect these two over here and expand it outward in this direction, perhaps. The main reason I'm not doing that is just because I'm so lazy. This is the most tedious thing ever. It's very difficult. It's hard to lay out the very windmills themselves. This checkerboard pattern, or you know, the complex pattern is difficult to lay out. And then comes the insanely tedious job of wiring it all up. And it's twice as, probably 3 times as tedious, because you cannot just lay it out and have the beavers build it, because beavers are stupid and they will log themselves in. One beaver will be building in here, and somebody else is gonna log them in by building these. So it's really annoying that way. That said, if all my calculations were correct, we should be going up in all the resources right now. Like this should be the perfect setup. Except for sap actually, but we should be going up in wood, which is happening. We should be going up in gears because we are producing more than enough gears. We're currently, so this setup should be enough to power this entire district, assuming all these are built and operational. So right now we should be overproducing both gears and planks. And it does look like we are overproducing gears, right? Yeah, we are quite quickly overproducing gears. This is already filling up. This district is soon gonna start exporting gears into others. But planks aren't looking great. Huh. That's not what you want to see. Why aren't planks going up? Is this insufficient plank production? Did I miscalculate? Actually, I think I know what's up. I don't think I miscalculated. I think there's a different dynamic at play. So, even though this thing is designed for twice our current consumption, most of it actually goes into gears. Most of these planks, 7 of them in fact, 7 of these lumber mills, are feeding the gear workshops. And overall, once the double setup is complete, this thing is only designed to break even. It's not designed to produce gears for me or produce planks for me. And so, while yes, I am overproducing by 50%, right? I could turn all of these off and still be good for my current needs. Most of the overproduction actually goes into the production of gears. So we should be filling up on gears very quickly, and the planks should be lagging behind. And it does seem to be the case. Like this 1000, I think, was created in the last 1 day, like 2 days, which is very fast. Well, no, probably, I don't know, a couple days. Oh, and gear production hits a logistical bottleneck. Right, these guys have produced all the gears they could, and they're waiting for the gears to be taken away. But because there's no more storage in this district, all the gears that can be taken away are gears that are exported. And the only gears that are exported are pretty much gears that exported to this district, because this one has no gear storage. So yeah, right now there's only 10 of these guys picking up these gears, which means, yeah, we are hitting a bottleneck. That's fine, because obviously these are not meant for export. So for now, I think I'll just pause a bunch and still keep the planks. We'll see how the planks do. And also, I do wonder how half of our gears... I hope we don't start going down in gears, because that should be precisely enough for this. Yeah, there's all sorts of these end game logistical issues. So right now we are underproducing. Well, we were. I'm not sure I unpaused a bunch of these, but we were underproducing treated planks severely. And the reason for that is I set enough of these. So treated planks are used in these mines, right? Every 1.8 hours, a single treated plank is used. I assume that's needed to build supports in the mines, so the mines don't collapse. Yeah, so I set these to a perfect ratio. I unpaused, I believe, 4 of them, because 4 of them are supposed to be enough for powering these 2 mines. However, because these are staffed by beavers and not timber bots, this means they're not working 24/7, which messes with the ratio. And these are also not powered 24/7 because my power system is lacking. Which meant we weren't producing enough of these and we were about to run out. We'll see how this goes, but yeah, with this setup, I am now severely underproducing pine resin. So I'll need more pines. Although this I expected from the very beginning. I did not expect this to be enough pine resin for this many treated plank productions. I did have a whole lot of it stored up though. Over the time I've not needed it. So for now we're fine, and I can always expand this. You don't need that much of it. I am considering making bots gather pine resin, although... yeah, not sure, we'll see. Anyways, I am going to let all this settle for now. I'm gonna leave the bots alone with their gear production, because this game does seem to have a kind of initial shock that needs to stabilize when you add new production. There's things growing and things regrowing, and workers figuring out the patterns in which they're gonna be chopping trees and, you know, all that. So I'll just wait, and I am already starting to think of turning my attention to the next project, which is going to be the first proper mega project I intend to embark on in this playthrough. And that is going to involve this dam. As I mentioned many times now, I intend to make another step of a dam all the way up here. And I will actually put a dam here, as I again explained. I understand it's not strictly efficient, right? The most efficient thing for me to do would be to just make these taller if I want, and to deepen this as far as possible. But I think it'll look more fun, more interesting if I build another dam up on top. But before I do that, I actually need to figure something out with this, because this has served us well for a while now, but it's not gonna really work for a dam if I wanna pile water here. And I've actually already went ahead and tested this in developer mode on a different save. And there is a setup for this place that will work more efficiently. Well, it's not more efficient, but it's yeah, it's gonna be better for the dam, and that setup is going to look something like this. So this time I did put sluices immediately next to the water sources. I'm not sure what changes, but it seems they don't leak any water, any bad water anymore with this setup, with the new approach I'm going to use. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover these water sources entirely. We're gonna completely enclose them in impermeable stuff. So what we have here are 2x1 platforms, overhangs over the water sources, because you cannot build anything on top of them. So we're just putting overhangs above them, and we are covering them in impermeable floors, which also serve equivalently as impermeable ceilings. So the water will not be able to escape up, and the only ways for it to go will be through these sluices, as well as, once I remove some more land here, I'm gonna put sluices here and here, and these sluices will be for bad water discharge. They're not actually, strictly speaking, necessary. You can actually completely isolate a water source and just have a pressurized chamber stopping any water from coming in. You don't need to necessarily send it off the map. These things have infinite strength and they will contain water at arbitrary pressures. But when a bad tide ends and new fresh water comes in, we need to be able to, well, we want to be able to flush out the bad water as quickly as we can, which is why I am going to add bad water discharges on the sides. So that's the plan. We're gonna have bots building this. I do have a lot of bot builder bots. Let's see how long that takes. Also, I gave this a bit more thought, and I decided I was gonna remove these, as well as probably these overhangs. Even though, yeah, these are a precious resource which I cannot recover. I cannot build natural overhangs myself. If I'm gonna be building a dam here, I want it to be efficient, which means I want to remove this terrain. And that means, well, the overhangs will have to go. Oh, also, we now have more bots than we have real beavers. 257 versus 248. Almost 10 more. I think this happened in the past day and a half. For the first time, our bot population has surpassed our original beaver, OG beavers population. It will get much higher than that, hopefully. So, this is what the end result looks like. As you can see, the water sources are completely enclosed. There's no way for any liquid to escape except through sluices. There's a row of sluices down at the bottom. And there's also a couple of sluices up here and up here. And these are set as before to allow any uncontaminated water through. While these are actually set to close below contamination 1, which means they will not allow any uncontaminated water through, but they will open when water has any contamination. So these will be our discharges for bad water during bad tides, and these will be our normal, I don't know, gates allowing water through. Now on top of this, we're going to be building a dam. And there's two ways you can make a dam large. You can raise the water level in the dam, such as here, by raising the sides of the reservoir, or you can deepen the reservoir, which is what we did here, to allow for more water. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do both. So we're gonna add walls around this inlet, which will allow us to hold more water, and I will dynamite out all of this land to hold even more water. Now, how tall do I build these walls? With levees, I can do quite a bit, but I hate levees. I really don't like them. I think they look stupid. So I decided on using regular terrain for the walls of this dam, and they do look decent, right? These rocky formations. It does kind of look beaver made if you give it some regular shape. You can think of it kind of as cement or something. So we're going to be building a rocky dam. And I am going to go as high as the build limit for this, which is quite close. That is the build limit for terrain. There's actually two separate build limits, build height limits. If you build beaver-made stuff, you can go much higher, or, well, reasonably higher. Yeah, you can go this high. But I don't need that much, and I think that'll look stupid. Instead, yeah, we're gonna limit ourselves to the build limit of terrain. I also intend to make this inlet dam more symmetrical than the others. So I will do some terraforming over here to remove this land, so that it's all nice and symmetrical and even. And let me lay out some of the first walls. here's the general rough shape of our inlet dam. This is perfectly symmetrical, even if it doesn't look like it from the outside. Now, this looks stupid at the moment, and the obvious reason is we have these thin, tall, perfectly vertical walls, which are supposed to hold back tons of water. That's not reasonable, not realistic. Don't worry, I have a plan. First of all, something we could do is we could try to incorporate this into the terrain. So we could just raise this hill, make it a huge mountain, and make it seem like this is a natural opening in a mountain. But that's actually not what I'm going to do. First of all, that's going to be really expensive because this is going to be a volume I have to fill in, which is going to scale with a cube of its size. Instead, what I'm going to do to make these look reasonable and nice is I'm going to add buttresses. I just learned what the word is for these things, and buttresses are essentially outside supports which look something like this. They're kind of columns, evenly spaced, in this sort of triangular shape that are supposed to prevent the walls from collapsing from the pressure inside. So I'm gonna add this all around, and you can see, I mean, if you imagine everything is like this, it's already looking much nicer. I think I'll probably also add like a row here, and yeah, we'll figure something out for the rest, but the general idea is that this is going to be beaver made. It's not going to be natural like I tried to make these dams. These ones I tried to utilize the natural what do you call it, flow of the terrain. But here this is going to be completely artificial, and still it's going to look cool, hopefully. There. Buttresses all around. Still looks a bit stupid, but I think this might be because of the gray of the unfinished buildings. I think it will, I hope it does look better once it's completed. Now this is gonna be a real pain to build because beavers will not... So obviously what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to let them climb up here and build these from the top. But they won't be able to reach all around the buttresses from the top. They will only be able to reach this first row. Which means these ones, and in particular the middle one, the highest blocks of the middle one, will need to... Oof, I don't know, yeah, probably like little ridges up on top. Overhangs, that's probably the easiest option. Although, no, they will not be able to walk on that. Yeah, this is gonna be very difficult to build in terms of scaffolding, but hopefully we'll manage. I have left some space outside because this is where the actual dam is going to go, or the, you know, the discharge, which I am going to build out of levees and dams and these floodgates and stuff. Not yet sure what it's gonna be in terms of shape. I think, well, yeah, I intend for these to be buttress dam, and for this to be an arch dam, similar to these ones. So we're gonna have an arch shape down at the bottom, something like this, you know. But yeah, that'll be, because it's very large. It's much larger, probably. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be larger than both of these combined. I'm gonna need to come up with some good shape for this. I don't think something as simple as this will cut it. But that I'm gonna leave for later, and I'm gonna start, I think, constructing this. Oh, actually, it might be wiser. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking it might be wiser to first remove the insides, because it's easier to access right now, but doesn't matter, I can always come in from the outlet. Here's the start of a new cycle. Let's check out how our new inlet setup works. Hello? Yep, I think it's fine. Yeah, the water just flows straight through here. Doesn't even reach these outlets. More important to check during Badtide. The metal ruins are already gone. The overhangs I'm still keeping, but they will eventually disappear as well. The dam walls are coming along. Not finished yet. We've got a Badtide coming in 0.1 days. And this is our first opportunity to test the new sluice system, the new Badwater containment system. Hopefully, no contamination gets through, and all the bad water gets discharged out of the map. Let's see. Zero 0.0. Come on. Yeah, I've already deepened this, as you can see. There's still a little bit of contamination there, and it's actually lingering now. I don't know. I mean, it's such a small amount that it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, now all the bad water, as you can see. I think this means that it's pressurized. It's just really heavily pressurized, and it's going out of the map. It's forced to go in the only direction it can. Yeah, I should put like a Badtide testing pole here and see Badwater, whatever it's called. A stream gauge. Let's put one down. Where can I put it? Well, this is really the only spot, right? I'm gonna. It's already gone by now. Actually, no. This is still slightly red. Yeah, there's probably like 1% of contamination there. That's unfortunate. It won't really matter for a dam this size. Oh wow, 4%. That is a lot. Oh no, all my water is getting contaminated. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna... Oh my... Man. But I don't know. See, this is the same issue. I do not know if it is at all possible to fix this. Because it seems the sluices just have a lag to them, where they do not close immediately as the Badtide is coming in, and instead they just let some of the Badtide through. And so there's no system I can apply that will automatically close in time. Again, this is not enough contamination to actually infect the ground. I don't think contamination does not affect pumps at all. It says bad water contamination slows down its pumping speed, but it doesn't prevent pumps from working entirely. That said, I'm not happy with the, I don't know, optics of it. I want my viewers to live perfectly contamination-free life. In the meantime, our wind farm is getting partially replaced, updated, and expanded. As you can see, this is about as large as I would like it to ever get, but I fear it might still not be enough power for everything I want to have powered. Now, I can't be really sure because I don't have enough gravity batteries right now to store power throughout the outages. Yeah, this may need a further expansion in the future still. I do not want to go in this direction. I do not want to build another one anywhere, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I want to build another one. If I have to, if I must, I'll probably put a bunch up on the mountain. That would be probably the best option. And, I mean, weirdly, I keep thinking about this. This is strange. This is way too many, right? That's so many windmills. And this is such a complex pattern. And if I didn't use the pattern, I think it would be like at least 50% larger. So we would run out of space by now. And there's really, I think I mentioned this already, but there really isn't any more efficient ways for me to generate power. So like the only other thing that is consistent is power wheels, which generate 50 each, as opposed to 300 from a windmill. So 6 beavers and 6 of these would be required to mimic the power of a single large windmill, which is ridiculous. I don't, like I said, I don't want to employ beavers on such stupid manual labor. There's water wheels. Still, we would need 2 water wheels per windmill here, right? And they would only work when there's water flowing, which there never is. So that's not really an option. I could try to build a perpetual motion machine, which I'm pretty sure is possible. Like I could pump the water up with a pump. I don't know, somewhere. And then have a very long river flowing down, have a bunch of power wheels, and then power the pump with those power wheels. That would be a perpetual motion machine. Except that requires water, which will eventually evaporate over 20 days of a drought. So I would need also a way to replenish water in that system. So it's, I don't know. I really think that this is the most efficient way I can get power. The sides are all done. And here's my suggestion for the actual main dam. The idea is the same as this down below, but this one was very small in comparison, right? You can feel how tiny it is. And back then, this felt like a lot. And of course, here I didn't have many blocks to play with, while here it would look very stupid if I didn't make it a reasonable shape. So I tried. This is just eyeballing it and making things by hand or changing things until they look kind of reasonable. I tried to make this a parabolic arch dam. So all these arches, I tried to make kind of parabolic shape. So you can sort of see some parabolas in here, like this, or this here, and this, and these shapes, the inward facing stuff, is also kind of parabolic. Roughly, I don't know. It's hard to tell when you're playing with blocks, and short of writing a Python script that'll generate me a whatever hyperbolic paraboloid in blocks of Minecraft, I don't even know if hyperbolic paraboloid is the shape you want for a dam. That's the Pringle shape, by the way, the famous one. Yeah, this is... I think that's okay-ish. Obviously, I'm gonna remove the excess terrain from the sides. We don't want that. It is very wide. It goes very deep in. So it's like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks. So it's kind of using a decent chunk of the actual space we have for storing water, but this is largely a vanity project. I already pretty much have enough water for everything I want, so I can afford it. There is a fun challenge related to this, or involved with the construction of this dam. That being these spillways up here. So just to remind you, any dam needs 2 ways of discharging water. The first one is it needs to not overflow, right? So you don't want water to go over your dam, which is what spillways exist for. So whenever water reaches the top of our dam, there's these things called literally dam, which will allow the water to spill over. And then it'll reach all the way down to the bottom, and some of these sluices, in fact all these 6 sluices, will just be constantly open and allow any excess overflow water to just go straight through the dam. However, in addition to them, we also need some sluices that will allow the water to drain when we're not overflowing. So that will be these 2. And the important part is, we need the 2 systems separate. The spillway, so this part, essentially needs to be a pipe. Because otherwise, during a drought, if this pipe was not separated from the main dam body, all the water would just drain through this pipe and escape. So we need to separate this. And when it comes to something this large, it's actually kind of complicated. It was kind of complicated to come up with a solution for how to route the water so that the inside of this is isolated from the outside. And this is what I came up with. And this is actually an interesting kind of approach, an interesting cheat, I would say. So I can explain it separately here. You can imagine, oh goodness, I'm just fiddling with the layers. You can imagine 2 sources of liquids. So I think a good idea to keep in mind is, let's say this is bad water source and this is a good water source. And let's say I have a channel, like something like this, right? And they're both going to be flowing this way. Now, I do not want my bad water and my good water to mix. What can I do? Well, the first thing I can do is I can place just a divider in between them, right? That will allow our good water to flow separately and our bad water to flow separately. However, this uses up a decent chunk of our usable area, right? This wall itself takes up space, which could otherwise be used for transporting water. So an alternative I was able to come up with is alternating sluices, like so. You can go as far as you want. And because sluices only accept water from the input from one side and output it on the other side, this actually means that sluices make a perfectly thin wall on the side. And if you alternate them like this, because unfortunately you cannot put sluices inside of each other, there's no such thing as a double sluice. This means I can separate my water, which will flow through these sluices, and my bad water, which will flow through these sluices, from each other, while not using any block inside my channel for the actual separator wall. And that's what I utilized here. So yeah, the inside is the spillway water. This is most of our volume because we have a lot of water coming in. And then just a small amount of water on the sides. So these channels with these sluices will only operate when there's nothing coming in, and these sluices will be set to constantly open, while these ones will be set to only open to only open above a certain downstream, or only open below a certain downstream level, so as to feed our next reservoir. So yeah, as you can see, that's quite a lot of platforms, a whole lot of levees and dams and stuff. But we are now a highly advanced beaver civilization, and we can afford this quite easily, I think. I wonder if we could actually complete it in time for the next drought. It's 4 days left until the start of the next good season. And then we're gonna have about 6 days on average, I would say, until the next drought. So we've got 10 days and we are not far off. Yeah, I think we're gonna actually... This looks very good. This looks like it might be completed by the time the next good season comes. Also, this would have been completely impossible to build if I didn't know about the infinite build height trick. by just placing the beavers over the dam. I can allow them to build everything. Imagine if the beavers could only build in a 3x3x3 cube around them. Having to scaffold to every part of this. It's a nightmare. Man, the bots are relentless. Not even the good season is in. And the dam is complete. Well, save for the sculpture. I'm not even sure if I want it there. I'm still considering. But it's not a structural part of the dam, so... the actual structural part of the dam is complete. I'm not gonna remove the scaffolding for now. We're gonna test if it actually works. Oh, and for that, we actually still need to do something else. We need backing walls. You do not actually need the full backing wall here. Well, obviously the backing wall is necessary so that the water doesn't escape out of the map this way. We don't need it to be full, I don't believe. Because these water blocks, these water sources being right next to the edge of our flat world, I believe make an impermeable, infinitely tall wall behind them. The water is not able, as you can see here, for example, well, it's not actually visible, but it is true, that this water is not actually escaping this way, outside, and the only water that's escaping is these two blocks. So, while we have them included in the dam, we need to actually add backers. You may think at this point that I should have put terrain blocks up here so that I don't need the backing, right? I should have made it a little bit less wide. However, because this is a sluice, I cannot put any terrain blocks on top of it, and I cannot put them here either. So I would need a part of this side wall to be levees if I were to make that. And I think that would have looked dumb. So instead, this is what we're going for. I think this looks less dumb. Yeah, and eventually you can just imagine that there's a large river coming in here. There's this dam goes on outside the map, and that's where we get our water from. Right. The big test is coming. First, we're gonna witness why these discharges were necessary. Not necessary, but why they're useful. So right now, we've got Badwater coming in. Its contamination is 50. Yeah, it's going down quite rapidly. That is because it's able to flush the Badwater out. If this was just completely enclosed, we wouldn't be able to flash the Badwater out, and we would need to wait for the water to slowly dilute Badwater. I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, it would have been much slower if we didn't have anywhere for the water to escape, for the bad water to escape. So now, it all escaped, and hopefully these should now be letting some water through very soon. There we go. They will be very slow, yes, especially at first, as the dam is filling up. As it should be, I hope. Yes, the dam is filling up. These are slowly letting some water through. These are not intended for proper water flow. They're only intended for supporting our water levels during a drought. And the actual proper water flow is going to come through all these once the dam fills up to the top. Which is gonna take a while. It is the middle of day 2, and the water is only just about to reach its original level without the dam being dug deeper in. We're gonna witness why these walls were necessary, as well as the invisible wall behind the water sources, hopefully. So the water will go in this direction, but it's not gonna flow off the map. Come on. Slowly filling up. Yeah, see, this is taking... Also, what's up with the grass here? This is taking forever. But it is also filling the dam down below, so... Yeah, we're good, we're good. This is all filled, almost. Yeah, we've got plenty of time. Like, I think it's at least 6 days until a drought. And in 6 days we're gonna fill everything up. I should make a time lapse of the water flowing in. But frankly, I'm too lazy. You can also see that the spillways are dry. And they will remain dry until the water goes all the way up to the top. So this means that our tubes, our separation using these sluices, yeah, works like a charm. Exactly as expected, as predicted, and as intended. Right, we're about to reach the top. Now's the moment of truth. Is the dam going to overflow? It shouldn't. This should be more than enough spillways. There we go. Getting spillover. Water's coming out of these. Is the dam overflowing? Doesn't look like it. Perfect. This one is, though. Yeah, I'm gonna need to fix this one. I'm gonna apply... So, down here, I built this before I realized that the sluice trick existed. So, as you can see, I'm using these for separating the spillways from the main water body. And instead, I should apply the sluice trick here. That will allow for more overflow, which will prevent dam overflowing over the top. Yeah, for now, I've just got this temporary solution, which is not ideal. Right, yeah, we've got a drought approaching, but we are more than ready to face it. I'm not sure if I like the grass on the sides here. I could cover it up with impermeable floors, like this. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that. But the dam is working! The dam is complete and the dam is working! I wish I could zoom further out with the camera. I cannot. This mega structure is too large to comprehend. Ooh, there we go. I entered dev mode. And there's this thing called free camera. This gives you an idea of the size of the dam. It's kind of the size of the entire city here. I'm happy with how this turned out. I think it looks cool. The buttresses are working. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of some cathedral. I don't know why. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it looks natural. It looks like it would work in real life. Bot district is now complete. Not the bot district, but the bot production facility. Both sides. I paused it still, because as you may have noticed in some of the previous clips, just this half, with sufficient resources provided to it, was actually able to get all the way up to 300, I believe, 20. And I feel like it might even go as far as 350 if I gave it more time. I just paused it when I noticed. So this means that this entire facility will be able to provide me with 700 bots, which is way too many. I have absolutely no use for 700 bots. But still, I'm gonna keep it for symmetry. And I will use it to expand my population in the future. Another update is I have now completely rewired and rebuilt, well, partially rebuilt and completely rewired all of our energy production facilities. So now this is, I decided this would be the most neat way, is to just place intersections, X's, crosses on every square, because otherwise it was just a huge, ridiculous mess. So now we are producing pretty decent energy. Well, yeah, see, we're working at what, a sixth of our, or a fifth right now, the fifth of maximum wind power, so we're still not providing enough, but overall I think this should be okay in the future once we provide enough gravity batteries. I think my next task is gonna be cleaning up some of things which I have hanging. One of the most important parts is this. Oh yeah, by the way, I did add fluid dump in here. There was just this perfect natural 3x3 down at the bottom, and I couldn't resist the temptation. Costs me nothing, I can just plop one down, and we've got some irrigation there. I mean, hopefully I can irrigate most of the map. We'll see. Yeah, so I want to clean up this area in particular. I want to clean this up now that I have access to terraforming. I want to even this out. I think I'm gonna get rid of these. Well, I definitely am gonna get rid of these temporary healing beds, and overall I'm gonna move these out closer to the planting area, and I'm gonna expand my production by one more large warehouse down at the bottom, because otherwise, as you can see, it's uneven and it sticks out a little bit. But more importantly, while it looks like I am producing enough planks and gears now for all my production needs, I am not actually producing anywhere near enough planks, especially, not gears so much, but planks, for any serious mega projects I might want to embark on. So I think I want to expand my plank production in this area, and I am considering adding a whole other row of production buildings here. Obviously I'm gonna staff this all with pots, so that my beavers don't get injured and I don't need as many recovery beds, medical beds. Also, I want to do something about this tower. That's another thing I want to do. And, as you can see already popping up in the background, I decided to also embark on a small little mega project, a tiny one, for the bots. So I decided to keep this setup, these Badwater rigs, being connected directly to this district. But I don't want my bots to take this stupid path down below, and I've thought about pathing a bunch. And I think this kind of makes sense. It looks cool. Oops, autosave. It looks, I mean, I've worked on the shape a bunch. I think this shape is pretty natural looking. We can have some stops up at the top. I can put some, you know, biofuel and catalysts and punch cards so that the bots can refuel on the way, or at least so they don't have to travel as far for the refueling. This is gonna get built pretty quickly, and it's not actually that expensive. But yeah, I think it's cool, and yeah, we're gonna add a bridge over here somewhere, you know, to that side, and then there's gonna be a path along the edge of this cliff. Like so, and yeah, that's how the bots are gonna be getting there. By the way, I'm not sure if climbing stairs costs stamina. Like, if going up and down actually costs anything to the beavers, because the length of this path is pretty much gonna be exactly the same as what we used to have, except it's gonna be going up and down a bit more, right? Especially with this dip, where we lose height and then gain height unnecessarily. As well as, of course, a bunch of height over the top of where we actually need to go. But lengthwise, it's going to be the same, and I feel like length doesn't, or height doesn't matter, especially when you consider these, you know, the color of these lines. I think it changes exactly the same on stairs as it does on regular terrain. Oh, and here's how much water we have left after a long drought. Only 2 blocks in the lower dam. That was pretty much the longest drought, I believe. 26 days or something like that. So I think we're set. The pump is not going. I even disconnected the pump, by the way. I intended to rewire it, but I might even remove it altogether. Nah, it's a good emergency reservoir. I don't know. Yeah, this dam is not that large. And now we are running out of wood. Rapidly. I'm not sure why. I don't know what happened. I didn't really increase my consumption of wood by that much. And this is the size of the forest we have right now. I mean, I can expand it further out here. It's a little ridiculous, though. Huh. Are these platforms expensive in terms of wood? I mean, kind of. 36 is not a joke. And I'm building scaffolding and stuff. It doesn't really matter. I want to be able to build my mega project, so yes, I will have to expand my wood production. Here's the updated right district. It's not finished yet. Still need to think what to put in here. But we've got a new storage tower, complete with more barrels, more tanks, a carousel, and I decided to stick the district center on top of it. I couldn't figure out what to put there, and I think a district center is fitting. And that is pretty much the center of this district, essentially, if you weigh everything up. If you try to put it equidistantly from the production and from the farming and from the housing. Yeah, that is where you would put it, probably. As you can see, the skybridge is also complete now. I've put some barrels on top so that bots can refuel themselves on the way. I don't actually like how that looks, but I haven't figured out what to do otherwise. Also, we've extended the bakery area, and overall it's moved further in here and it's larger now, so there's more bakeries. Mostly that's just for looks because the previous setup was sufficient. As you can see, I have 3 of them paused. And I have also extended the production area both in this direction to the left, so there's the rows are longer now, and I added a whole other row of plank thingies, lumber mills. So now, I mean, I think this looks better, it looks more balanced. With the number of lumber mills we have right now on the map, which is this plus that, according to my calculations, I need 1800 oaks planted on the map, and I don't know if I have that. So yeah, I think my plank production surpasses what I can supply. yeah, as you can see, I've extended the oak production all the way to the corner as well. So now pretty much this entire side of the map is just oaks. What else? I have expanded this water storage. Now it's symmetrical, so it's 3 on the left and 3 on the right. So it's a 6x2 grid. Overall, just this tower, just this water, I think should be enough to last through most droughts. Yeah, it wasn't full when this one started, so I still think so. I still think it should be enough to last most droughts. So this is all just backup water. We've also got a ridiculous amount of storage underneath the production area. These are all warehouses, which I haven't even assigned to anything yet. I'm considering making this a backup food storage just because I can. It's not like we need any food storage at all. Like, we don't even need to store food because we are constantly producing new foods and we are producing more than we are eating, so we don't need to store anything, but I like to be prepared, and it's good to feel like you can last multiple droughts without any production. So that's cool. Yeah, I'm still considering what to do with this area, but another interesting note is that you may remember this used to have underground piles all around it. And something I figured out is that you can put underground piles under the storage tower without sacrificing anything. They fit perfectly. You can just use these overhang platforms to put above them, and they are just one high, which is amazing, I think. I really like the fact that these are small. So yeah, now the 4 underground storages are all under the tower. That's not too far away, right? It's a little bit further from the production, but I think that's fine. And they fit nicely. Yeah, we're gonna need to add a lot more entertainment to this district, as well as hopefully this one. Not sure where I'm gonna fit everything that needs to be added, because we are running out of space, but we'll see. Oh yeah, I've also added this. I'm not happy with it. I don't like using this spot for pines, but we do need pines. We need more pines for pine resin for treated planks in order to feed our mines with treated planks, even though right now our metal block stores are overflowing. But yeah, I think that's the update. Oh yeah, I'm also considering a setup like this. So the bot district doesn't really need as much water as beavers do, but it does need water for making biofuel. And I wanted to give it its own pumps. And something I am thinking of doing, and this is not, I'm not happy with this setup, but I think I will go with something along these lines, is I can put a sluice up there and have part of the dam's overflow go into a little lake over here, which will allow us to, well, have a special separate water source just for the bots. Overall, this is an instance of a more general issue which I want to solve eventually, but which is kind of hard to solve, really. And that is the issue of me having to pause and unpause these pumps all the time. Because I want the water, especially the water down here, so especially these pumps. I want these pumps paused because I want this water for irrigation, right? And if I was constantly pumping and drinking it, there's no dams that would be enough to last us throughout droughts if we're also pumping the water. So ideally, what you want to have is you want your pumps to only work when water is flowing, right? But that means you need in order to not have to pause and unpause them, that means you need a separate pumping channel, which is only active when the water is flowing, and which is not part of the general water storage facilities. And that would actually kind of be my end game, right? That would be the final thing I really need to do in order to be able to leave my beaver colony and just let it run forever AFK, right? So at this point, if I leave and go out for a walk and then return in 2 days, my beavers will all die. Simply because the pumps are paused. And I need to pay attention to pausing and unpausing pumps still. Otherwise, everything is automated and everything works except for the pumps. But eventually, again, I'm repeating myself, but I just want to drive the point home. When, or if, not sure, hopefully when, we figure out a way to have pumps connected only to separate special spillways that are only active during good weather, I will be able to leave the game running for a week and the beavers will just live their lives in here. Also, I still never unpaused this side, and I had my bot production running like this, and we reached, I believe, 380 bots at some point. And I'm scared of how high it can go. I'm actually scared. I don't need that many. Right now we have 97 bots unemployed. Obviously, yes, my goal is to automate everything, and I will need... So I need... In order to be able to completely get rid of manual labor for beavers, currently I have 200 beaver workers, or, well, 209 beaver workstations, which means in order to completely automate everything, I need 209 unemployed bots. So I will need to expand my bot production beyond this and beyond 400 even. Yeah, that'll come eventually. With all that, I think we're just about ready for our first and probably only true mega project. This is the one thing I had in mind from the very beginning, and that is a large aqueduct. So in this game, you can route water over terrain. I don't think I have been doing that anywhere yet. Yeah, no, not really. But if you use overhangs or platforms, but we're going to be using overhangs, like this, you put impermeable floors, because overhangs have holes in them, as you can see. They're not impermeable. You put impermeable floors, like so, and you add levees on either side. This creates a channel through which water can flow. And this can be used, obviously, to transport any amount of water to any part of the map. And my intention is, we're going to be transporting water from our inlet, which we only have one, all the way here. This is a huge mountain lake, which feeds into a river, which has been dry ever since the start of the game. And I want to change that. I want this to be another water storage, and I want this river to be constantly irrigated. Which means we're going to need to bring water from the sources over to here. I'm also going to deepen this lake in order for it to hold a lot more water. And the way we're going to do that is I'm going to start an aqueduct somewhere around here. I've already got, by the way, a bridge here and even brought power to this. You'll see why. Probably not fully decided on the particulars yet, but we're going to start an aqueduct all the way in the corner. And we're gonna follow our forested path. We're gonna follow the side of the map. Just gonna go on the outside, like so. Then we're gonna turn here at the corner. And we're gonna go over our wind farm and end up in the lake. I've given this some thought already, and I think I'm gonna be using a 2 wide aqueduct, which means the actual size of our channel is gonna be as following. Like so. This is what the channel is gonna look like. This is obviously very expensive. Yeah, that'll be the channel. We're gonna start it here, and we're gonna flow all the way there. Also, obviously, it's gonna need supports. So you can't just build... Well, I mean, you kind of can in this game, but it'll look stupid if I just build everything floating in the air. So we're gonna place a bunch of supports along the way, so it's a true aqueduct. And there's many ways in which you can space out supports and many ways in which you can support things in general. So for example, this could be a support and I could use platforms, right? And I could even just use platforms for an aqueduct, and this way would actually allow me to create a 3 wide aqueduct with platforms, and it's kind of easy to build actually. So it's something like this. Mismatch the height. Whatever. You get the idea, right? Another way is to use these metal platforms and then on top of them use overhangs to extend them further. Right, so that would be a shape like this. Now, if we take a look at the cost of things, not that it really matters. I have plenty of production for everything. But I will just point out that a platform, a 5x5 platform, costs 90 metal, which is, I mean, almost 4 metal per tile, right? 5x5 is 25. We've got 25 tiles, and it's almost 100 metal. So a single tile costs almost 4. While if we take a look at an overhang 6x1, it's only 12 metal, which means it's 2 metal per tile. Although it is costing wood as well, but metal is obviously the most expensive thing. So it is actually cheaper to build things out of overhangs exclusively. And when it comes to overhangs, there's also many different shapes you can make. So for example, we could just... Why am I building it here where there's no space? Let me find a different spot. Yeah, this is gonna be better, right? So we are building a shape like this, and I could have overhangs here, and this could be my aqueduct. So we'd have levees on the sides, we have impermeable floors in the middle, and then you would put, I mean, at some distance, again, there's not enough space here to actually show it entirely, but yeah, so something like this, right? At some distance, you would put more overhangs. Obviously, I would need to match the heights. But yeah, then you can connect them. Right? This is another option. I have considered this, and I think these supports are gonna be a bit too close together. So what I think I'm gonna settle for, I'm gonna actually go with, come on, they're removed, is a shape like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's our base. Actually, no, that's not our base. That's not what I intended. We're gonna have a base of 2x2. Okay. Then, because we need it to be 4 wide, I'm going to extend it using overhangs 2x1. Right, so this is now gonna be 4x2, which is the width of our channel. Now we're gonna go to the sides with these 6x1, right? But I'm going to extend its length further by placing 6x1s on the sides as well. So that will be one leg of our aqueduct. And obviously, again, you tile it over to the sides. This means in the middle we're gonna need, well, not need, we're gonna want to place platforms, and in order to make it all even, this is what single leg of our aqueduct is gonna look like. Right, impermeable floors. So that's it. This is the support. I think even the support kind of looks reasonable this way. Right? I probably also want to add a few levees at the bottom of the leg. Just, you know, so it looks structurally sound. So instead of just having platforms sticking up, I would first have levees and then I would put platforms on top. Yeah, that's the general idea. Now, the height at which it's gonna be built is gonna just be the height of this dam. So the aqueducts, my intention is that the aqueducts will only be active when there is a good water source coming in. So we're gonna fill up this reservoir, and then the aqueduct system is gonna stop working. That has the added side effect of working for the issue I described for pumps, right? Where you only want pumps working when water is coming in. This also means that we won't be using pumps for pumping water up into the aqueduct, by which I mean these mechanical fluid pumps. I can add them in the future if I want to. That's a possibility. So I could pump water from lower down in the dam into the aqueducts. Yeah, that's that. And I think I've explained mostly everything. This is a tedious construction project. It's gonna take a while to figure out the correct shapes of things, especially corners. Also, there's gonna be an issue with removing forest at the precise spots where I need my supports to lay. And furthermore, I've already thought about this, but well, I've already encountered it with building this bridge. Because separate supports are not supported by each other, so imagine we're building a shape like this. So this will apply to the larger shape anyways. But if we're building something like this, right? I'm gonna be building from the top. That's my intention. I'm gonna use the bot district for the construction because we have a lot of bot builders and overall bots are more efficient and things. We're gonna start here and they're gonna be going on the top. So there's gonna be a path. And imagine we're building left to right. So this is built. This thing is built, but now this we cannot build. Even though we can reach it, we first need to reach its support. And the support is gonna be high, right? They're gonna be tall structures. So we also cannot build the support from the bottom, right? We can build this first one from the bottom, but the rest of the support can only be built from the top. Which means that in order to build this thing, we're gonna need to first build one leg. We're gonna need to put an extension in the shape of, well, either a metal thing or a suspension bridge, like so, that will reach to our leg, to our next support. Build the support, then we're gonna remove this thing. We're gonna build the first leg of the first overhang, right? Actually, no, probably don't remove the bridge immediately. Yeah, first we build the first leg, then we remove the bridge, and instead of the bridge, we're gonna place the other overhang on here. So I cannot just lay everything out and have bots building it forever. I'm gonna need to actively pay attention to it being built and constantly add new legs to the construction. So, yeah, I guess let me get started on this and I'll be back with the first blueprint. Oh no, and it's especially terrible because when I try to remove a part of the forest, there's no paths leading to it. Which means the builders cannot reach these trees to demolish them. But in order to build the path there, I'm gonna need to demolish more trees. And that's just such a pain. Oh man, maybe I should have laid it out before I forested everything. Oh no. So, here's my idea for the first leg of the dam. This is a corner. This is the most difficult part to build. Took me a while to figure out a decent shape for this. Because this part is rather strange. It's difficult to support. So I ended up with a kind of weird solution. I'm using... over here, this is a 4x4 square. Actually, it's a 5x5, but without the corners. But what I have is I have this 4x1 and 4x1 making sides, and then on top of them are supported another two 4x1s. So it's a shape like this, which then supports the rest. That's what we needed. Again, as I just explained, we're only gonna be able to build this first part, which I decided to just make an extension of the dam. I think that looks the most reasonable. You would just add more of this concrete material to begin your aqueduct instead of building a half leg on this side. We're only going to be able to build this because we cannot actually make this support. Which means I'm going to need to first build it, then I'm going to need to add some overhangs on top of here, temporary ones, like so. Then I'm gonna have to build this, remove these overhangs, and then we can, I don't know, then we'll see. This is mostly a waiting game. The second leg was much easier to blueprint, and overall, hopefully, pattern continues. You're gonna have a bunch of these copied all the way over to here, then another turn, and then we go here. I'm going to have to cut a little area out of my wind farm for a support, at least one. I think it might require two, like one over here and one on the other side. But that's not, it's not major. We are gonna be passing over it. Oh man, I hope. You know what this is the height. This is it's hard to tell. Height 20 to 21. Okay, so let's see how tall that actually is. Okay, so this is our top. Yeah, we're gonna be, I mean, but that is our top. That is not the bottom of our supports. Yeah, the bottom of our supports is gonna be... Yeah, this is the major issue. 20 to 19. And still, it's only gonna clip these top ones, hopefully. Leave the others untouched. Well, we'll find out as we go. I could, of course, lay it out completely and start it from both directions. I could start it from there and from here. I could also add one in the middle and start working from the middle out. But honestly, I don't wanna. Because in order to build one of these supports, I would need to build a spiral staircase to reach its top. And then, I can't be bothered. I think I'm more patient than I am impatient. I'm more lazy than I am impatient, rather. I'll just wait for this to be built. So this is what scaffolding looks like. You've got 2 platforms, actually 3 platforms overhanging, and then a platform on top to reach every nook and cranny of the actual construction. Oh, and yes, I'm also gonna do a slightly unrealistic thing, and I'm not gonna make any drops in the water level in the aqueduct, so I think it should be fine if I just build it perfectly flat all the way there. I can't afford many level drops with this height of the dam. Ah man, should I heighten the dam? I mean, this is a reasonable height for an aqueduct. Taller would be weird. I think that actually looks perfectly reasonable. Also, I'm now starting to drop frames very noticeably. That's definitely a sign of nearing the end game. Third leg prepared. I think this is looking great. I think the distance between them looks very natural. The support shape, the arches, the height. Pretty happy with this. I'm also playing with... Hello, Badtide. I'm prepared. I'm also playing with priorities. So the highest priority, this is one of the most interesting. I think this construction is the first truly complex thing which requires proper use of priorities. So first, as soon as possible, we need to build one part of it, which is these supports. I can't actually show it because it's not... Yeah, okay, now I can. I want one path that will allow us to build everything from it. So that needs to be built as soon as possible, including its supports and everything else. Then, once that is done, we want the structural parts to be built. So that's all the other platforms, these ones. This, and that. And everything that goes on top, such as these levees and impermeable floors, they are an afterthought. They can be built at any point. But I do want them laid out because I don't want any beavers to go... what's the word? Without word. Idle. Idle. I don't want any beavers to sit idle like some of them are right now. I added a few more builders' huts because I want as many builders as I can get for this project. Man, the frames, yeah, the frames are starting to get worse. They keep getting worse, in fact. I am now getting worried about this thing affecting frames significantly more than everything else. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is starting to get unpleasant. Well, I've just run into an issue which I haven't considered before, and that made me realize there is an even greater issue, which I, for some reason, failed to consider. So the next support that would be necessary for the aqueduct would go on top of this. And I'm not sure how I was going to deal with that. We'll see if I have to. I'm gonna keep this decision until later. But the more important issue I realized is actually that not planning ahead is not a good idea because I want my corner to be neat. So initially I just assumed I would go out, I would make these even by making them just the same maximum length I can make them. And then I would reach the corner at some point and I would turn. And this would kind of work. I can keep going and I can reach the corner. But it is very unlikely. In fact, I can do the calculations. I know how wide this is and I know how wide the map is. I will probably reach the corner, not exactly in the corner, but maybe somewhere around here, you know, where it doesn't make sense to go any further. And I would have to turn early. And that is actually not something I want. I want my corners to be perfect. like this one. So this one I actually planned to be exactly in the corner of the map. I did leave one square on the side. Not exactly sure why, but I figured it wouldn't be as interesting if I made them. If I made the aqueduct hug the corner of the map, the edge of the map. So yeah, there is a good chance that this is actually already incorrect, and I'm gonna have to demolish part of this. In order for everything to line up perfectly, and that requires forward planning in the shape of taking the width of the map and considering how many supports I want, and this I can already pretty much see, right? There's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 supports, it seems. Well, I can experiment with that, just in the number crunching stage. And we can, I can divide the width of the map by the number of supports and get the precise exact width of a single segment of the aqueduct, which will line up and which can be symmetrical. Okay, I've done my number crunching, and yes, this is gonna have to be replaced. So first of all, 5 is the least number of supports I can make in order to be able to span this distance. 4 supports is not sufficient. This will not reach. I mean, it's pretty obvious. By the way, by supports, I mean just the inner portions. Corners are special cases. I'm not counting them. So we're going to need 5 supports. And 5 supports need an average of like 19 point something. I believe 19.2 blocks per support, which obviously I cannot do. But an even distribution would be to make this. So right now this is 22 wide, but what I'm gonna make is I'm gonna make this 20 wide, then the next one 18, then 20 again, then 18, and then 20. So that way we'll have it even and symmetrical on both sides. Both every support is even, and we are even and symmetrical relative to the map. But yeah, that means this will need to be moved over by 1, which means all this, unfortunately, has to go, as well as all of these. I mean, good thing I spotted it early enough. Yeah, as well as, actually, everything on top. So this is also not right. Yeah, so we're gonna have the support here, and then it's gonna be short. I wonder what happens to the beavers now. What? Oh no! Oh no! A beaver is stranded. Well, it's not a beaver, it's a bot. It still has a lot of durability. It's unfortunate. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna lay that out, and I'll be back. Here's the even layout. This almost nearly solves my issue with having to interfere with this. I could move this thing over by 1 and have no conflict, and then just extend it here because there is space. But I decided that the aqueduct is the most important structure and everything should move around it, not the other way around. Besides, I did have thoughts of expanding this production. 3 is not enough. I'm gonna need 8, I think. 8 is not gonna fit in here, but I could make 4 here and then 4 in some other place. I actually even have a candidate in mind. I'm thinking of putting the same kind of production over on this side, over on this hill. It's hard to irrigate. It's unused right now, and there's even space at the bottom. I could figure something out here at the bottom for the punch cards as well, but 8 is gonna be enough. Whether I have enough wood for that much? No, I don't. I do not. I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't know if it's even gonna be possible for me to have enough wood or that many punch cards, but oh well, whatever. Another thing I'm considering here is prettifying these supports somehow. As you can see, I think the first part looks pretty good and natural, right? We're going down. I mean, the aqueduct itself is not going down, but the support bases are going down, and I mostly maintain the solid part at a similar height, although it is slowly going down. So this is one block lower than that, and this is one block lower than that as well. Yeah, I should probably make this one block lower as well. Although, yeah, not sure. And yeah, we've got... This is all purely decorative, of course. I didn't need any levees. I could have just used platforms. However, these supports are getting very high, very tall. And I'm thinking of actually adding another section to them made out of terrain. Potentially. I'm not sure if it's gonna look good. So I could start like this, then I could have some levees. And then the platforms on top. So something along these lines. I'm not sure. This line is way too even. And terrain doesn't really look like concrete. And yeah, you would... In order to... So justifying the transition from levees to platforms is kind of easier for the brain. You know, it's structural consideration of making arches. But here, just while maintaining shape but changing material here is weird. So it's kind of, I feel like I need to add, maybe make it thicker. But then I don't want that larger footprint on my supports. So yeah, not sure what to do there. Okay, I decided to incorporate some concrete into supports after all. I think it'll look better once it's actually built, because the stone texture looks much better than this gray junk. So that's the entire side laid out, except for levees and impermeable floors. I'm gonna prioritize everything correctly here, and I'm gonna set up a full production queue. Priorities are fun. I decided to add scaffolding on the other side as well. I didn't wanna initially. Yeah, just realizing how long these bots will have to run in order to build this corner and then this one. And well, we're gonna see what this district can bring to the table. So yeah, we're gonna start from the other corner. But something tells me they're gonna meet around here. Because there's way fewer builders, less resources, less power in this district than there is in Pot District. I hope they can finish the scaffolding by the time the bots reach them. Here's how the other side looks. I've had to sacrifice a whole bunch of these windmills. And we also didn't fit over, just barely by one block, we didn't fit over the gravity batteries here. I think I already mentioned though, I am considering removing this cliff altogether. I have better options now, much better. Yeah, probably 10 windmills needed to go. Some from up here because we were clipping them. Obviously a bunch from under the supports. But yeah, we actually reached this lake quite nicely with the one support. I won't put in a corner here. And I could either end on a support, which makes structural sense. So I could just end here. And it would be trivial to create a little inlet for the lake, right? So that the water can flow in. Or I could actually keep part of the arch. That doesn't seem like too stupid a setup. Like, I feel like it would... I mean, an arch, a half arch doesn't really work. Well... Yeah, at this point you wouldn't want an arch, you would want a triangle, right? Because an arch needs to be complete, so... I don't think aqueducts ever end on anything but the support. So yeah, I would probably go with the inlet option, so we would have some water spilling straight down below here. Maybe a slight overhang, like, I don't know, this. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's still far off. That said, having removed a bunch of my power, I now need to worry about power, and I need to worry about it immediately. I should mention, this was very lucky. I wasn't gonna move the river, and I also wasn't gonna plop down a pillar right in the middle of the river. We missed it pretty much precisely, right? The river is pretty much in the middle in between these two. While still being evenly spaced. I think now is a good time to turn our attention back to power, having removed a bunch, and add some to the dam. This was always intended. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. I probably should have, but as you can see, I've left these ledges on the sides of the dam. And I've considered this for a while, and I think these gravity batteries don't really look that well anywhere, including this cliff. They just look strange. I don't know. It seems... What I don't like about it is that it's really off-center. You would expect things to work like this. You would expect to have multiple supports on two sides, and then one big rock in the middle going down. That would be balanced, that would be symmetrical, and it wouldn't tip over. But here, assuming this is a very heavy rock, we've got a major issue with this thing tipping over. So yeah, I don't know, it just always feels strange. So what I figured I could do is I could kind of hide them, and when I tried it here, it actually looked pretty great. We're gonna raise them up a bit higher. So I think I will go like this, probably. But now we've got plenty of space for lots and lots of gravity batteries. Gravity battery. Very American pronunciation. Something like this, right? I can connect the power here. And we can line both sides with this. And if that's not enough, which you know me by now, right? That's not enough. Nothing's enough to sate my appetites for overkill constructs. Yeah, we can connect them like so, and then like so. Right. Actually, yeah, well, I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll add another one in here. Another one fits. It's just uneven. Something else I can do is, these are not very high up, so I can actually dynamite out a whole lot here, because this is pretty tall. This is pretty much the top of the mountain, right? Even the bottom of the dam is high to relative to the actual bottom of the world. We can actually show it from here, right? There's a lot of space to be dynamited out here. And I can do that, and each one of these is gonna be about as effective as those. In fact, like we can compare the height. It's kind of hard to see though. Well, yeah, you can kind of see that these are maybe even... No, they're not higher than this cliff, but they are nearly as high as the cliff. But considering how many I can put inside, that's gonna be much more efficient. Also, if we really want to go over the board, complete overkill, I could add more like this. I could put more in here, like so, right? I can pretty much fill this entire dam with power, what are they called? With gravity batteries. Yeah, this support does not work though. And I would even say, them being so even, it kind of looks natural in the dam. They do work underwater, by the way, I checked. You can submerge the entire thing, not just the rock. They work perfectly fine. This kind of looks reasonable. They almost look like supports inside the dam. Even though they are anti-supports and they are levers, the way I just explained, they look good at that level, at that height. You know what? This power got me thinking. I can actually utilize the full depth of this dam. It is possible. I can just set up a fake level in it, so I can put levees. So these, again, these sluices are the ones that work during the drought. The rest is overflow when the dam is overfull. I can set up fake levels like this. Take everything out to the very bottom of the world. All of this. Right? And then here, what I can do is I can place pumps. Mechanical fluid pumps. Which will mean that whenever the water drops below this level, we're actually gonna keep going down and we're gonna be just pumping that water out into this dam to go out into the main system circulation. How's that? How's that for a plan? These are gonna be a pain to power though. Yeah, I'm gonna need to route power into the middle. Well, like I can't do that. I can figure it out. Also, placing dynamite that low inside the dam is gonna be a major point. A major pain point, rather. How do I even, like... I don't want to build a staircase down there, but my only other options is bridges on top of this, but that will require a million bridges. Yeah, that's a pain. That's a whole other mini mega project. It looks so funny. This bridge defying gravity, and then beavers working on these from up top. Yeah, we're out of wood again. That's kind of to be expected for a mega project this size. It's coming along. It's coming along. I also decided to get started on this end using this district. That said, right now is the first good weather when we have an aqueduct. So we can actually test how it works already. Yes. We're gonna flood this area a little bit because this is not built. But why not? Let's see how this works. So right now I've got sluices. They are manually closed. We're gonna manually open them. And we should see water slowly coming in. Yep. 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 Looking good. I wonder if this influences the overflow. Nah, it's not that severe. Right, this is only 2 blocks. Water is pretty slow, although this is normal speed. This is not sped up. I can speed it up. Yeah, I noticed, by the way, it looks like my frame rate is actually mostly dropping due to the game having to do calculations with beavers, not graphically. Because as I speed it up, as the beavers do more things, that's when I drop frames. Yep. There we go. The aqueduct is working, and we are now slowly starting to flood some of our buildings and trees and stuff. That's cool. Nothing else is flooded. Water is successfully passing on top of the aqueduct. So for now, since it's not finished yet, we're gonna close the sluices. Let's see how fast the water disappears. Oh, wow. That is rapid. That is way faster. This is actually way faster than how it's spread into it. It's curious. Yeah, huge flooding. That's to be expected. Cool. Cool. Can't wait. We are getting there. I'd say that's about 70%. Maybe 60. I started working on blowing up the bottom of this dam, and I realized that theoretically that would be very inconvenient for me. But theoretically, I could actually utilize the space under the dam itself, because the actual ground, the earth, actually only starts here, right? Which means everything before it I can nuke and put on platforms with impermeable floors. And under the dam, so here, I could potentially have water storage as well. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. I really don't. The next good season is in. This time with a deepened inlet megadam with a pump setup. Unfortunately, these pumps have a limit of 5 blocks of depth. So this actually requires 3 of them, because this is 11 blocks deep, not 10. But I just popped down 2 for now. So yeah, this should work. This will work as the dam is filling up, and obviously it will, more importantly, work as the dam is depleting during a drought. Since the water has not yet reached the, I don't know what to call this, the middle level, or the level of this dam, it's not going to overflow, but we're gonna soon, once it reaches 1 block high, be able to start pumping it. It's gonna get pumped into a small reservoir here, just a tiny little one made with levees. By the way, note how water can go under this. And then the second pump kicks in, and the water goes up and out of the dam, as if it had reached this level already, which obviously it hasn't. I think I'm gonna mirror this setup on the other side as well. I don't know. Mostly for symmetry, it's not like you need multiple of them. Also, the side effect of deepening the dam is that now it's going to take 2.5 forevers to actually fill up and reach the aqueduct, which is unfortunate. The aqueduct is also unfortunately still not quite complete. It's quite close, but not there, and I don't think we're gonna be able to test it fully in this cycle, so we're probably gonna have to wait for the next cycle. But yeah, most of it is done now. I just realized the true final end game goal of this game, obviously it being a sandbox, is to build a dam large enough to capture all the water that comes in during a cycle, to have no outlets on the map. It is possible. This is already, we're already nearing dam 3. Day 3, and our inlet dam is only about halfway full. That is not counting this one down below, although that one is also about halfway full as well. Like, it is possible to build a huge dam like that. It is the middle of day 4, and the dam has just filled up to the top, just reached the spillways, just reached the aqueduct. The aqueduct is still not quite there, so all we can really do is flood our windmills. But I guess let's test it anyways. Open. Yeah, there's still scaffolding and stuff. Paths. Yeah, this is taking a while. This is hours and hours. That is a lot of water though, I do believe. It should fill up, well, not sure. Like, if we have another dam here, we'll also want to fill this dam in the brief time we have. And that really depends on how much water we're passing through our aqueduct. But yeah, it looks like it's all working. No leaks along the way. Yay, this land is seeing greenery for the first time ever since the start of the game. Yep, and a drought is already approaching. And I think this was a pretty long wet season. 5 days is decent. Ooh, maybe we'll get some... Maybe some will spill in. Not quite. Just about, yeah, and we're flooding everything. We're flooding everything, so I should shut this off. Huh. Well, I mean, we still have 3 days. But if this was a slower or a shorter good season, then we would only have 1 day of this. I think 3 days is the least it can get. The shortest. That would actually be terrible. That would actually mean that we used all the water on the map. Huh. I mean, I could put a pump here in order to fill this up faster. Right, as the dam is filling up, I can already immediately pump water into the aqueduct, so that we don't have to wait for it to fill all the way. That would mean a more even distribution. Yeah, actually seems like a reasonable idea. I didn't want to do that initially, but... yeah, but see... There's also... I don't want to manually have to stop the pump. Right, and if I don't... This entire area, I want this aqueduct to dry out. Right, I want... yeah. See, that's unfortunate. I want the aqueduct to get dry during dry season, because this is a lot of surface area. And I don't want to spend my water evaporating from all this. So, yeah, that is a conundrum. If I were to... yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. See, if I were to put the aqueduct lower, or make the dam higher, it would get more water from the dam. Not sure. Yeah, see, hydraulic engineering at its finest. So, this is the new game menu. Selecting game mode. And I am playing on hard. I'm just playing on default hard. But you can customize it and you can look at these default values. And temperate weather duration is 5 to 8 days on hard. My aqueduct took 5 days to just fill up. Are you seeing this? So, yes, that 5 plus 3, 8 days, right? 5 days before warning, and then 3 days after the warning, totaling to 8 days. This was the longest temperate weather season we could get. So, we actually have reached the end game of using all the water that is available to us in the season. Just storing it. New cycle approaches. We're finally gonna have some water again, and finally gonna be able to test the aqueduct for real. I'm not happy with this, what to call it even, thing. Little waterfally contraption. I don't know, I couldn't come up with anything interesting. I might completely replace it. I think the most reasonable thing is to just have the aqueduct flowing down. That is functional, efficient, and I think it will look the best for an aqueduct, because aqueducts are functional things. But yeah, for now I just built this. I deepened this reservoir slightly so we can actually see some water being collected. I think I might want it a bit deeper as well. But yeah, for now we're just testing things. As you can see also, we never ran out of this water. We're actually far from it. So this dam is completely full. And that is having lasted an entire drought. And you may have noticed during the last segment, when we had good water, good weather, last time I actually forgot to turn on my pumps. So I pumped this water from our supplies, from our things saved in this physical form. So yeah, we really do have a ridiculous amount of water in our dams now. Anyways, now I will remember to unpause them. Drought ended, cycle 60 begins. This is gonna take a while again. Also, I've been sitting here staring at the game for a little bit now, and I've been considering how to actually achieve properly what I discussed last time. That is an option to completely capture all the water. So replace these with a dead end. So make everything just lakes. No rivers flowing anywhere. And the important thing for this to never overflow is to have no overflow anywhere, ever. For example, if this dam starts overflowing, then we're in trouble. Why? Because these sluices are set to only open at depths 0.6, which is lower than the overflow of this dam. This dam will overflow at 0.65, right? Same thing. This dam's sluices are set to open at 0.6, which is lower than these, which are 0.65. Which means that if we don't overflow here, then we don't overflow here, and if we don't overflow here, we don't overflow here. Which means, yeah, we just need to utilize all the water, and all the water must flow through these sluices. Right now, that is not going to be possible for me, because my aqueduct is at the same level as these dams. In order to reach the aqueduct, in order to use this water, I will need to first reach my overflow. And while it could kind of be remedied by adding pumps here, still, the throughput of these two and of our aqueduct overall is not sufficient to let all this water flow without overflowing, right? And I've considered this for a bit. Obviously, lowering this does not help, because there's more water coming in than we can push through this aqueduct, then will flow through this aqueduct. It will overflow through here. However, there is a possible solution to this, and that is a pressurized dam, a pressurized water tank. What you can do is, so I'll actually show it on the aqueduct. You can put platforms, overhangs, like this, in the aqueduct. Can't quite fit it there because there's these stupid stairs. You can put these overhang, like so, as a roof to the waterway. You can put impermeable floors, or impermeable ceilings in this case, on top. And that will completely seal the water from all sides, right? Now, the same trick can actually be applied to the entire dam. I can put a roof on the dam and actually possibly even build something up there on the roof, right? So I can do something like, you know, it's gonna be a huge project, but we can put a roof on top of the dam that actually lined up perfectly with impermeable floors, remove these spillways, and have the only way for the water to go to be our aqueduct. That will mean that once this fills up, it will get pressurized, and pressure is actually a thing. Well, I'm not sure how it's coded, but essentially you can think of it as pressure being a thing in this game, where you will have water in the dam under high pressure, and it will shoot through the aqueduct, and all of it will go really fast through here if we cover it all with the roof. Otherwise, it will just explode out of here and overflow in here. But if we cover it all with the roof, then the water, all the excess water, will go really quickly through the aqueduct, and it can end up in another dam. And depending on how we do during this test and some probably other tests, I think I'm very likely to put a roof on the dam. Well, it looks like this time we're getting a 6-day cycle of good weather, and the drought is already approaching, but the dam is not even halfway full. So, are we even going to see the aqueduct spill this way? Okay, looks like the water is about to flow. Yep, through the aqueduct. I wonder if this corner is messing with... Nah, I don't know. With the speed of the flow. Probably not. I don't know if the game is that smart. It's flowing pretty quickly, but we only have 1.8 days. Yeah, by the way, these pauses are from the buildings underneath. I think that's dumb. I think they should have been on the buildings in this case. Hello? Yep, here we are. That was something in between here we are and here we go. Here we are. Now we will spill, but I doubt it's gonna fill up. Yeah, and we still haven't filled up this. Yeah, we're only starting to fill this up, although that will fill up because that overflow is pretty fast. Okay, we're reaching the spillway. Fancy waterfall. Alright. We're filling up. Slowly filling up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna fill up even this. How's this going though? Yeah, this is doing great. It's gonna spill out of the map very soon. Alright, 1 day to fill up this reservoir. Oh, I forgot to exit build mode. water was way too transparent. I think we will see a river. It's gonna be the first time these lands have seen a proper river. Not Badwater. Come on! 0.3 days. Yeah, the river. I don't think the river will reach its destination. Man, I cannot speak. Come on! Nope. No, no way. Not a chance. Not a chance. It might spill over slightly. Probably not even that. We need pressure. Oh, we need pressure. There is a downside to having... Come on, a pressurized aqueduct. Nope, GG. Well, there's still some left in the aqueduct, so... Yeah, we're just gonna get a drop. One little drop. The river is flowing. Yay. So much green. This area has never been this green. The aqueduct is still flowing as well. And the delta? Amazing. Amazing. Great. Yeah, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. It's still flowing. Oh, there we go. Fun. GG. And 26 days of a drought. Well, it's plenty of time to put a lid on our dam, isn't it? I was gonna say, there is a downside to covering up the aqueduct and making it pressurized. When it's open like this, when the water flows openly, what we can do, although I don't actually intend to do it, but it's possible, is we can add a whole bunch of water wheels on top of it. They tile nicely, they fit in our too wide aqueduct. And yeah, you can make as many of these as you want. They're easy to connect. And if that's not enough, these actually work perfectly well with large windmills, which you can place for each one. And I think even, yes, on either side of each water wheel. So this can be a giant power generation facility up on the aqueduct. I think it doesn't look good though. I think my field of windmills looks better. So don't actually care. I'm not gonna do that. That got me thinking though. I don't actually need to pressurize the entire dam. And for that matter, if I don't want high pressure in the aqueduct, I don't need any pressure at all. And something I can do instead, at least for a start, I can just test how that works, is I just need to raise the level of the water faster, and that is easy to achieve. All I need to do is just add a little reservoir at the start of the, well, near the inlet. So it would look something like this. Imagine this is a wall going side to side like this. Right, and there's also gonna be, I'm gonna need a floor. But essentially, there's gonna be a small, like 4 by 6 cup at the start, and all the water is first going to go into this cup. It's not gonna flow all the way down and fill up this entire dam. First, we're gonna fill up a small cup. And this cup will then have overflow on top. So either a dam or a sluice, probably a sluice up here. But as it's flowing down into the dam, it will also be flowing through the aqueduct, which will mean that we can start using the aqueduct at the very beginning of the cycle. And this is, I think this is a good change overall, regardless of what I decide to do in the future. It's good to have the aqueduct start running immediately because I want water to reach everywhere as soon as possible, right? Furthermore, if I do make this change, I could still have this chamber, the small chamber at the start. I could have that pressurized. So I could put a lid on that. And then I would have water spewing out into the aqueduct. And I could have water spewing out into the dam as well. Right, so that's a pretty good choice, I think. A versatile solution, which I will want either way. Also, while we're talking about chambers, if this dam is too large, I've been considering making a multi-chambered inside to the dam. So something I could do, I guess let me just build it real quick and I'll show it. So here's just a very rough proof of concept kind of presentation piece. I can build a cube inside the dam, which would be isolated from the rest of the dam. So this inside of the cube is its own volume. How do I even show? Yeah. It's its own volume, and when these floodgates are all the way up, or I could also use sluices, it would remain filled with air, right? Which essentially allows me to control the size of the dam if I want to. If I don't want to store too much water in this dam, and for example, I want the water to go somewhere else, like here, I can make this dam fill up faster. That said, I'm not sure if that's actually useful, considering the initial cup approach, bringing stuff out quickly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the cup, I will be able to just control where the water goes initially, right? I could force all the water into the aqueduct, or I could make all the water go into the dam. So I'm not actually sure if this chamber approach is useful, but it is interesting. Obviously, it wouldn't look like this. It would utilize the actual walls of the dam, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. I'm gonna build the cup now. This is what I ended up with. This may look simple, but actually, it's a result of probably 5 iterations of different designs. I kept improving and improving and improving and changing and utilizing new ideas and updating and improving until eventually this was what I came up with. Cycle 61 approaches. We're gonna have some proper water coming in, and I am now finally ready to fully, completely put my aqueduct system to a true test. So, what's going on here? Essentially, again, it may look simple, and the basic idea kind of is, although it took me, like I said, a while to come up with it. Essentially, what we have here is a ring-shaped, pressurized chamber. So we've got our water source. The first thing that's different is Badwater discharge. Now the Badwater discharge sluices are immediately next to the water sources. It turns out water can actually flow through these, even though they look like rocks. Water from this can freely flow all the way to here. So it is okay to put them right next to the sources, and yeah, bad water just immediately will go out. So that is our first kind of step of protection from bad water. Now, the immediate chamber which the water enters is also very different. It used to be jutting out in this direction much further. Now it's only 2 blocks, well, wide. It's 2 blocks thin, I would say. And everything below it is also free space, so our dam has the maximum capacity we can manage, right? That's the first change. Next, you may notice there's no sluices here. We just have a sheer wall of blocks. And in fact, the only outlets for this entire chamber, it's completely self-contained, as I said, pressurized, are these sluices up at the top, which will discharge into the dam, and these sluices, which will discharge into the aqueduct. And this is actually a result of some testing I did. And it turns out, when you have a pressurized chamber, it doesn't matter how large an outlet you give it, the amount of water passing through the outlet will be the same regardless. So having a bajillion, this is like 12 I think, we used to have 12 sluices in here, or having one sluice and everything else being blocks, does not make any difference. I timed how long it takes to fill up the dam, and it was 1 minute 33 seconds in either case. So yeah, all the water will just go through these, and that's fine. It's just gonna be, there's just gonna be more pressure and faster flow coming out of here. Now, how does it actually get up there? Well, it's quite simple, really. This is a ring, so we have 2 sluices. Honestly, we only needed 1, but I decided to make it perfectly symmetrical, so we've got 2 sluices, one on either side, and water from... Now it can climb up, it can go in here, and then it enters a column on the side, which I managed to fit into these 3x1 kind of, what do you call them, protrusions in the dam. That was very convenient, although it took a lot of finagling to actually make it work. For example, you may notice that my Badwater discharge and good water are diagonally situated next to each other so that they don't mix. And that was a realization I had to have. And yeah, through these columns it just climbs up, enters a channel up at the top. This channel is also covered in impermeable floors, so it's all again sealed. And this is our outlet number 1, and the same chamber joins the aqueduct and can go that way as well. There's more to this. You may notice that this is kind of very clean on the outside. And I used to have a huge bridge going over the top, and there was, importantly, power. There was power routed to my internal gravity batteries. Now, obviously, I could have just done something like, you know, have a wire going this way over the top and back down. But instead, I decided to put in some effort and hide it completely. And I managed to hide it without even sacrificing a single one of these gravity batteries. So normally I would need to remove one of these to make room for some wiring in here. But I managed to fit it all into the support, into the pressurized chamber. So how does this happen? It's very, very interesting, actually. I want to show this dam first. This is how I used to, and I think this might stay. I'm not sure what I'm going to do here. But this is how I used to transfer power over a dam. Right? I needed to transfer power from this district to my bot district. This is what I did. And this is the only reasonable way I could see, because levees don't transfer power through them, so you literally need to go over the top every time, because otherwise your dam is just gonna leak through the power connection, through the power socket. And I've spent a bunch of time thinking about this, and eventually what I figured out was that when you have a vertical power line going up, what you can do is you can put an impermeable floor inside it. So for example, I can put it there, which means that now if I have water up on top, like this, well, right, my upper side of the chamber is going to be separate from the bottom side of the chamber. this is unfortunately only possible vertically. So when you have a... where is it? When you have a straight power shaft, you cannot put an impermeable wall in between them. So beavers have only mastered, by the way, very complex technology. I'm not sure how they do that. But yeah, they mastered vertical hermetic seals for moving objects. Right, there's things moving and they are hermetically sealed. There's a Tom Scott video about that, if you're interested. And this is what I utilize. So in order to get, first of all, let's just assume that I have power in here. I am running my power through the top of the ring. How do I get it from the top down to these without spilling any water from the ring? Well, it's quite simple. In here, we've got a downward power shaft, and it is situated atop an impermeable floor. So the real shape, as you can see, of my ring's top has this little thing jutting out down toward me. This again is an iteration on a previous design where I tried to go the other way around. I tried to go this way because it was intuitive, right, to route power toward these blocks. But then, that's what I explained before, is I would need to remove one of these to make space for the actual power to go down. So instead, it snakes around, goes down here, and then it snakes around straight back and down and connects to the things. So that's one part of this. And the other part is, you may notice that there is no power running on top, right? So we are getting power from the bot district and it's climbing up in this spiral tower, right? This is our power. Oh, that's interesting. You can select and have thing floating. Power is climbing up. And I utilize the same trick. I kind of tried to hide it in the walls of the dam. I extended this wall. This is not necessary for anything other than cosmetics. But yeah, we have a similar trick. It does actually go over the wall of the dam. And here, it goes down on top of an impermeable floor. And then it goes back up. But in order for us to not spill water this way, I needed to add a levee block here, which is the main thing we're hiding with the terrain jutting out in that direction. Overall, this should... Well, I know that the power works. I have not yet tested the hermetic seal of this, but I think it should be fine. I've spent a long time testing it in... Well, testing similar designs in my testing save. And, well, it's time to find out. This also, theoretically, completely solves all my issues with overflow. I can now remove... Okay, let's see. Drought ended. We should have water immediately going out of these and these all at the same time. Well, at least very similar times. Still needs some time to actually, I don't know, wake up and start flowing, then fill up the ring. But once that's done, we're gonna be good. Yeah, you can see the water is rising. And there we go. What about the aqueduct? It's open. Yep, there we go. There we go. So, as I was saying, theoretically, this allows me to completely solve all my issues with overflow, and I can actually remove spillways from this dam, and remove spillways from this dam, and remove spillways from all my dams forever. It is enough for me to just set the maximum downstream depth on these to, you know, well, just don't overflow, so 21.6 or something. Actually, 21.95 is enough. And then these sluices will close once we reach capacity in this dam, without overflowing anything. Everything will just pass through sluices. And any excess water will either go into the aqueduct, or when the aqueduct is not required, it will just be stored in there under high pressure and stop flowing completely, so we will not be getting the water in. However, that is not what I want. I do not want to lose any water to high pressure, because water, it will not accumulate infinite pressure and accumulate an infinite amount of water in there. It will just stop creating new water at some point. So it will reach some level of pressure and then it will stop. And that I do not want. Ideally, I want water constantly flowing and slowly filling up my dams. Anyways, we should now be getting some water flow. Yeah, by the way, I moved this over by 1. I also added underground storage to this for punch cards and paper. Happy with that. I'm also considering adding another one there. I have also got rid of this stupid waterfall thingy, fountain setup, and instead put sluices here as well. They are now set to, again, fill up this to be dam and then close, which will mean the aqueduct will not use too much water. Oh, and by the way, these, this is something I can actually show right now. These are currently set to close above downstream depth 0.95. There's actually so much pressure in there that if I just open them, they will provide so much water that the aqueduct will not be able to handle it. So let's see. Just set it to always open. I mean, eventually it should get there, but if I close these as well. Hello? Huh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just flow increases or something. I should build a couple of these here. Huh, that's not what I expected, actually. Well, we should be filling up this dam very fast now. Yep, here's our sluices. I don't know. It still looks stupid. But I kind of need sluices at the end, and it's not much else I could do. Maybe extend the levees a bit further out so as to hide the actual sluices, because I don't like them there. Let's see our... Oh wow, the lag. Huh. That's strange. Downstream depth. Am I leaking somewhere? We're open and downstream depth is a mere 0.35. We should be reaching 0.95 and higher. That's really strange, considering these are closed. Huh. I'm not sure what's happening here. We're not leaking, so it should be good. Something is wrong. And you can see there's a lot of water flow in this direction, and then, yeah, then there's a lot less in this direction. What if I close these? The water just kind of doesn't flow. Wait, is that sluice even open? It feels closed. Oh, it's closed. Closed below contamination. Oh, see? Haha. There we go. So it looks like this one is actually playing a role. This will close above contamination 0. So it should be open now. Yeah, and we shouldn't... Yep, see? And we get the flooding I described. So now let's open these, and it should still be flooded. It'll still be flooded. Yeah. It still keeps flooding, because so much water is passing through it that the aqueduct cannot keep up. Which is why these are set to automatically open or automatically close when there's too much water in the aqueduct. So they will just constantly cycle between open, closed, open, closed, open, closed, open, closed. Yeah, see, they just do that. In the meantime, the dam is filling up. Yeah, we're definitely gonna see a river here, and a healthy river. Obviously, the dam itself is not yet prepared, only the reservoir. Oh, is the water flowing? No, not yet. Only the reservoir is prepared. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here. Either very thin and tall standard dam, or whoa, calm down, Aqueduct. We're showering all the beavers with water. Okay, maybe 0.95 is too high. Not sure. Well, it seems to have stabilized now. Yeah, I think 0.95 is too much. In the meantime, the river is starting to flow. This is day 3. Wow, that's a very long segment. It's been 7 minutes already of me just looking at water flowing. There we go. Success. And no more flooding now. Yeah, I think it probably just needed to stabilize a little bit. Well, we've irrigated the land is what we did. I wonder how much of this dam we can fill up now. Considering there's overflow going this way and escaping out of the map here. Yeah, 0.95 is really dangerous. I closed these sluices, and at the end, this is what we're getting. Because more water is coming in than can escape through sluices, so it starts to do this weird thing. Man, I want free cam. Now we're just messing around with water. Water for everyone. Water for all. Yeah, so eventually reach a stable state where these sluices are closed because this dam is filled. Which means the aqueduct is completely full. And the water is not flowing in it. And these sluices are just closed for good. And so all the water is going through here. You can kind of feel it by how fast this animation plays, I think. It's filling up quite rapidly now. We have 2 days left. I wonder if we're gonna fill up. Yeah. Oh, yes. Probably are. Oh, and you can see right here. Got a power connection. Except one half of it is submerged in water and the other isn't. Just take a moment to think of how this manages to be hermetically sealed while constantly rotating in one direction, no less. We did not fill up the dam even halfway. Well, actually, no, it's probably 3/4, right? We did not fill up the old dam's volume halfway. Does this mean we are now using all the water available to us? Well, not really, because this was an initial run. Now, we need to make sure that we are actually utilizing, as in making it disappear completely without trace, such as through drinking or by using it in a crafting recipe like the biofuel, or through evaporation. You need to make sure all the water that comes in actually gets used. Otherwise, over multiple runs, we will eventually reach a situation where everything is filled and we're gonna be overflowing. I am starting to second guess my decision to put only 2 sluices and to make this entire pressurized system now. I am getting worried by the amount of water we're getting in during the season. This is almost not enough water for us to even sustain our current activities. So we've had a very good season start. I completely skipped it, it's not on camera, but right now this is the Badtide is only just coming in on day 9. And here's the situation. I locked these so we don't waste any water on the aqueduct, and no water went into here this season. And all the water should have ended up in this dam. We pretty much drained this dam last season, as well as this one, and really all we got is, well, this one is now full. This one is less than half full, although, no, it's more than half full, but it's not full. And nothing ever overflowed. And this, as you can see, because there was no overflow, is completely dry. So yeah, just now, there was a 9-day season in which no water escaped from the map. In fact, you can see over here, I built a new outlet dam. And this is I mean, that's just, I don't know, I decided to add some decorations on the side you don't see for some reason. This is a bold move to say that we are no longer letting any water escape. I'm also gonna add a similar one on the other side. It is obviously still possible to open it and allow the water out. I also added sluices down at the bottom so that you can just completely drain everything if you want. Not sure why I would want that, but it's possible. But yeah, again, 9 entire days of water just coming in through these. They have been opened the entire time, and no water was wasted, and we only managed to fill this dam halfway. Alright, I did some testing again, and it looks like my suspicions were correct. This is indeed somehow, for some reason, limiting my flow. Now, interestingly, when I tested it before, what I did, I didn't have these up at the top. I decided to just put them down here because it was easier. And 2 sluices down at the bottom at the same level as the water sources are indeed the same. They do not limit water flow as just having bare uncovered water sources. And these somehow aren't. In fact, they are over more than they take. Actually, yeah, they take. They make the dam take almost 3 times as long to fill up as if we had just the bare water sources. I have no idea what mechanics are at play here and why this setup eats water where the water disappears, why it cannot all flow as fast as I want it to flow, as fast as it can otherwise. However, in my testing I discovered, and again, I don't know why this works and that doesn't. This setup is actually going to be strictly equivalent in terms of speed. Oops. Looks like I demolished one too many levees on this side. That's fine. this setup is to the second precisely as efficient as having water sources not covered. Now, since I don't understand what the mechanics are and why it's an issue, I mean, I have a hypothesis of these water, what do you call them? Like waterfalls, when water falls off the ledge. It seems like they might be limited to how much flow they can pass, right? Because clearly a single sluice and a single block when the water is flowing is not limited because it's still flowing through, all flowing through this sluice and through this sluice. So it doesn't make sense, right? If we're passing 2 sluices of water down below, it doesn't make sense that we require more water up here, right? Or more sluices up here, right? We should be able to pass all of it through these two, right? That just seems to make sense. But that's not the case. So my hypothesis is, with these two, I have fewer blocks of waterfall. And the more blocks of waterfall you have, the faster you can discharge water, because the maximum amount of water in the waterfall gets multiplied by the number of blocks of the waterfall. So that actually kind of suggests that it might be more efficient than even having these bare to get rid of waterfalls as soon as possible and instead make it so the water all comes in from the bottom. So have an outlet at the bottom like this with platforms, and then just build a huge wall of levees reaching up to the top. So that way, first this all fills up. Wait, actually it won't. Ah. Yeah, I can't have it filled up, unfortunately. I just realized. Yeah, no, it's not possible. But yeah, the idea was if I somehow need to move the water sources down to the bottom so no water falls down. There's still gonna be a waterfall here, but the idea was it could quickly fill with waterfalls. It could quickly fill a small reservoir, and then the rest of the water would emerge from the bottom. But of course, that's not how water works, unfortunately. Well, anyways, I guess for now we're gonna have to stick with this. And yeah, by the way, check this out. We've got Badwater, we've got these sluices at the sides, and they are allowing all the Badwater to pass through without any restrictions. So it's not even pressurizing the chamber it's allowed to go in. It's not even rising in level. It just freely flows straight out of the map through 2 sluices. So why these 2 sluices at the top would limit water flow is a mystery to me. A sight I never expected to see again. Dried out completely. Although there is still some water in here, it's not reached by pump. So essentially, it ran out of all usable water on the map. That was all due to the limitation of the 2 sluices. Hopefully, this is the last time we see this view. You can see all these sluices are being used. It's hard to tell, in fact it is kind of impossible to tell how much water is coming through each sluice. The aqueduct is also on. Water is already rushing through it toward this dam. I've already set these up, actually. Yeah, I think I can definitely go higher. Yep, we're gonna set this to 2.6. 0.6 is my generally accepted height for water levels. Starting to come in. Same thing here. We're starting to flow from the aqueduct. Filling up our dam, although before it starts filling up the dam, it will need to flow down this river. It will immediately be let through, yep. All the way down here. Fill up this reservoir, although this should already be starting to fill up from the main dam. I've also put sluices here, also set to 0.6. So first this is going to fill up. Once this fills up, these sluices are gonna close and this river is gonna fill up. And once this river is full, are these? Yeah, these are also set to 0.6. Then this dam starts to fill up. This one, oh yes, we're making very good progress. Check this out. This is already about as full as it was through the entire previous cycle. Oh, that said, yeah, so far it's only been the pump, and very soon it's gonna, yep, it's already starting to rush out much faster through both sluices. Well, we'll see. Interestingly, ooh, day 3. Okay, so this is gonna be a 6-day cycle. Interestingly, the sluices on the Inlet megadam actually reach 0.6 and close before this fills up. So there is so much pressure that water keeps rushing through and trying to reach 0.6, which means sometimes they get closed. Come on. Yeah, see, sometimes they close, which means that not all water in here flows through them, and this dam is slowly filling up. It keeps filling up, even as this one is. Built another dam at the other outlet. So now there's literally no way for the water to escape the map. Well, without flooding the entire map, that is. These are pretty high. So before any water escapes, they're pretty tall rather, I should say. Before any water escapes, it's gonna have to flood this entire area. And that is obviously impossible. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any flooding. I think not. This dam is starting to fill up though. Oh no, we're overflowing here. That's not good. That's not good. Not sure why we're overflowing there though. Like these are set to 0.6. But these dams up at the top are... Oh wait, what? Oh, this is open to 2.6. Close it. Damn it. Is this gonna overflow now? Or are we still... No, it's still overflowing. Why? We're set to 2.6. Downstream depth is 0.68. Closed. Okay, 0.6. I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay, okay. I think it may have stabilized. So we're not filling this up at all. Because the only way, right now, the only way this can fill up is by these dams overflowing, which shouldn't happen until this overflows. And then when this overflows, this is gonna overflow, and then we're gonna fill that up. Our aqueduct fed dam is soon going to stop filling up. I mean, it's looking good. It's looking promising, actually. I think we might have just about the perfect amount of water storage for a single cycle. 1 day left to fill this much up. Plus that. Huh. Plus this. Looks so weird from this side. So this bottom chamber down below is the pressurized chamber. This is the unpressurized level of the dam. And that is the waterfall filling up the dam. Oh, it's going really fast now. Is the aqueduct done? No, the aqueduct is still flowing. Yeah, the aqueduct is still flowing. 0.2 days left. The large dam is now starting to overflow, which means this should start to overflow very soon. Which means once the current gets going, that will start to overflow, but actually it won't have the time to fill up. Yep, it's starting to overflow. So, success. We have just successfully captured all water from an entire season without any of it escaping out of the map. There's flooding here. I need to fix this. This is fixable. I'm too lazy to figure this out. However, now that we're this full, and we only have 18 days, we're not gonna use this much water. And in the next cycle, we're definitely gonna be overflowing. Oh no. Well, our spatter dog died during the drought, and our biofuel reserves were not sufficient. So now all the bots are out of biofuel, and that likely means that soon these biofuel producing bots will refuse to work. They won't die, bots don't die from lack of biofuel, but they will not work. And they will not make more biofuel, and that means the bot district is dead. Until I import some live beavers to make biofuel. Actually, I don't think that's that big of an issue. Like, it's possible that it might happen, but so long as you have at least one working bot and at least some material to make biofuel, which I just enabled emergency imports from other district storage. And by the way, I really should add storage for spatter dock in this district exactly for this kind of situation, because storing biofuel is not efficient, as we've already discussed. A single potato turns into what? A single spatter dock turns into 25 biofuel or something like that. Yeah, as I was saying, so long as a single bot is still working, you can just assign that bot to work at the biofuel factory. In fact, biofuel factories should be the highest priority, precisely for that reason. And those bots, they will themselves immediately on the biofuel they produce. So they will not die, and eventually, they should be able to produce enough for everyone. Drought has ended. Here's the report. The dam is always hard to tell. About halfway? No, it's... I can't tell where the halfway point of this dam is. I think it might be exactly where wood starts. Right, so that's a quarter of the way depleted. So are these reservoirs as well. They are depleted. Well, this is easier to tell. It's 3/7, I think. So about a half. What I'm mostly interested about... Oh, this is actually looking great. This has only gone down 3 blocks. Well, 2.6 blocks. The aqueduct is obviously dry, but that is expected. These will open and it will feed the dam. as much as it can until it completely dries out. I also realized that I want to save the water in this dam as much as I can. I don't want to use it to refill anything, because this dam is, of course, much smaller than these two, which means that this river should not feed into this reservoir, if possible. I should prioritize feeding this reservoir from here, from these dams. So what I did is I set these sluices to close earlier. They will close about 0.5, above 0.5. Well, these will wait for 0.6. So normally these will always keep the water at 0.6, which means these will always be closed so long as there's any water in these dams. Yep, just as I said, this time, in mere 4 days, we were able to fill and overfill everything we've got on the map, because we didn't use nearly enough to deplete our stores, which means that I've had to open up both of my outlets, this one and that one, and allow the water to escape out of the map, and we still have 2.5 days. So we are able to store a whole cycle's worth of water, but we are not able to use that water in one cycle. Big update. It's been 2 cycles since the last segment, and I've mostly just been running some cleanup here and there. I will talk about some of that later, but for now, what I want to talk about is power. I have changed the way power works entirely. As you can see, there's no longer ugly power poles going above this dam. There's no longer power running under these paths, which used to be the case, and these paths would flood with water and overflow all over the place. There's also no power running from this dam down into the bot district, and overall, if you look very closely, you may notice that the bot district, yeah, I'm just experimenting with some other stuff, ignore that. The bot district pretty much has no visible power connected to it. It's all very well hidden, and how I did that is as follows. There is now a whole underwater, underground tunnel line going all the way from this house, which is powered by this line. I decided not to bury this line underground as well. It cleverly routes down into the ground, and then what's really cool here is you can go under the dam. It is not possible to build a true tunnel underground because you cannot place terrain blocks on top of platforms or on top of anything else other than terrain blocks. But since a dam is not made of terrain, it is possible to route power under the dam. And we route it under there and under here as well, which allows us to completely avoid all the unnecessary, stupid looking visible power poles. Yeah, in order to connect the power to this district, we now go up here under the bridge. It connects into the bakeries, and from there gets secretly again underground somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, underground gets routed into the printing presses and so on and so forth. So that's one cool thing. Another cool thing is I decided while I'm at it, I might as well show it. Add a secret underground, underwater path to our supply power line. So beavers can actually walk on this. They will be able to walk underwater. That has its uses. Like, it was definitely useful to actually construct this thing. It's kind of difficult to allow beavers to descend into these dammed spaces. You need a huge staircase, right, leading all the way down. And instead, again, we can just go under the dam. Now, there is a somewhat interesting point to be made here, and that is with these impermeable floors. The impermeable floors on top of the platforms, obviously there's platforms under the impermeable floors, but the impermeable floors are actually necessary. You cannot make this without making it completely watertight. You can make it slightly water untight, but everything under the actual dam must be watertight, because otherwise this water level in the dam would be able to equalize, or would try to equalize, with the level beyond the dam by keeping under it and going out from here. So like if I remove this, we're gonna flood everything with dam water. Also, while I was at it, since I was demolishing my dams, at least partially, which meant I did need to flood everything with water and have no water stored in these dams, I decided I might as well remodel the dams into their final states. And these are actually much simpler constructions, much simpler designs than what we used originally, and these dams no longer have overflow. So there's no way for what, well, unless it overflows over the top, there's no spillways here, so they are just straight up sluiced dams. Both this one, and in fact, I changed the inlet megadam, still need to remove the scaffolding, to also have no spillways. So this is just directly sluiced. Here as well, while I was at it, I decided to add another secret compartment to the dam. Well, first of all, as you can see, there's now space under the dam structure itself for more water storage, right? So this is all scaffolding. This used to be terrain, right? We used to have terrain instead of these platforms, instead of these overhangs. But what's more interesting is there is now, instead of the double, or in fact triple was required, pump bringing the water from the lower levels up to the top and spilling from these spillways. What I added is a secret spillway down here. I tried to hide it as best I could. It's still pretty visible. It's even a bit of an eyesore, I would say. It looks weird, but if you don't look at it too closely, it's kind of invisible. And so what we have, and I can show it, what we have is we have a secret little sluice down at the very bottom of the dam, which is able to feed this area with water from this dam without requiring as many pumps. So because it's lower down, it only requires one pump, and it will also be able to just utilize gravity for these 4 blocks of water level, or actually even more than this. No, these 4 blocks, that's it. I could have put it 1 block lower, honestly. I decided it looked more interesting when there was at least a bit of a step here. Otherwise it looked stupid. So yeah, now this dam will mostly automatically keep this fed at a certain level. Oh, and of course, what allowed me to remove the spillways and the controlled overflows from these dams was the fact that I decided to cap these inputs. So these will not they will not allow this dam to overflow. Basically, they are capped at 21.50, which is this level. You can see it's visually indicated. So once this dam fills to the brim, these will no longer provide any water. So that means that we can now close the outlets on the map forever and never open them again. There will be no more running water for beavers. Beavers do not like seeing running water. All the water in all the map will always be still. In the meantime, I've enabled all of our timberbot production to its maximum capacity. And we have now reached the point when we have more unemployed bots than employed beaver workers. We have 117 working beavers and 135 unemployed free bots, which means we have finally reached the point, and that is without running out of wood, by the way. We have finally reached the point where we can completely automate all manual labor forever. It's a tedious transition process for me. I have to manually select every building and set it to bots. 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 And there we go. The happy day is cycle 67, day 14. Honestly, I could have done this much. Yeah, and the beavers are immediately getting happier. The happiness levels are skyrocketing. 54. Man. Yeah, this is because they now have more free time to do leisure activities. What is this? Why is this not operational? Not sure. But yeah, I could have done this much earlier, of course. Probably by cycle, I don't know, 10, 20. If that was really the goal, and then we could start just a bot-centered economy from then. But I was in no hurry. Anyways, let's do the honors, because there's nobody else to tell them that they can do the honors. I'm gonna do the honors. I'm gonna reduce the beavers' working hours to 0. There we go. I don't think this influences anything because all the beavers are unemployed. But still, I like to see the 0 here. As the benevolent dictator that I am, my beavers will not have to work a single day of their lives anymore. The robots have taken all their jobs. But because the beaver economy does not require them to work, they have access to all the amenities for free. The bots are just doing their jobs for them. And they are there to reap the benefits of the labor. This is, however, with observatories paused. If I pause observatories, they are beaver only. So there will be beavers technically employed in observatories, even though their working hours is 0. Which means they will not ever work still. I could set it to like 1 for them to do their science, but I don't know. We don't need any more science, it's just for the number to get big. We don't need any more than this. In fact, we don't need anywhere near this much. And another thing, theoretically, it could have been possible for me to not make a huge leap from 16 hours to 0 hours in one day. I could have been gradually decreasing it as bots were taking over the beavers' jobs slowly. The problem with that, however, is that there is no mechanic in this game which allows a bot to take up the slack from a beaver. The entire workplace, and it's not just a position in the workplace, it's the entire workplace. So this entire farm is either 100% beaver operated. Is that a regular beaver? No, it's just, it's a beaver bot in a hat. It's interesting. Yeah, the entire workplace is either beaver operated or it's bot operated. So if I reduce the working hours of beavers and have a beaver operated workplace, it will mean a decrease of that workplace's productivity, even though I have plenty of bots. So what I would need to do is I would need to build another workplace next to it and have that operated by bots. to take up the slack that is not produced by beavers. But obviously, given how many workplaces we have, building doubles for every one of them is not feasible. So yeah, I don't really see any reasonable use for this working hours slider. Unless you want to go slow, or until you have enough pots to replace everything. And this is also global, so you cannot have working hours set to 0 in one district and set to something else in another district. You either have all your beavers working all the time, or you just have none of the beavers working ever. Here's yet another update. I added 2 more districts. These are strictly helper logistics districts. They are not fully fledged, independent and generalist districts of their own. They are small little districts focused on their one particular task, and that is the forestry district over on this side of the river. You can see this is all just trees and printing presses and some paper, because printing presses and paper only require wood, raw wood, not planks. They fit perfectly in the district, although I don't actually produce enough wood to have a full production of punch cards in these printing presses, but that's a whole other story. So yeah, this allows us to... I feel like this improves the logistics a little bit, because what we used to have originally is we used to have everything first brought from these farms over into this district's wood storage, which is here, and then from this wood storage it was distributed to the other districts, which was multiple legs of a journey. But now the forestry district has direct connections to all other districts. So it has a direct connection to our light industry district, it has a direct connection to the pots district, and it has a direct connection, of course, to the, I don't know, wood district. So wood is just directly distributed into all the districts as necessary. The other helper logistics district is over here, and this is the Badwater district. This is the large skybridge leg of a trip for, what are they called? Haulers, for hauling post beaver bots to travel back and forth. Man, I cannot speak. To travel back and forth on this skybridge. And this is necessary, well, not necessary, but useful in order to not take up the resources of the bot district. And these haulers will not be used in a very long trip, and they will be free to distribute goods between these buildings, which is where they're useful. And here we have specialized... Oh, why is it at 9? It's a bit strange. 9 is either 10 or... I don't know. Yeah, these are specifically here to carry Badwater, so that they don't subtract efficiency from our bot assemblers. And by the way, the bot assemblers are running at great productivity levels. You can see productivity, percentage of time spent on production as opposed to downtime, right? It's all pretty much at 100%. Like, of course, there's going to be some downtime, 99, 90, 96, 94, but it's all well over 90%. So we have our bot production running at full speed. I wonder if... Oh no. Yeah, it looks like our centrifuges are not as productive. Not sure why. Oh, they are waiting for Badwater. That's weird, because we have Badwater. Not sure what's happening here. Maybe I do need more holding posts in here. Not sure. Yeah, another thing while we're looking at bot district, we ran out of catalyst with how many bots we're producing. It seemed that our catalyst production was insufficient. It was not fast enough. So I added some catalyst production, and now we are, I think, slowly going back up in terms of our catalyst stores. However, that is slowly starting to deplete our maple syrup supplies, which means that eventually we're gonna run out of maple syrup, which means I need to plant more maples here, probably. Which is not... I can do that, of course. I can fit a bunch more maples in here. Now that we have entered a post-singularity, post-scarcity, absolute endgame situation where beavers do not have to work, the next thing we have to worry about is things for beavers to do in their downtime. That is the beavers' happiness. And there's this helpful menu, which you can actually view per district, which shows all the beavers' needs and wants. And I'm not gonna min-max this entirely, but I will try to make my beavers as happy as I can, without making things look stupid. So for example, one thing I'm not going to do, I've already decided, is Fountain of Joy is required for some happiness for beavers. And in this district, on this side, we have no Fountain of Joy at all. And while I could consider building a Fountain of Joy somewhere in the river, like here, it's not going to be an optimal location for it. Like out here somewhere, or I could, well, yeah, I could consider something like that. I am probably not going to try to optimize it to actually cover the area in such a way that the beavers are constantly under its effect. So like the optimal placement for it would be probably somewhere around here-ish. I don't know, or maybe in here, because this is the area where they spend most of their time. So I will not try to make beavers happy at the expense of the town looking stupid, but I will try to optimize things. And I've already started. Yeah, 55, thank you. I've already started, and I am using some clever tricks here. So this looks like a regular builder's hut, right? Well, it isn't. What it actually is, it's a lid on a statue. So I didn't want too many statues because they are very repetitive. Man, I cannot speak for some reason today. See, we already have 3 of these braziers of bonding up here. There's not many statues to choose from, right? You only have pretty much 2. And if you want good coverage on them, you're gonna have to copy and paste them a bunch of times, and it will be really obvious that you have a lot of the same things all over the place. And I don't want that. But we can get the effects of the statue, which are significant, by hiding it underground. So yeah, this farmer monument is covering a decent area for beavers to enjoy it, theoretically, even though it's not physically actually visible on the map. And there's a bunch of spaces where I can apply the same principle. I already hid a couple of statues down here as well. You have a farmer monument and a brazier of bonding, which provide different kinds of happiness to the beavers. So it's the same idea. Another thing I did is I stacked on these towers, because beavers are actually spending a decent amount of their time climbing up and down these towers to get all the cool foods they want. I stacked all kinds of decorations, even though they are pretty much invisible to us as the player. Every single sort of decoration, aesthetics, shrub, beaver statue, lantern, bulletin pole, a scarecrow, a whole bunch of these shrubs. These will actually, each of them, will influence every level of the tower. And so it's very efficiently influencing all our beavers' happiness. And we're getting them pretty happy pretty quickly. Oh, another thing I still haven't addressed is this area. Spent a bunch of time designing a town center. So down underneath the platforms, these are of course floating platforms. Underneath the platforms we have a town center with a bunch of polling posts and builders' huts. And above it is an entertainment center with a dance hall and with a mud pit and with a bunch of these, I think I've never showed them before, detailers. Detailers will customize beaver's tails. You can see this beaver currently has on their tail a little picture of a tree. And this guy has something I don't want him to have, but not sure where he got it, to be honest. Must be old or something, I don't know. Yeah, you can select a picture. You can actually set a custom picture, custom pattern, but I decided to just stick with the ones provided to me by the game. And yeah, the beavers will have their tails painted, like so. And they're gonna be happy about the tails. So I decided to have this tree as the symbol of our light industry district. And for this district, you've got a detailer putting down wheat patterns. So all the beavers in this district are gonna have wheat on their tails. Doesn't actually matter, it's just for looks. Fast forward 1,000 cycles. I actually eventually just left the game running and went for a walk with all the pumps running and with everything going. And yeah, I was just waiting for trees to grow. I think I am pretty much done with this save. I have done almost, except one thing, I have done almost everything I wanted to do, and we will do the final thing very soon. Let me go through some of the changes I've made. All of them are relatively minor. I expanded the wind farm even further. I prettified everything, so you can see there's now little parks and birches, and these water wheels are just for looks. They are not actually connected to anything. There's birches. I decided we didn't have enough birches on the map because birches are not useful for anything. So, yeah. Every agora is now surrounded by birches and some flowers and stuff like that. Same thing here. I have also, as you can see, moved the observatories from this hill over here. That hill is taller. And I decided, since our settlement is called Lazy Oaks, we might as well plant a whole bunch of oaks all over the place. So, yeah, every free space, well, pretty much. This hill is still underutilized, but I have no plans for it, and it dries out when this dam goes down. So, not sure what to do there. Pretty much everything around the map, around the center of the map. Actually, you know what? There, free cam. Everything around the center of the map, where the actual farming happens, is filled with trees now, with oaks. So we're truly Lazy Oaks, the settlement. Yes, we're still running out of power. I do not intend to do anything about that. As I've already explained, I can put a whole bunch of water wheels and what are they called? Windmills on top of the aqueduct that solve the issue once and for all. But I'm not going to. I think we have enough power for all our needs, and in fact we do. You can see we have 800 bots right now, 200 of which are not used anywhere. So I think we're fine. So yeah, I've prettified everything. As you can see, there's now a fountain here, Fountain of Joy. That is useful, and it is used. And if we take a look at the beaver's happiness levels, you can see that everything is maxed. Except for, wait, mud pit? Excuse me. Oh, we ran out of dirt. Okay, that's not an issue. We can start digging. Yeah, I had these paused for some reason. Don't remember why. Yeah, that's how we ran out of dirt. I see. That's fine. Everything will be maxed. Trust me. Next segment, it will be maxed. Everything is maxed except for two things. Carousels and earth recultivator. So carousels, again, obviously I could add more, but it requires running power somewhere, and there's just no good places for carousels, and I would need two more. I would need one more here and one more on this side. So yeah, and it uses more power, of which I am already strapped for. So yeah, I decided the carousels will be the one things my beavers will lack. Earth recultivator we will build soon. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Over in this district, this is also fully happy, except for right now, mud pits, carousels, and earth recultivators. Yeah, by the way, these random fluctuations, they're not because there's actually lack of resource or lack of access to it. It's just the beavers being lazy and not eating their real chestnuts and becoming unhappy because of it. It's some depressed beavers. Something I needed to do to make this district happy is actually build yet another Fountain of Joy. This one, even though it covers most of the district's area, you can see its square actually ends here. So it only covers the farmland. And it didn't actually cover the places where beavers really went, where beavers really lived and had fun and did things. So I needed to put another one in here. And I've debated a bunch of options, putting it up here, somewhere in the dam, or maybe removing something or making a floating one. But eventually, I decided to use the same trick as for the hidden underground statue down here. I also added a hidden underground fountain. So this actually is supplied with water, and I think this turned out perfectly well, because we already had this water system down here, water fluid dump, and all I needed to do was to just add a sluice leading down to the bottom here, and this one fluid dump both irrigates this entire land and it waters the fountain for the fountain to function. The fountain without water does not make the beavers happy. So yeah, everyone is super happy now. Wow, we're running into some serious power outages right now. Show me that again. Ah, look at that. Yeah, also Lidos. Lido? I think Lido. I figured out that it kind of looks more natural and more interesting and more reasonable for them to be on the other bank of the river. So over here, as you can see, the Lidos are not actually on this side. They're on the other side, and this is like a beach overlooking the farming area. And the same thing actually happens on this side. There's a little campfire in the woods, and the Lidos are on the other side of the river relative to the housing area. Alright, and yet another thing. I added a small, narrow, tiny irrigation channel over on this side, because this river was not sufficient to irrigate this entire area. And what we had to do was create a canal. This is just one wide canal going down and straight on top of this hill. There was a hill there originally, and I just kind of straightened it out a little bit and added a canal, and it does irrigate downward over to here, and all these trees are only possible because of this canal. So that's that. Anyways, it is time for our final build and our final unlock. I actually still haven't unlocked it. It costs 20k science, of which we have 320k. So I think we should be able to afford it. Yes, I wanted this to be my final build. I'm not sure how it operates. Obviously, we could have built this way, way, way earlier. Probably like, I don't know, 50, 50 cycles ago, I probably already had the capacity to build this thing. This is the Earth Recultivator. Distributes tree seeds across the Earth. I'm not sure what that means. It has a huge range, although it is a monument, and I think this is just gonna give the beavers awe for seeing the monument. I'm a little bit worried that it might actually just irrigate all the land around it in this area for free. I personally think that shouldn't be a feature. I think that would be overpowered and would kind of defeat the purpose of the game, where you need to use water to irrigate. And if you can just plop down 4 of these things and irrigate everything, it's just, you know, four of these in each corner of the map would be enough to irrigate this entire map. I think that would be too cheap, so I hope it doesn't do that. Yeah, let's read on. When launched, makes the beavers in the area extra happy. Don't know about that, we'll see. Earth Recultivator within 40 tiles. Wonder, this is the pinnacle of beaver engineering. So I believe this is essentially intended to be the equivalent of Factorio's Rocket, where yes, you do have a sandbox game and you can continue as long as you want, but this is the ultimate final build you make and launch. I already prepared, and this is also part of the reason why I removed the observatories from this hill and moved them up to here. I had this intention ever since the very start of the game. This, I think, is where the Earth Recultivator belongs. I terraformed this mountain a little bit, so now it really fits. Boom. Unlocked and built, almost. Huh, and takes 5k more science to allow bots to work in it. I could connect it to either district, either the bot district or the light industry district. Obviously, I could connect it to this one as well. I think for the building process, I'm gonna connect it to both and hope that builders from both districts work on it, because this is an ungodly amount of materials. Obviously, we have a lot more than this of everything, but still, it's gonna take a while for them to be brought into the building site. Let's see how long this takes to build. I routed this to the bot district primarily. I don't think you can actually build buildings with both districts at the same time. Okay, what's this builder up to? I mean, it's going somewhere. Oh, it looks like we are now building. Yeah, so I needed. I've actually been at this for a little while now. Yeah, that's progressing rapidly now. I actually needed the bot district to reach the entrance of the thing in order for its bots to start building. Yeah, oh, this is going to be done in no time now. Let's watch the progress. You know, I've had this thought. The video is definitely going to be way too long. There's going to be way too much detail. And I think it's going to be useful to make a final end game showcase and explanation of all the things I have done during this playthrough. So, welcome to Lazy Oaks, a settlement of 3 main districts and 2 supportive logistics districts. We have the original primary district, the district of light industry. This is where beavers produce all their power. We have a single power system running for the entire map, and every powered building is powered by this district. We have light wood production, so gears, treated planks, planks themselves. And we have simpler foods, so baked foods such as grilled chestnuts, potatoes, and spatterdock, as well as sunflower seeds and carrots. So those are just simple foods you can eat raw. We've got obviously farms, decorations. All the beavers, by the way, are pretty much maximally happy. You can see the well-being of 64. Every need is fully satisfied except for the earth recultivator, which we haven't sent yet. It's built but not sent. And the carousels, which we do have some of, but not enough for all the beavers. This is just due to me not wanting to put ugly carousels all over the place. Obviously, I can afford more. Yeah, under the production line, we've got a bunch of storage for all sorts of extra supplies. None of it is actually strictly necessary. The primary storage is, of course, these towers. These towers contain every single option of food a beaver might want, as well as books, and a whole bunch of water. They are the same design on either side, and these are the 2 districts on the 2 sides of the river where beavers live. The other district is completely the bot district, but we'll get to that. We have the central area, which is mainly the entertainment area up top, as well as some underground cyberpunk bot populated buildings for, well, builders and haulers. By the way, all the labor is automated, so you can see, well, there's 8 employed beavers technically, but they are working in observatories, and their working hours are 0, so now nobody's working. No labor exists, no scarcity exists, obviously. Everything is automated with bots, of which we have 800. What else? Down under the cyberpunk town center, we have secret hidden statues, which provide viewers with extra technical happiness. They cannot physically see them, but they're also not an eyesore, because too many of the same statue, I think, would not be liked by beavers as much as just the one farmer statue in the farms. All the beavers in this light industry district live in a single mega nest. I don't know what to call it. You all live together in one big building. They have dancing, they have swimming, they have everything they want. Moving on, the first district is connected to our complex industry and complex foods district by 2 district crossings, both of them near bridges. This one on a bridge of its own, and this one next to the bridge, which provides all the water for our main light industry district. This water, by the way, we have an emergency store of water on this wall of water, as well as in this reservoir, which is quite deep, and we can pump it if we run out of everything, which we never do. We cannot run out of water at this point. Yeah, moving on to this side. This is the district of complex industries, such as paper and books, and complex foods, such as bread, cattail crackers, and maple pastries. which obviously require maple syrup and all sorts of flowers. So this is what this district is concerned. Pretty much this is the district that feeds and provides true happiness to all the beavers worldwide or settlement-wide. Not much to say about it. It's a lot more natural, and beavers just live all over the place and have fun all over the place. There's no centralized areas. So these guys are probably much more fans of Iron Teeth. Well, these are true folktales. All three main districts connect to our first helper logistic district, which is the forestry district. This bank of the river, you can see, is all taken up entirely by oaks, as well as actually that bank of the rivers, although that is a different river, also taken up entirely by oaks. And all it does is it produces wood, as well as some products from wood, which is paper and punch cards for the bots. This district has no live beavers. This is all entirely bot run. And its sole purpose is to, well, create wood and provide, as you can see, it's connected to here, it's connected to here, and it's connected to light district industry, and to provide wood and punch cards to all the other districts. The settlement has 3 or 4, depending on how you want to count it, main dams. This is the first pair of dams. The Inlet megadam is actually much deeper than it looks. It goes all the way down to the building limit, or to the, you know, the world limit. Everything under here is just non-existent. What is that sound? Not sure what the sound is. Anyways, yeah, the Inlet megadam is super deep. This is our only inlet of water. I can show it in here. And the way it flows is it flows... I cannot actually show it off right now because the dam is full. But it will flow out of these instead of out of the actual water sources, so that we can gather more water in the dam and make the dam taller. This dam is built with buttresses on sides and an arched dam outlet. It also has a secret hidden spillway down on the side here. This allows us to maintain the water levels. Well, I'm not gonna go into the details, but instead of pumping the water up here, we just have a spillway at the bottom so that the water can just naturally flow under the influence of gravity. Obviously, from the Inlet megadam, we also have our biggest project. This is the Aqueduct. The Aqueduct pumps all the water that is required for this dam. This is the 3rd or 4th. Actually, there's 5 if you want to count them that way. This is the 4th dam in the settlement. Originally, this used to be a Badwater lake, but of course, both Badwater sources are completely sealed, neutralized, and utilized for production. And instead, the Badwater lake is it's made deeper, of course, with dynamite, and it's utilized for more water storage and for irrigating this side of the map. Yeah, obviously, I think I didn't mention, but there's more dams here. So this is a staged, staggered dam, multi-level. We have a reservoir up top and then a lower reservoir down at the bottom that allows us to store even more water. Moving on, I think I should show off the power connection. As I already mentioned, everything in this map, in this settlement, is connected to the same power grid. So this power generation, primarily, yeah, drought approaching, we don't care, we are ready for all droughts. It crosses the river up above the outlet dam. Oh, by the way, We are not letting any water out. So no water is actually escaping the map ever. We are utilizing all the water that comes in, storing it in a dam, and then drinking it and using it for farming and stuff. Yeah, over the outlet dam goes our power. Then it follows this river under these windmills, and eventually it just seems to disappear. That is because we have a hidden underwater tunnel for the power routed all the way through the dam. It goes into the complex industry district up here. Goes up and down under the dam and into the bot district. This path is especially interesting because the beavers can actually go there. There is a tunnel underwater. I can show it if I scroll down enough. As you can see, you can descend down these stairs, and under impermeable floors underwater there is an access tunnel through which builders or haulers or anyone can go. It's not currently utilized for anything, but it is useful for maintenance and building projects. Oh, also on the topic of power, you may have noticed, the Inlet Dam is also utilized as a very tall place to put our energy storage, so gravity batteries all along the sides of the dam. The settlement is unfortunately not producing enough power for all its needs, so we do run out of power sometimes. That is not, of course, because I couldn't add more power. That is because I think adding more power generation, adding more of these windmills, becomes too much of an eyesore, and I like to keep things looking neat. Anyways, from here, under the dam, the power is routed to our bot district. This is the district of heavy industry. This is the district that produces bots. We've got a huge bot production going. As you can see, enough to sustain 800 bots. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've had more bots in this playthrough than we had live beavers living in our lands. So yeah, this is the main bot production area. It's all nice and symmetrical. Overall, bots like symmetry. Obviously, there's under the water. There's mining operations for extracting iron out of mine shafts. The rest of the bot district is utilized for growing things. Bots grow things for themselves. Bots grow spatterdock in all of their water. And that is used for biofuel, as well as, well, logs for wood and, well, extra wood. You cannot have enough logs in this game. It's impossible. As well as maples for catalyst, which actually it looks like we are not currently producing enough catalyst for everyone. That said, we have way too many bots doing nothing right now, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, so all the usable ground and water space is in fact utilized for growing things, and to put their production somewhere other than on the ground, the bots decided to have things on floating platforms above the district. And that's how they actually make their biofuel in the refineries. Obviously, there's aquatic farmhouses as well for spatterdock and things. Yeah, this I like to call the bot matrix. This is where the bots, this is where the bots produce all the gears and planks they actually need to make more of themselves. So this is a completely post-singularity production. Bots are making new bots. We do not need any beavers. In fact, this district called Lazy Bots has no beavers living in it. There's no living accommodations. There's zero happiness because bots cannot and need not be happy. Other than producing bots and things for bots, the bot district is also responsible for making very injury prone and dirty things such as metals and refining Badwater and digging up dirt. Actually, I think that's it. Yeah, so the bots are busy doing all that. Not like the beavers are gathering potatoes either. Potatoes are also gathered by bots, but originally we had beavers gathering potatoes and bots doing heavy industry. Badwater refining requires Badwater, and our only Badwater source is all the way out here. This is a very long way to travel. Also, the Badwater rigs over here are dangerous places to work, so we want to employ bots there. So this is actually its own district, the tiny Badwater district. You can see the skybridge connects to a small tiny district, which is essentially specialized logistic district whose only purpose is to haul Badwater back and forth and to provide the bot district with Badwater. They are succeeding at that. They're actually quite good. Got 8 haulers, and we've never had a Badwater shortage throughout this entire playthrough. Oh right, the bots are also making dynamite, I forgot. You don't need much dynamite, so it's just small production. And the bots, of course, are the best builders, so we have plenty of builder huts, also in a bit of a matrix. Actually, that's about it. I should also show more of my secret underground builds. So over here, we've got an underground statue to make viewers happier. And over here, we even have an underground fountain with water routed into it to make the viewers theoretically happier, even though they pretty much cannot see it, except for a tiny little gap under the stairs here. You can just see a little bit of running water. That shouldn't matter, right? They have this one. This is the one they're actually looking at. Lazy Oaks, the settlement. I think we are now ready to launch our first and final earth recultivator. The earth recultivator is this giant building up here. This is the equivalent of a Factorio rocket or an Age of Empires wonder. I think it's closer to a rocket, to be honest, because you actually provide it with resources and then launch it. Yeah, this is the true, supposedly, end game to this sandbox. Let's launch. $64 happiness. This should make the beavers happier. Let's see how it looks. Oh wow, that's laggy. Opening up. And releasing lanterns. Nice. The beavers are happier than ever. Yay. 70. Not as nice. I wonder. What? Is it visible? Or is it 6.3? I think that's the 6.3. Lanterns everywhere. Oh wow, I didn't know this existed. Congratulations, you mastered folktales. Yeah, I mean, we could have launched this like 50 cycles ago. But okay, you mastered folktales, nature-oriented ways, and used this map's resources to build the faction's wonder. Having collected great wealth and knowledge, your beavers shared fruits of their labor with the suffering planet. There's still much to do, but Earth may flourish once again. Oh, did we actually launch seeds in those lanterns? Let's see, statistics. Days passed. 1900. Beavers born, 4,000. Water consumed. Some number I cannot really understand. Tails painted, for some reason that's a statistic. Yeah, there's a detailer thing, which It's kind of like tattoos. Beavers like to paint their tails. Trees cut. Yes. We cut 328,000 trees. Almost a third of a million. Teeth broken, 240. It's not that much for 328,000 trees. Only on 240 broken teeth. And that was before we replaced all lumberjacks with bots. Bots manufactured 5,000. So, yes, I was correct. We had more bots than beavers. Dynamite detonated. Goodness, I cannot pronounce the word detonated apparently. 5,000. I'm already seeing this final statistics. 5,000. That was mostly from us deepening the dams. All these dams are as deep as they can be. So that was the dynamite, as well as this one. Beavers exploded 4. This means that 4 beavers died during construction when I exploded dynamite. I should have mentioned, no beavers throughout this entire playthrough. No beavers died of hunger or thirst. I paid very close attention to that. None, ever, not even at the very start. Nobody ever went hungry or thirsty. And no beavers ever got sick with Badwater. No beavers ever swam, I don't think, in Badwater at all. No beavers ever touched any Badwater. And we never needed to use any of our healing whatever thingy anti-Badwater sickness liquid, which we did produce 2,000 of, just for completeness. I do not remember exploding any beavers. I mean, I guess in 4,000 beavers, 1 per 1,000 is an okay. Well, no, probably not for humans, I guess. That's not really okay. It's not an okay rate of production accidents. So, rest in peace for beavers. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not sure how that happened. I must have not been paying enough attention somewhere at some point. Yeah, it happens when you explode the dynamite when a beaver is walking over it. Oh, I think I know what happened. I killed a bunch of bots. Yes. I didn't care about exploding bots. Overall, I don't care about bots because they are bots. And I think I might have confused some bots with beavers or some beavers for bots. Unfortunately. That is a shame. I cannot go back and undo it. So, I'm gonna have to go with this. Resume. There's no option to end the game. You have to resume. I wonder what happens with these seeds. Do they go down? You know what I can do? Toggle fog. It's another way to view the map with the developer command. Obviously, I never cheated or anything other than free cam, which you're seeing right now. We can actually do this. I think free cam is very helpful. The seeds are spreading around the earth. They're not going down onto the map. I was worried that the seeds might land and irrigate everything, but it looks like that didn't happen. And yeah, all the land that's irrigated is irrigated naturally with water by us, by our irrigation projects. So this, for example, this canal is still useful. It's irrigating the land. Cool. Game of the year.